Chapter 1, starting with 1,000,000 evolution points. Good news.
Zhang Feng transmigrated into the life of a wealthy second-generation heir worth tens of millions,
indulging in a life of luxury and extravagance. Bad news. The Zhang family went bankrupt, and Zhang Feng became penniless overnight. Living in a cheap rental apartment, Zhang Feng wore a low-cost tank top, with a bowl of instant noodles on the table that he couldn't even afford to add ham to. At that moment, the phone beside him rang. Hey, son, what profession did you awaken? Lately, there have been too many debt collectors coming after your old man, so I only dare to secretly contact you now. If you can awaken a good profession, then there's still a chance for us, father and son, to make a comeback.
From the other end of the phone came the anxious yet hopeful voice of Jiang Feng's father.
Beast Master. Zhang Feng replied expressionlessly, while picking up his chopsticks to slurp instant noodles into his mouth. Upon hearing this, Father Jiang felt as if struck by lightning. What? You awakened as a beast master? It's well known that being a beast master is an extremely expensive profession.
Not only does purchasing a high-quality beast cost a fortune,
but the resources required to train it are a bottomless pit.
If this had happened before the bankruptcy, he would have been overjoyed that his son had awakened the talent to become a beast master. But now that the Jiang family has fallen on hard times, he himself spends his days hiding from a group of creditors.
Where would the money come from to help Zhang Feng? After sighing deeply, Zhang's father completely gave up hope. He hung up on Zhang Feng and immediately dialed the police. Hello, officer, I'm a deadbeat. I want to turn myself in. After finishing his instant noodles,
Zhang Feng wiped the greasy stains from the corners of his mouth with his hand.
He looked eagerly at the system panel in front of him, which was about to finish loading. However,
the system loading progress was extremely slow. It had taken all morning just to reach 99%.
Ding! Congratulations, host, for binding with the Divine Beast Master system. System-bound gift package has been issued. Open it now? Open it now.
Zhang Feng rubbed his hands eagerly, his face brimming with excitement.
Fortunately, as a transmigrator, he had the system as a safety net, otherwise, he might have seriously considered restarting. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've obtained 1,000,000 beast evolution points. Holy smokes, 1,000,000 beast evolution points?
Zhang Feng was ecstatic in his heart.
It's important to know that beast ranks are typically divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, amethyst, stardust, abyssal moon, ancestral, ancient, stellar, saint king, and the legendary divine. With each rank increase, a beast's attributes and strength show a massive difference. On the market, even a bronze-tier beast master's pet costs as much as 100,000 federal coins.
Those with white-tier qualifications can easily cost over 100 or 200,000. For children from ordinary families who awaken as beast masters,
these exorbitant costs are simply unaffordable. In this lifetime,
aside from working at poultry or pig farms, they basically have no other prospects.
Obtaining 1,000,000 evolution points from the starter pack was like taking off instantly for Zhang Feng. Host, Zhang Feng. Occupation, Beast Master. Level, LV1. Strength, 5. Constitution, 8. Speed, 7. Spirit, 20. Combat Power, 8. Skills, Contract Magic. Summoning Magic. Beast Master, none. Evolution Points, 1,000,000.
His information appeared on the system panel, and Zhang Feng's eyes burned with excitement. He couldn't wait to contract even the cockroaches and mice in his rented apartment.
At that moment,
a sudden knock came from the door.
Zhang Feng's heart instantly tensed up. Oh no,
are they here to collect a debt? Just as he was about to escape through the window, a cold female voice came from the doorway.
Zhang Feng, I know you live here. There's something I must discuss with you in person today. Upon opening the door,
what greeted the eyes was a strikingly beautiful young girl with fair skin and slender legs.
The girl's name was Lu Yunxi,
the campus goddess the original host had been obsessively pursuing. Seeing the shabby rented apartment Zhang Feng lived in and the lingering smell of instant noodles, Lu Yunxi's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes revealing undisguised disdain.
Zhang Feng,
I heard your family went bankrupt, and you awakened as a beast master, a profession that's extremely costly. The greatest combat power of a beast master relies on their contracted beasts,
but without a powerful one, this profession is destined to be the most useless. That's right. So what? Did you come here specifically to mock me?
Zhang Feng said with an indifferent expression. This woman used to flatter and fawn over him when he was wealthy, but now that he's down on his luck,
she puts on the act of an aloof goddess. Who is she trying to fool? You should know that I've awakened the coveted ice mage profession, and there's an insurmountable gap between you and me.
I hope you won't bother me anymore in the future.
Here are 10,000 Federation coins and an ironclaw chicken.
Consider it my breakup compensation to you, Lu Yunxi said to Zhang Feng with emotionless eyes,
hoping to draw a clear line between them and never have any further contact. Hearing this, Zhang Feng sneered.
picked his nose with his hand, and looked utterly disdainful.
It's worth noting that the original owner was once Lu Yunqi's desperate simp, buying her all kinds of expensive gifts. He even bought several houses for her parents. Now that the Jiang family has fallen on hard times, she immediately drew a line between us, and offered 20,000 federal coins and a bronze-tier ironclaw chicken as compensation?
Just the few houses he originally gifted to her parents were worth millions.
Leave the stuff behind, and you can get lost. Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with her any further. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunqi's face instantly flashed with displeasure and anger. In the past, Zhang Feng would have been begging and crying for her not to leave. But who would have thought that Zhang Feng would now treat her so coldly, even with disgust? Zhang Feng, I know you're hurting inside, deliberately putting on a nonchalant front for me to see. But I want to tell you, this doesn't work on me, it doesn't even evoke any pity from me.
Lu Yunqi stared straight at Zhang Feng, seemingly trying to see through his forced composure beneath the surface.
Crack! Screw you!
Zhang Feng slapped Lu Yunqi right across the face,
leaving a bright red handprint. If you keep disgusting me, don't blame me for uploading your sexy scandalous photos online.
He remembered how this woman had sent plenty of revealing private photos just to hook the original owner like a hooked fish. If these photos were leaked online, they would undoubtedly become the most explosive news in Pingcheng.
Chapter 2, Evolution.
Purple Crystal Grade Flameclaw Golden Wing. Perhaps stung by that slap,
or fearing Zhang Feng might expose her photos,
a flicker of panic flashed in Lu Yunqi's eyes,
though she quickly masked it. Zhang Feng,
if you dare leak those photos,
don't blame me for taking action. After saying that, she left angrily.
Zhang Feng slammed the door shut with a bang, although that Lu Yunqi was heartless and even tried to humiliate him with the lowest level beast. But this was exactly what allowed him to contract his first beast.
Zhang Feng released the ironclaw chicken that was caged up. Contract.
As Zhang Feng activated his Beastmaster talent skill,
an extremely mysterious force emerged,
emitting a glow from his palm that formed a peculiar rune. As the talisman merged into the ironclaw chicken's body,
the contract was officially completed. A peculiar sensation surged through Zhang Feng's mind. He could clearly perceive the current state of this ironclaw chicken. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on successfully contracting your first beast.
Sending contract reward, Divine Beast Space.
Zhang Feng was stunned for a moment, and when he saw the effects of the Divine Beast Space,
he couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear.
Every Beastmaster can open up their own beast space to store their contracted beasts. For most newly minted Beastmasters, their beast space is no larger than a classroom at most. Yet my beast space has transformed into a vast island. Moreover, within this space, my contracted beasts can cleanse any negative effects, be it poison, paralysis, dizziness, curses, and so on. I then turned my attention back to the status panel of the Ironclaw chicken I just contracted.
Beast, Ironclaw chicken. Grade, Black Iron. Level, LV1. Strength, 9. Constitution, 15. Agility, 20. Spirit, 11. Skills, none. Evolution points required, 3,000.
Seeing the information panel of this Ironclaw chicken, Zhang Feng wasn't particularly surprised.
After all, the basic attributes of a Black Iron level beast were just this underwhelming. So without hesitation, Zhang Feng chose to allocate points to evolve the Ironclaw chicken. In the next instant of evolution through attribute allocation, the Ironclaw chicken's body emitted a dazzling radiance. It was so bright that Zhang Feng could barely keep his eyes open. In an instant, the Ironclaw chicken's body grew to the size of a wolf, its feathers shimmering crimson like flames. The entire chicken body radiated an aura completely different from that of the Black Iron tier. Ding! Evolution successful. Black Iron tier Beast Ironclaw chicken has evolved into Silver tier Solar Flare chicken.
Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Its base attributes had increased by dozens of times at the very least.
The next evolution will cost 50,000 evolution points. With 1,000,000 evolution points at his disposal,
Zhang Feng was naturally flush with resources and didn't bat an eye at spending 50,000.
He directly chose to evolve once more. As the Flaming Sun chicken underwent dramatic changes,
a system voice also echoed in his mind.
Ding! Evolution successful.
The Silver tier Beastmaster Ironclaw chicken has evolved into a Gold tier Flamefeather Goldeneye chicken.
This time,
the Flamefeather Goldeneye chicken's body grew even larger, almost making it impossible to fit inside his rented room. So Zhang Feng quickly stored it into his Beastmaster space.
On this vast island, space won't limit the fire-feathered Goldeneye chicken's continued growth. The next evolution requires 100,000 evolution points?
Zhang Feng rested his chin on his hand, his eyes deep in thought. It seems that if this evolution continues,
the system's reward of 1,000,000 evolution points might not even be enough. Ding!
System notification. Host can kill fierce beasts in the secret realm to obtain system points. Upon hearing the system's response,
Zhang Feng's eyes once again gleamed with wild joy.
If he took his tamed beast into the secret realm for a sweep, not only could he level up his beast, but he could also gain evolution points.
Isn't this killing two birds with one stone?
With the system's prompt, Jung Fong also began to let loose and continued evolving the fire-feathered golden-eye chicken.
Ding! Evolution successful.
The gold-grade fire-feathered golden-eye chicken has evolved into a purple crystal-grade crimson flame golden claw bird.
At this moment,
the crimson flame golden claw bird's body became incredibly massive,
covered in flames as if burning,
and its wings spanned hundreds of feet,
blotting out the sky. Its body exuded a terrifying aura that made all living beings tremble in fear.
This was a purple crystal-level Beastmaster's creature, truly horrifying to behold. Watching such a massive, ferocious bird soar and circle within his Beastmaster space,
Zhang Feng's heart swelled with excitement and exhilaration. However,
for the crimson flame golden claw bird to evolve again,
it must consume an evolution fruit to allocate evolution points, and each evolution fruit is extremely expensive, starting at 5 million per piece. Moreover, they are usually in short supply, with prices high but availability scarce.
It seems I need to find a way to get an evolution fruit for the crimson flame golden claw bird.
Then, Zhang Feng began to check its information.
Beast, crimson flame golden claw avian.
Grade, amethyst. Strength, 14, 291. Constitution, 18,640. Agility, 11,044. Spirit, 7,845. Combat power, 24,567.
Skills, golden claw flame slash.
Wings of blazing fire, holy blazing steel.
Seeing these outrageous numbers,
Zhang Feng's eyelids twitched violently. Is this the terrifying power of an amethyst tier beastmaster? This is only level 1, yet it's already this overpowered.
A combat power of over 20,000 is ridiculously terrifying.
In a beginner's dungeon instance,
ordinary ferocious beasts only have combat power in the range of a dozen or so,
maybe a few tens. Even the dungeon's big boss barely exceeds 100. A flameclaw golden wing with over 20,000
combat power entering a rookie dungeon instance is basically a complete stomp,
right?
At this thought, Zhang Feng's breathing grew even more rapid, his eyes burning with intensity.
I wonder how many evolution points clearing a rookie dungeon would give me. Chapter 3, Enter the Dungeon. Insta-kill for level up. Without much hesitation,
Zhang Feng took a ride to the nearest beginner-level dungeon near him.
At the entrance of the dungeon,
several guards were stationed to check the levels and information of those entering.
After all, this dungeon was prepared for beginners. If high-level players were allowed to dominate it, newcomers would have no place to improve their skills. Zhang Feng also took out his information card, swiped it on the device, and it showed approval. This secret realm is called the Dust Cloud Secret Realm, with a recommended entry level of 1 to 15. Upon entering the secret realm,
Zhang Feng immediately felt a slightly moist breeze brush against his face.
Before his eyes stretched an endless, winding mountain forest,
under a sky forever painted in twilight hues.
Hey kid, since you're entering the secret realm alone, want to team up with us? You can just focus on picking up gear.
A man saw Zhang Feng entering the secret realm alone and asked him.
Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. No need, the secret realm is about to close. You all should leave first. The secret realm is closing?
The man looked puzzled upon hearing this, as he had never heard such news before.
But what happened next instantly terrified both him and his teammates. With a wave of his hand,
Zhang Feng summoned the sky-obscuring crimson flame golden talon avian from his beast taming space.
The entire secret realm's sky seemed to gain an additional sun. Every human and beast in the secret realm was startled by the sight. What could have happened? Could it be that the secret realm had malfunctioned, allowing a terrifying beast to tear through space and enter this low-level realm?
As the crimson flame golden talon lowered its head,
Zhang Feng climbed onto its crown. Although the crimson flame golden talon was engulfed in raging flames,
it caused no harm to Zhang Feng.
Its beast master, take off! Zhang Feng grinned.
With a powerful flap of its wings, the crimson flame golden talon soared into the sky, stirring a massive gale that nearly toppled the trees on either side.
The man and his teammates clung tightly to the trees to avoid being blown away.
They watched Zhang Feng and the giant flaming bird gradually disappear into the distance, their eyes filled with terror.
What on earth is going on? How can a top-tier player enter a beginner's dungeon instance?
Only after the fierce wind subsided did they slink away in disgrace. Zhang Feng stood atop the crimson flame golden claw rock, soaring freely through the skies,
gazing at the fierce beasts in the forest below.
Zhang Feng directly commanded the crimson flame golden claw rock to unleash its skills.
Skills, golden claw flame slash, blazing wings. These two skills took turns bombarding the mountain forest, resembling missile strikes. The explosions not only sent massive flames soaring but also triggered violent tremors. Look, what level of ferocious bird is that? Oh no!
Such a terrifying ferocious bird has appeared in the beginner's secret realm. Run for your lives.
Whoa, Mom, I don't want to die yet. Many professionals trapped inside looked terrified, no longer caring about slaying the beasts. All of them wore panicked expressions, desperately fleeing toward the dungeon's exit. However,
some observant professionals noticed there seemed to be people standing atop the giant firebird.
Wait, there seems to be someone on its head. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up and instantly widened their eyes in disbelief.
As the crimson flame golden claw bird continuously unleashed its skills,
the twilight cloud forest was completely transformed into a sea of flames, suffering immense devastation.
Standing atop the crimson flame golden claw avian was Zhang Feng, whose mind was continuously filled with the sound of announcements. Congratulations on defeating a level 6 poison-horned lizard,
earning 30 experience points.
Congratulations on defeating a level 10 featherwood fox,
earning 60 experience points. Congratulations!
You have defeated a level 14 mighty rhino and gained 120 experience points.
As the announcement sounded,
Zhang Feng's body continuously shimmered with the glow of leveling up.
His level skyrocketed rapidly. Not only that, but the equipment dropped from killing wild monsters was almost entirely plain white tier gear.
Although they were all very low level and practically worthless, but with such a large quantity of equipment stacked together,
it still amounted to some decent money.
So-called white tier gear only provides basic stat bonuses without any additional effects.
Equipment levels are categorized as white, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, epic, and so on. At that moment,
a low growl echoed from the depths of the twilight cloud forest.
A slumbering level 18 dungeon boss,
the green forest tiger, was awakened by the commotion outside. It strode out of the cave with imposing momentum, determined to eliminate the intruders.
Suddenly,
a colossal flaming bird with a wingspan of 100 zhang was seen circling in the sky.
The green forest tiger shuddered in fear and immediately turned tail to flee. However,
the crimson flame golden claw bird unleashed its skill, the golden claw flame slash. The flaming claw blades tore through the sky, heading straight for the target. Where the golden claw flaming slash passed, it caused ripples in space.
A deafening explosion rang out.
The small hill where the green forest tiger was hiding was directly collapsed by this strike,
shaking the earth and mountains.
The falling debris directly crushed the big boss of the Twilight Cloud secret realm, the green forest tiger,
to death. The resulting shockwave also annihilated the surrounding low-level beasts. Congratulations! You have defeated the boss Greenwood Tiger and gained 500 experience points. Congratulations!
You have defeated a level 11 Tuskhog and gained 90 experience points.
Congratulations!
You have defeated a level 13 Leaping Monkey and gained 110 experience points.
Warning, your level has reached 30, the first advancement cap. You will no longer gain experience.
Congratulations on defeating the level 10 Swift Wolf,
but you gain 0 experience points. Chapter 4, Sweeping Clean, leaving everyone astonished.
A series of notifications kept ringing out, and Zhang Feng couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips.
The thrill of leveling up by defeating monsters was simply unbeatable. Sweeping through the entire secret realm in one go,
the Crimson Flame Golden Talon Rock wiped out a whole pack of fierce beasts with just one skill, truly worthy of a purple crystal tier beastmaster. This strength is absolutely insane.
Open the information panel.
Zhang Feng commanded the system.
Host, Zhang Feng. Occupation, Beastmaster. Level, LV 30. Strength, 184. Constitution, 145. Agility, 137. Spirit, 119. Combat power, 341.
Skills, Contract Magic.
Summoning Magic. Beast,
Crimson Flame Golden Claw Avian, Amethyst Tier.
Evolution points, 966k. In less than 20 minutes,
he had already leveled up to 30. Such a rapid leveling speed was something even the scions of major families with dedicated guardians couldn't come close to achieving.
After all,
even if the guardians tied the beasts up in front of those young masters to let them gain experience by killing them, they would still be too exhausted to lift their hands.
However, Zhang Feng didn't have much reaction to his own information panel. The Beastmaster profession itself doesn't have particularly outstanding attributes. Some mages or swordsmen can have exceptionally outstanding attribute values,
but Zhang Feng wasn't discouraged.
After all, no matter how strong they were, could they last even a single round against his tamed beast? Moreover,
his evolution points had increased by 120,000.
Originally, after deducting the first 3 beast evolutions, he only had a little over 840,000 left, but now it had risen back to 966,000. Right now,
Zhang Feng just wants to say one thing in his heart, impressive. Then he checked the information panel of the Crimson Flame Golden Claw Avian. Beast, Crimson Flame Golden Claw Avian.
Grade, Amethyst Tier. Strength, 34, 291. Constitution, 27,640. Agility, 31,544. Spirit, 17,845. Combat power, 57, 365. Skills, Golden Claw Flame Slash. Wings of Blazing Fire. Next evolution requirement, 350,000
evolution points and 1 evolution fruit.
This guy actually leveled up faster than I did. Jiang Feng chuckled, unable to contain his joy.
The Crimson Flame Golden Talon Avian has reached level 35.
And its combat power has skyrocketed once again. After checking everything, Jiang Feng proceeded to collect all the equipment scattered across the ground. Retrieve! With Jiang Feng's soft command, countless pieces of equipment came flying toward him. Then it disappeared into his spatial bracelet. This spatial bracelet was something he had purchased before. Luckily, he had hidden it away, so it wasn't confiscated to pay off debts. Otherwise, faced with so much equipment, he wouldn't know how long it would take to pick everything up by himself. However, all the dropped equipment belonged to him, and others couldn't take it away within a certain time frame. Most of them were plain white long swords, shoes, staffs, and beast bones, among other things. Only by defeating the boss, the Green Forest Tiger, did he obtain a bronze quality short sword, which could probably sell for 10 or 20,000. After Jiang Feng finished sorting through his spoils, he chose to exit the secret realm. Only then did the professionals lying on the ground pretending to be dead or trembling under the trees breathe a sigh of relief. After exchanging glances, they could still see traces of panic lingering in each other's eyes. That ferocious bird's power was utterly terrifying. It effortlessly swept through the entire dungeon realm. The most horrifying part? It actually belongs to someone as a tamed beast. To be able to subdue or nurture such a monstrous creature, what kind of terrifying beast master must its owner be? Hearing this, the group collectively gasped in shock. Their breaths so cold it nearly shot straight through their skulls. They only felt their whole bodies go numb. Holy moly, since when did our Ping City have such a terrifying beastmaster? Gasp. What tier is that beast supposed to be? Not sure, but I think it might be the legendary diamond tier. Maybe? Jiang Feng had just left the secret realm not long ago. A luxurious car stopped not far from the entrance of the secret realm. A man and a woman stepped out of the car, accompanied by a burly man. The woman among them was none other than Lu Yunqi, who had previously cut ties with Jiang Feng. The man beside her was Zhang Lan, who had awakened as a swordsman. Both swordsmen and mages are considered noble professions in this world, ranking among the most revered occupations. Zhang Lan smiled and said to Lu Yunqi, "Yunqi, you've seemed preoccupied the whole way. Can you still not completely forget that boy Jiang Feng?" Lu Yunqi pursed her lips and remained silent. It wasn't that she couldn't forget Jiang Feng, but rather she was worried that damn scoundrel might post her private photos online. If that happened, her reputation would be completely ruined. So the whole way, she was restless, looking for an opportunity to get rid of the intimate photos she'd left with Jiang Feng. "Don't worry, with me by your side, that loser won't dare bother you, otherwise I'll have someone break his damn legs." Zhang Lan smiled with confidence. He was the son of the Rock Mountain Guild's leader, and the guild was filled with powerful individuals. Sending someone to teach a down-and-out kid a lesson would be as easy as turning over his hand. "Young Master Zhang, it's so nice to have you by my side." Lu Yunqi let go of her thoughts and said with a light laugh. This sentence immediately lifted Zhang Lan's spirits. The trio arrived at the entrance of the Twilight Cloud secret realm, just about to enter, but they were stopped by the guards stationed there. "The Twilight Cloud dungeon has already been cleared. Come back after 10 days when it resets." Hearing this, Zhang Lan was stunned. What? How could the Twilight Cloud secret realm have been completely looted? It's important to note that the Twilight Cloud secret realm is a beginner's dungeon, where professionals above level 22 are not allowed to lead teams inside. Even if a level 22 professional entered, they wouldn't have the strength to completely sweep through the entire Twilight Cloud secret realm. "May I ask, what exactly happened here?" The burly man beside Zhang Lan frowned and inquired. The station guard shook his head. It said that a beastmaster summoned a terrifyingly powerful beast, completely clearing out the entire Misty Cloud secret realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunqi's eyelids suddenly twitched for some reason, giving her an inexplicable sense of foreboding. A beastmaster? Zhang Lan was puzzled. She hadn't heard of any scion from Pingcheng's major families awakening to the beastmaster profession. Chapter 5, The Second Beast. The Hellhound. Inside the Pingcheng exchange, Jiang Feng took out all the equipment stored in his spatial bracelet to sell. Upon seeing the mountain-like pile of equipment, the slender young lady at the exchange was utterly dumbfounded. Although these items aren't particularly valuable, when added up, they're worth at least several 100,000 to 1,000,000. After completing the inventory check, the exchange staff member handed Jiang Feng a bank card. "This totals to 1.83 million Federation credits. We look forward to working with you again." Jiang Feng took the bank card and thanked her. Earning over 1,000,000 in just a beginner-level dungeon instance, this money-making speed is unbeatable. Jiang Feng then asked, "Do you happen to sell evolution fruits here?" Although he only had this million plus right now, sweeping a few more dungeons would quickly add up the funds. Evolution fruits? The young female staff member pondered briefly before shaking her head and replying, "Evolution fruits have always been priceless and hard to come by, generally only available at auctions or obtained in extremely dangerous secret realms." "Alright," Jiang Feng nodded.
It seems he would have to delay for a while and first complete his first advancement mission. After awakening a profession, there are a total of 9 advancements. First advancement at level 30, second advancement at level 60, third advancement at level 90, and so on. However, there are some rare classes that can break through the 9th advancement, such as Holy Spirit Mages, Necromancers, Sacred Dragon Knights, and so on. Check the first advancement mission, Zhang Feng said to the system in his mind. Current mission, First Awakening. Mission objective, enter the Dark Valley Dungeon, defeat the boss Skeleton King, and obtain the Skeleton King's origin power. Time limit, 3 days. Claim now? Note, failure to complete the mission within 15 days will be considered a job change failure, and you cannot attempt another job change for 3 months. Dark Valley? Zhang Feng froze slightly. Wow, isn't this the first job advancement dungeon? The monsters inside are at least level 30, with the highest being level 60. If an ordinary person received this job change quest, they'd probably have nowhere to cry. Unless they spend a fortune to hire someone to help complete this job change quest, they can forget about breaking through to the first advancement in this lifetime. But for Zhang Feng, it's a minor issue. Contract another beast. With 2 beasts, you can quickly clear dungeons. Zhang Feng curled his lips. He still had over 900,000 evolution points unused. After leaving the exchange, Zhang Feng arrived at the Beast Pavilion. This was the largest beast trading guild in Lincheng. Every 20 levels allows contracting another beast. Arriving at the first floor exhibition hall of the Beast Pavilion, displaying hundreds of exhibition cases containing contracted beasts. However, these are all black iron tier beasts. As for bronze or silver level beastmasters, they are on the second floor and above. Zhang Feng casually wandered around the first floor before heading to the second or third floor. Ding! A rare beastmaster has been detected. Host, please proceed to investigate. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Feng became curious. Walking up to a transparent beastmaster's crate, Zhang Feng saw a little dog digging in the dirt. The pup was pitch black all over, looking like a complete goofball. If not for the system prompt, he might not have given it a second glance. Dirt digging mutt. Grade, black iron. Skill, digging. Price, 130,000 federal dollars. After a brief moment of consideration, Zhang Feng decided to purchase this digging earth hound as his second beast companion. Pick up this transparent box and proceed to the counter to pay. After the payment was completed, the receptionist returned the bank card to Zhang Feng. At the same time, she politely reminded with a smile, "Sir, we also have free contract rooms available. Just turn right ahead." Inside the contract room, Zhang Feng placed the digging earth dog on the ground. Looking at its endearingly silly appearance, Zhang Feng lightly tapped its head with his finger. Then he cast the skill, contract. Mysterious engravings gathered at Zhang Feng's fingertip and swiftly merged into its body. Since it was a low-quality beast, the contract process was also very quick. In just a few blinks, the contract was successfully formed. Zhang Feng stored it in his beast space. At the same time, he was checking its information. Beastmaster, Earth Digging Mutt, Tier, Black Iron, Rare, Level, LV1, Strength, 16, Constitution, 12, Agility, 17, Spirit, 5, Combat Power, 35, Skill, Digging, Required Evolution Points, 10,000. Note, rare quality beastmasters will trigger a critical effect during evolution. / trigger a critical effect? / Zhang Feng's eyes showed a hint of excitement and anticipation. Then, he merged his consciousness into the beastmaster space, preparing to evolve it. Evolve! As Zhang Feng's voice fell, suddenly, the digging earth dog's body underwent a tremendous transformation. Even within the entire beastmaster space, strange phenomena began to manifest. Dark clouds churned in the sky, filled with demonic energy and entwined with purple lightning. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a shock. This damn spectacle was even more exaggerated than the evolution display of the Crimson Flame Golden Talon bird. Hiss, is this the so-called critical evolution effect the system mentioned? At the same time, a purple thunderbolt instantly struck the earth-digging dog. Under the infusion of this terrifying power, its body began to swell wildly, bones crackling, muscles bulging like a dragon's. Its head gradually deformed, the frontal bone rising high. A pair of eyes suddenly opened, like two flames burning deep in hell, carrying an awe-inspiring pressure. On its back, a pair of bone wings wreathed in ghostly blue flames slowly unfurled, spanning dozens of meters in width. Then it let out a deep, majestic roar that resonated like temple bells across heaven and earth. Screech! The distant roosting Crimson Flame Goldclaw birds grew restless as if facing a formidable foe, taking to the skies in circling flight. Flames erupted fiercely across its body, as if it was ready to engage in battle at any moment. Fortunately, Zhang Feng quickly used his thoughts to calm the Crimson Flame Golden Talon bird. Otherwise these two might have fought to the death. What a terrifying aura! After evolving, This earth-digging mutt seems to have a higher tier than the crimson flame golden talon bird. Jiang Feng's heartbeat quickened as he swallowed hard in secret. Is this the critical evolution effect the system hinted at? Let's check its current stats first. Beast, Hellhound, Grade, Nethermoon. Level, LV1. Strength, 32,140. Constitution, 26,471. Agility, 25,012. Spirit, 19274. Combat Power, 64340. Skills, Abyssal Soul Devourer. Shadow Clone Technique. Evolution Requirement, 4 million evolution points and Bloodflame Purgatory Fruit. Seeing the information of the massive Hellhound before him, Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and awe. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect it to be a Nethermoon grade beast. Its base stats at level 1 already surpassed those of the Crimson Flame Golden Claw Avian at level 30, truly worthy of being called a legendary tier beast. As far as he knew, there were no more than a handful of top-tier beast masters in the entire Great Yin Federation who possessed Nethermoon grade beasts. Now that I've contracted my second beast, I'll go complete my first advancement mission tomorrow. Jiang Feng grinned and walked out of the contract chamber. He then arrived at a foot massage parlor called Willow Steps and booked 3 highly skilled female masseuses. Enjoying their fiery service, Jiang Feng's face was the picture of bliss. Chapter 6. Clearly, Jiang Feng is now the rule. The next morning, Jiang Feng stepped out the door feeling refreshed and invigorated. His whole body exuded a light, airy sensation. It sure feels good to have money again. Jiang Feng stretched lazily before hailing a taxi to head towards the Dark Valley dungeon instance. He hadn't rested well the previous night, so he dozed off during the ride. When he opened his eyes again, the taxi had already reached a desolate area outside the city. Kid, this is your final stop. Time to meet your end here. Zhao Quan curled his lips into a chilling smile. Yesterday, young Master Zhang had ordered him eliminate this kid, and he'd get 500,000 Federation credits. To him, that 500,000 might as well be free money. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes flickered slightly, but not a trace of panic showed on his face. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Hellhound. The massive Hellhound's appearance immediately brought an overwhelming sense of pressure. The sudden appearance of such a ferocious beast terrified Zhao Quan, turning his face as pale as paper and causing him to wet himself in fear. Despite being a level 50 warrior, Zhao Quan still seemed as insignificant as an ant before it. Who sent you to kill me? Jiang Feng remained composed as he sat in the car, asking Zhao Quan, how could you contract such a terrifying beast? Zhao Quan stumbled and fell to the ground, his eyes filled with terror. Had he known this guy possessed such a fearsome beast, he wouldn't have taken the job even for 50 million, let alone 500,000. Answer my question, Jiang Feng said expressionlessly. Sir, I'll talk. It was that damn Zhang Lan who asked me to do this and promised me 500,000 as a reward once it was done. Zhao Quan immediately kowtowed and begged for mercy. Hearing the name Zhang Lan, Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. That guy's father seems to be the president of the Yenshan Guild, and he usually acts without any restraint. But why would he want to kill me? Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. After completing my first evolution mission, I'll go to the Rock Mountain Guild to demand the person. If they refuse to hand him over, then the Rock Mountain Guild has no reason to exist anymore. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng moved his fingers. The Hellhound instantly annihilated Zhao Quan in the blink of an eye. Zhao Quan was reduced to a skeleton. A gentle breeze blew by, and the withered bones crumbled into a pile of dust. Dark Valley. It's a level 1 dungeon, several times more dangerous than the beginner's secret realm. The bosses in the beginner's secret realm are nothing more than regular monsters here. At the entrance of the secret realm, a large number of professionals had already gathered. Among them were many level 2 professionals, and even some level 3 professionals. The Tyrant Squad is short 1 member. We need a support or healer class. Stick with young Master Zhou, and I guarantee a smooth ride. Ladies get priority in the team. A broad-shouldered, heavily built man clad in expensive gear swept a haughty gaze across the surroundings as he spoke. Entering the Dark Valley requires a 5-person team, and his squad is still missing 1 member. Young Master Zhou is mighty. Our young Master Zhou is a level 65, second awakening beast master. Dealing with those ferocious beasts is as easy as slicing melons and chopping vegetables. Hearing his teammates' flattery, Zhou Hao's grin stretched from ear to ear. With a thought, he summoned a massive ice wolf. The moment this ice wolf appeared, it drew numerous gazes, and looks of astonishment spread across everyone's faces. Standing 2 meters tall, its figure was agile and majestic, its body covered in a layer of crystal-clear ice armor. Under the sunlight, it refracted glimmers of cold light, its deep blue eyes resembling frigid pools, exuding an icy aura. Just one glance at it made people feel as if they were in a frozen wasteland, sending shivers down their spines. Yet the ice wolf, which had seemed majestic just a second ago, suddenly became timid and cowering, as if sensing some terrifying presence. It even tucked its tail and hid directly behind Zhou Hao.
Zhou Hao's eyes instantly flashed with anger. Why was this stupid wolf acting as cowardly as a dog? After all, it's a silver-level beast. Isn't this just embarrassing yourself? Following the ice wolf's gaze, he saw a handsome young man walking toward the entrance of the secret realm, but the secret realm manager reached out to stop Zhang Feng, saying expressionlessly, "Professionals who haven't completed their first job advancement are not allowed to enter the Dark Valley without a team. This dungeon is special. It connects to a second job advancement secret realm on the western side of the Dark Valley. With your current level, you'd be as insignificant as an ant if you went in there." Hearing this, some people nearby couldn't help but smirk. Most people felt this kid was seriously overestimating himself. With such weak strength, going in without a team leader would be no different from seeking death. Oh really? But actually, I'm quite special too. Zhang Feng grinned. With a thought, he summoned the Crimson Flame Golden Talon Rock from his Beastmaster space. Screech! The Crimson Flame Golden Talon Rock spread its wings and soared into the sky, letting out a domineering screech. Like a blazing sun, even the temperature at the entrance of the secret realm instantly soared by dozens of degrees. Oh my god! What? What rank is this beast? Even a diamond rank beast couldn't possibly have such a terrifying aura. I heard a terrifying beast appeared in a beginner's dungeon yesterday. Could it be him? Help! It's so hot. I'm going to die from the heat. So terrifying. A group of professionals widened their eyes in shock, gasping in unison. Simultaneously, exclamations of astonishment rose and fell continuously. Even the dungeon manager wore an expression of disbelief, staring fixedly at the flaming golden-clawed bird, his shock still unsettled. So, can I go in now? Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Why yes, you may enter. The dungeon manager wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face filled with fear. The sweat on his forehead might have been caused by the scorching heat from the Crimson Flame Golden Talon Rock, or perhaps it was due to nervousness and fright. Originally, the dungeon's rule required a 5-person team to enter, but clearly, Zhang Feng is now the rule. So the secret realm manager hastily activated the teleportation array, allowing Zhang Feng to enter with his beast. Only when Zhang Feng rode off on the Scarlet Flame Golden Claw Avian and disappeared into the teleportation array's light screen did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. The oppressive aura emanating from the Scarlet Flame Golden Claw Avian was simply too overwhelming. It almost left them breathless. Even the Tier 3 powerhouses present were still shaken with lingering fear. In front of that terrifying beast, they felt as weak as ants. Just who is that young man? Not far away, Zhou Hao couldn't stand still anymore, his shocked eyes nearly popping out of his head. As a beast master, he knew very well that the terrifying beast from earlier was at least of amethyst tier or higher. Forget about their Ping City not having a single beastmaster with an amethyst tier beast. Even across the entire Great Yin Federation, such individuals were rare. Moreover, contracting a purple crystal level beast is extremely difficult. Without at least 6th tier strength, one would never earn the beast's recognition. Yet this kid, who hasn't even completed his first tier advancement, actually managed to contract a purple crystal level beast. This completely shattered his worldview. This kid must be a young master from some terrifyingly powerful family. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to accomplish such a thing. Seeing the ice wolf lying on the ground nearby, trembling with its tail between its legs, Zhou Hao finally deeply sensed its fear. Chapter 7, Clearing the Dark Valley. Zhang Feng had no intention of hiding his true strength. After all, his lowest ranked beast is already at the violet crystal tier. There's simply no way to stay low-key. Might as well go all out and unleash his full power. After all, the faster his strength grows, the further behind the threats lag. The more you hide and hold back, the more others think you're easy to bully. Directly revealing one's strength would instead make others wary and fearful. The Crimson Flame Golden Talon bird flew at an extremely fast speed, reaching the depths of the Dark Valley in just over an hour. For an ordinary person, even rushing at full speed would take half a day. Looking down at the Dark Valley below, it appeared as if a deep fissure had been split right through its center. From high above, one could see nearly 10,000 skeleton monsters in the valley, surging like a tidal wave. These skeletal warriors were packed so densely they nearly filled every crevice of the valley, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, some adventurers battling skeleton monsters at the edges of the Dark Valley suddenly felt the surrounding air grow scorching hot, breaking into a sweat almost instantly. A professional wiped his sweat and suddenly saw the crimson meteor in the sky, exclaiming in shock, "Look at the sky! A meteor is crashing down! Damn! No wonder it suddenly got so hot. Wait, that's a massive firebird! What the hell? There's actually a person standing on that firebird's head. Is that his beast?" The group of professionals widened their eyes in shock, especially when they spotted Zhang Feng atop the Crimson Flame Gold Claw Avian. Their faces were filled with astonishment and terror. Ignoring the stunned exclamations of the professionals, Zhang Feng scanned the skeletal monsters to assess their information. Skeleton Warrior, level, LV50, skills, Bone Slash, Bone Spike, Skeleton Archer, level, LV43, Skills, Shadow Rapid Shot, Bone Arrow Windbreaker, Skeleton Mage. Level, LV48. Skill, Bone Curse, Bone Cage Restraint.
Gu Ming merely glanced briefly and quickly discerned the information about these skeleton monsters.
Suddenly, countless bone arrows shot out from the valley, densely raining down in an overwhelming assault. Can't wait to become my experience points already?
A smirk curled at Zhang Feng's lips as he commanded.
Show them what we're made of.
Screech! The crimson flame Talon raptor let out a piercing cry that split the heavens. Its wings spread like a blazing cloud eclipsing the sky. With a sudden surge, scorching flames descended like meteors in a violent cascade.
The bone arrows were instantly devoured by the terrifying inferno upon contact with the flames. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Blazing flames crashed violently into the dark valley.
In an instant,
the earth shook and the mountains trembled. The shockwave from the explosion spread in a ring,
annihilating all skeleton monsters in its path. 41021, 39475, 65715.
The blazing wing skill of the Crimson Flame Golden Talon bird dealt terrifying damage.
Yet these skeleton monsters simply didn't have enough health in their HP bars. After using this skill, they ended up owing me tens of thousands of HP. Congratulations! You defeated a level 50 skeleton warrior and gained 0 EXP. Congratulations! You defeated a level 43 skeleton archer and gained 0 EXP. Congratulations! You defeated a level 48 skeleton mage and gained 0 EXP. Damn it, all that monster XP is going to waste. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel heartbroken over all that wasted experience, so he summoned his hellhound and sent it down to claim some of that XP. As Zhang Feng's words fell, the summoning array erupted in light, revealing the massive and sinister form of the hellhound in midair. Then it plummeted fiercely toward the valley below. Its enormous body stirred howling gales, making even the void tremble. The skeletal warriors sensed the impending danger but, due to their sluggish movements, had no time to evade. The hellhound crashed down amidst the group of skeleton warriors. With a dull roar, the tremendous impact erupted like a raging tsunami. The ground abruptly caved in, forming a deep pit as cracks spider-webbed outward. The skeleton monsters were instantly crushed, their fragile bones pulverized into dust under the immense force, scattering in all directions. In the blink of an eye, these hundreds of skeleton monsters were utterly destroyed by the Hellhound's devastating aerial strike. Hellhound leveled up by 10 levels. Hellhound leveled up by 17 levels. Hellhound leveled up by 26 levels. With just a single strike, the Hellhound's level reached 26. Only by hunting high-level monsters can you level up quickly. Meanwhile, the Crimson Flame Talon bird also reached over level 40. The two spirit beasts soon cleared out the skeleton monsters in the dark valley, leaving only scattered remnants. The required upgrade experience points later grow exponentially, and with so few monsters, there's barely enough for the two of them to share. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Feng decided to let the Hellhound go grind monsters elsewhere first. Stop competing for experience points with each other. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's instructions, the Hellhound let out a heavy breath through its nostrils. Then it transformed into a black blur barely visible to the naked eye, charging toward other monstrous creatures to engage in battle. When the professional fighters saw Zhang Feng summon yet another terrifying beast, they were nearly scared out of their wits on the spot. Just one fearsome Crimson Flame Golden Talon raptor had already been enough to shock them profoundly. Now he had summoned yet another Hellhound, an utterly terrifying beast. It made them even doubt whether they were hallucinating. Chapter 8 Boss Skeleton King? One-hit kill. Although Zhang Feng couldn't gain experience points at the moment, but by killing skeleton monsters, he could obtain a large amount of evolution points, as well as the equipment scattered all over the ground dropped by the skeletons. So at this moment, his mood was also excellent. Based on his understanding of the Dark Valley, the Skeleton King would awaken once most of the skeleton monsters were slain. Now only scattered, dismembered skeleton monsters remained in the valley. Logically speaking, shouldn't the Skeleton King have appeared by now? Zhang Feng steered the Crimson Flame Golden Talon bird closer to the valley below. Instantly, the ground of the dark valley cracked and dried under the scorching flames of the Crimson Flame Golden Talon bird. Just then, a sudden mutation occurred. The valley below shook violently as a towering Skeleton King, standing over 10 meters tall, rose from the earth like a colossal tower. Its body was assembled from massive, thick black bones. Its skull resembled an enormous black iron sphere, with two eerie blue soul fires burning in its sunken eye sockets. On each of its shoulders rested a colossal bone blade, spanning several meters in length, with broad, jagged edges covered in irregular serrations. Die! The sound emitted by the Skeleton King was as if countless sharp bones were grating against each other, extremely piercing to the ears. Before the words even faded, its massive body took a step forward, shaking the entire valley. At the same time, it raised its enormous bone blade and swung it straight toward Zhang Feng. Screech! The Crimson Flame Golden Claw avian let out a piercing cry. Its wings flapped violently as it burst forth in a flash,
simultaneously activating its skill, Golden Claw Inferno Slash. In an instant, a radiance 100 times more dazzling than the blazing sun erupted, causing even the void to tremble in its wake. At the same time, Jiang Feng's eyes were presented with the information panel of the Skeleton King. Skeleton King. Level, LV 60. Type, Boss. HP, 114,510. Defense, 43,015. Combat Power, 22,781. After reviewing its information panel, Jiang Feng remarked with slight amazement. It actually has over 100,000 HP and more than 40,000 defense. Although the Skeleton King's combat power isn't particularly high, but its health points are ridiculously high, not to mention its formidable defense. For an average person, taking it down would be quite challenging. Undoubtedly a prolonged battle of attrition. The real question is how many attacks from the Crimson Flame Golden Talon rocket can withstand. Sensing the terrifying force approaching, the Skeleton King attempted to raise its bone blade to block. In an instant, 3 golden claw marks ablaze with flames. With an unstoppable momentum, they tore through the void, carrying an immensely scorching and violent force as they shot forward. Boom! The claw marks directly pierced through the Skeleton King's 2 massive bone blades, simultaneously melting its bones at an incredible speed. Minus 152,103. A terrifying crimson damage value erupted from the Skeleton King's body. This scene left Jiang Feng astonished. He hadn't expected to deal 150,000 damage in a single strike. And this was despite the Skeleton King's astonishing defense and health points. Did a single skill just one-shot it? This level of damage is downright insane. Even a third-tier shield warrior might not be able to withstand this hit, right? Crimson Flame Talon Avian's level has increased to 53. You have slain the Skeleton King and received the reward, the essence power of the Skeleton King. Upon hearing the reward notification, Jiang Feng's eyes gleamed. With the essence power, I can complete my first transformation and continue leveling up. The treasures scattered across the valley floor were continuously glowing. Bronze-grade bone armor, silver-grade skeleton necklace, bronze-grade bone ring, silver-grade skeleton staff. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Feng drew them into his spatial ring. There was also the bone blade dropped by the Skeleton King, unexpectedly of gold-tier quality. After roughly sorting through the loot, Jiang Feng opened the mission panel. Current mission, First Awakening. Mission objective, enter the Dark Valley Dungeon. Defeat the boss Skeleton King, and obtain the Skeleton King's origin power. Mission status, ready for submission. Submit now? /submit. Jiang Feng made the choice without hesitation. Current status updated. Congratulations! You have defeated a level 30 wild wolf and gained 2,365 EXP. Congratulations! You have defeated a level 35 swamp poison frog and gained 2,765 EXP. Congratulations! You have defeated a level 40 rock beast and gained 3,465 EXP. Congratulations! Your level has increased to first tier level 35. Your level has increased to first tier level 42. Your level has increased to first tier level 50. Your level has increased to First Awakening level 60. Second Awakening quest has been issued. Your level has reached the cap. Killing monsters no longer grants experience. A series of notifications kept ringing, leaving Jiang Feng almost unable to react. He had just broken through the First Awakening, and now he'd skyrocketed straight to level 60? It seems the Hellhound is frantically grinding monsters in the outer areas. Jiang Feng felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Having multiple tamed beasts is just awesome. Not lifting a finger, just standing still while levels skyrocket like crazy. First, go collect the dropped items. Can't let them go to waste, right? Jiang Feng grinned, riding the flame-clawed golden avian toward the direction where the Hellhound was killing monsters. Chapter 9. We must bring the young lady back safely to the Bai family. Gu Ming, mounted atop the flame-clawed golden avian, while collecting items dropped by tamed beasts along the way, simultaneously checking his own information panel. Host, Jiang Feng. Occupation, Beastmaster. Level, 60, First Evolution. Strength, 1067. Constitution, 1152. Agility, 1374. Spirit, 2371. Combat Power, 2465. Skills, Contract Magic. Summoning Magic. Beasts, Crimson Flame Golden Claw Avian, Amethyst Tier. Hellhound, Abyssal Moon Tier. Evolution Points, 1. 475M. Current Mission, Second Awakening. Mission Objective, enter the Second Awakening Dungeon Mystic Serpent Bay. Defeat the boss Mystic Serpent, and obtain the Serpent's Heart. Acceptance time limit, 3 days. Claim now? Note, if the mission is not completed within 15 days, it will be considered a job change failure, and you cannot attempt job change again for 3 months. Accept the mission. Jiang Feng curled his lips into a smile after completing the second job advancement mission. He could continue breaking through again. Then I'll be able to contract one more beast. Now he's already at level 60 with 1 advancement, currently able to contract 3 beasts. He couldn't even imagine how many terrifying beasts he could contract if his level kept skyrocketing like this. At that point, just releasing 1 beast into a dungeon would allow him to sweep through it effortlessly. Beyond the border of the Dark Valley lies a Tier 2 desert dungeon. The boss in a Tier 2 dungeon is a ferocious monster close to level 90. And now, a fierce battle erupted deep within the Tier 2 desert dungeon. A 5-member squad was engaged in a fierce battle with a group of level 50 to 60 venomous stinger scorpions. Among the team, a white-robed elder continuously chanted incantations. As the chanting echoed, several fireballs materialized before him and blasted toward the venomous stinger scorpions. The fireballs exploded violently amidst the scorpion horde. The blast's shockwave sent numerous scorpions flying, creating a vast vacuum zone. However, the number of venomous sting scorpions was overwhelmingly large. The scorpions behind quickly surged forward, advancing wave upon wave toward the squad. They moved across the sand with astonishing speed, filling the gaps and overwhelming the area again in less than a second. The densely packed figures surged like a black tide, turbulent and endless. Even the third circle elder casting Fireblast found it quite troublesome. These venomous scorpions had absorbed the power of the Dark Core Crystal, not only becoming stronger overall but also existing in overwhelmingly large numbers. Damn it, these venomous scorpions are too much to handle. Elder Mu, should we retreat for now? A knight in the squad looked fearful as he fended off the tide of venomous scorpions, speaking anxiously. Just moments ago, a warrior beside him had managed to behead one of the venomous scorpions, but was still struck by its sharp, deadly tail stinger. If not for the thick defensive armor he wore, that final strike might have pierced straight through his chest. Although the armor blocked the strike, it also cracked as a result. His chest was even grazed by the tail spike, leaving a trace of blood. Moreover, his blood soon turned dark, and his face became extremely pale. The venom of the poison sting scorpion was rapidly spreading through his body. The protected girl in the team hurriedly activated her staff to help him remove the toxins from his body. Only after the venom of the poison sting scorpion was suppressed did the girl wipe the sweat from her forehead. Her name was Bai Lingyue, the young lady of the Bai group in Ping City. She came here to collect Dark Core Marrow in order to complete her second job advancement mission. But unexpectedly, they encountered a sudden change, a siege by a swarm of venomous scorpions. Bai Lingyue said with a worried expression to Elder Mu, "What should we do? Grandpa Mu, maybe we should leave first." Hearing this, Elder Mu shook his head and was about to speak. A massive venomous scorpion, as large as a moving hill, slowly appeared. Its body stood a full 2 meters tall, stretching several meters in length. Its shell displayed a deep purplish-black hue, shimmering with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. Those massive pincers resembled 2 incredibly sharp giant scythes. With the slightest movement, they emitted an intimidating gleam of chilling light. Its highly raised tail bore a venomous stinger as thick as an adult's thigh. The needle-like tip glistened with poison. Even a scratch would be instantly fatal. Damn it, it's the Venom Strike Scorpion King. The knight who had spoken earlier shuddered, his face paling as he stared at the Venom Strike Scorpion King. This is a level 87 Venom Strike Scorpion King. Elder Mu, who had been hesitant before, couldn't help but be startled upon seeing this Venom Strike Scorpion King. Miss, it seems I miscalculated this time. Elder Mu let out a deep sigh. Although he was a level 93 triple-turn fire mage, he still couldn't resolve the current predicament. The level 87 Venomous Scorpion King might not be as high level as him, but its attributes were doubled. And with so many venomous scorpions around, relying solely on a triple-turned mage like him, it was nearly impossible to turn the tide. Grandpa Mu, Bai Lingyue stood behind Elder Mu, her face pale. This time she was truly terrified. Never in her life had she encountered such danger before. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Mu spoke up. "Young lady, don't worry, even if it costs me this old life, I'll make sure you get out safely." Upon hearing this, the team members' expressions immediately stiffened with shock. Elder Mu, could it be, you're planning to use that technique? They knew Elder Mu possessed a secret skill called Sacrificial Flame. It means temporarily boosting one's strength at the cost of burning one's own life. Once Elder Mu uses this secret technique, he will likely have to stay here forever. Elder Mu is planning to sacrifice himself to carve out a bloody path for them. "No, please don't, Grandpa Mu." Bai Lingyue's eyes welled up with tears as she tightly grasped Elder Mu's arm, trying to stop him from making the sacrificial offering. Yet Elder Mu revealed a serene smile and said, "Young lady, there's no need to feel sorrow for me. My time was already running short." As he spoke, the aura around him began to surge dramatically, with flames already licking at his body. Bai Lingyue hurriedly reached out, wanting to slap the flames off of Mu Lao's body. "No, Grandpa Mu, I'm begging you not to sacrifice." Oh, yet the flames were not something she could extinguish. Elder Mu looked at the remaining 3 with a grave expression and handed them a magic ring, instructing them, "Later on, You guys use this prop that can open the defense barrier, and then take the lady and rush out. Remember, make sure you bring her back to the White House safely." When the three of them heard this, their noses also turned sour. Then they nodded firmly. Elder Mu, don't worry. However, Bai Lingyue was still tightly gripping Mu Lao's coat corner, unwilling to let go. Even though the flames had scorched up her delicate jade hands, she still gritted her teeth. Grandpa Mu had grown up with her. How could she bear to see Grandpa Mu fall away like this? "Miss, let's quickly leave," the knight urged at Bai Lingyue. "If this continues, I'm afraid none of us will be able to leave." However, just as a few people were facing a desperate situation, a giant beast dog burning with spectral flames, however, suddenly appeared at the back of the poison stinger scorpion. Its figure flashed, its bone wings burning with ghostly blue flames flapped, and its figure instantly rushed out. In a flash, it split into a dozen or so doppelgangers, killing towards the middle of the poison sting scorpion group. This is its skill, phantom splitting. These poisonous stinger scorpions were like ants in front of the hell Stygian dogs, without the slightest ability to resist. Chapter 10. Could it be that that person is the owner of this hellsticks? What is it? The scene in front of them caused several people to unconsciously open their mouths wide with horrified expressions. Even Elder Mu's brows were knitted. His gaze tightened, and he said in a solemn voice, "This is a hell Stygian dog." "What? It's the legendary hell sticks? How is this possible? Why would such a terrifying ferocious beast appear in this second turn copy? Such a tricky poisonous stinger scorpion is as fragile as a mole cricket at the feet of that hell Stygian dog." A few people's expressions shook as they subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If it was only the stinging scorpion, they could still kill their way out with all their might. But now that a legendary beast had appeared, they were afraid that they had no hope of leaving. The poison sting scorpions were like enemies when they felt the deep and terrifying aura of the hell Stygian dog that was like an abyss. They quickly adjusted their formation and raised the poisonous spikes on their tails, which shone with a deadly green light, high into the air. Then like a tidal wave, it surged towards the hell Stygian dog. The hellstick suddenly opened its bloody mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. The poison stinger scorpions that rushed at the front were directly impacted by this powerful force, and their broken limbs flew across the ground. Immediately after that, the hellhound of the underworld gently waved its huge bone wings, and the ghostly blue flames of hell fell like erupting lava. It directly flooded a large swath of poisonous stinger scorpions instantly, turning them into ashes in an instant. Even that poisonous stinger scorpion king simply couldn't carry such a terrifying attack. At the moment, this desert seemed to have been transformed into an infernal hell. Several people saw this scene and their eyelids kept jumping violently. Even their breathing became incomparably heavy. In just less than 2 minutes, these waves of poisonous stinging scorpions were eliminated. At this time, one of the hell Stygian dog's bilocations violently rushed towards them. Frightened, several people's hearts jumped violently, and Mu Lao's robe was even drenched in cold sweat in this instant. He hurriedly cast the Great Flame Explosion technique to blast towards the hell Stygian dog's doppelganger. Boo! The Great Inferno Explosion technique erupted with a loud bang. A blinding bright light like a small sun appeared in place. The flames spread and expanded in all directions at an extremely fast speed, forming a huge spherical flame mass that was several feet wide in diameter. The surrounding sand and rocks were instantly melted under the sweeping flames, turning into drops of hot magma that slowly flowed. However, the hellhound's detachment was like a black lightning bolt, leaping out of the blazing fire swiftly and unharmed. "It's over." The pupils of Mu Lao's heart quaked as his mind snapped. In front of that hellhound split, he was as weak as an ant. They were even ready to meet death. However, the hell Stygian dog's doppelganger directly crossed over them and attacked towards the poison sting scorpion at their rear. What the hell is going on here? I'm surprised it didn't make a move on us." A few people came back from the shock, all wet with cold sweat. That scene just now almost scared the living daylights out of them. But the hellhound's doppelganger was just ignoring them? It puzzled them. But no matter what, they got their lives back. While they were celebrating, a loud and piercing cry suddenly rang out from the sky. A firebird 100 feet in size appeared above them. This time, even the air kept heating up, making them feel a little hot. Heavens, how come another terrifying ferocious beast has come? What on earth has happened to this replica's secret realm? Grandpa Mu, look, there seems to be someone on the head of that firebird. What? Could it be that the flaming flying bird is his imperial beast? Several people exclaimed in low voices, their faces filled with shock and consternation. Just as the crowd was shocked, Zhang Feng had already also seen the wreckage of the poisonous stinger scorpions and the items that had exploded from the ground below. It was true that the prices of the items popped out by the monsters in the Turn 2 map were far more expensive than the Turn 1 map. After resolving the poisonous stinger scorpion, the hell Stygian dog also growled lowly, and then retrieved his detachment. The size also became as big as an ordinary dog. Looking at Zhang Feng with a well-behaved look, could it be that that man is the owner of this hellish meddling dog? Mu Lao looked shocked, and after seeing the sudden change in the hell Stygian dogs, he was also a bit frozen. It also dawned on a few people that it was no wonder that this hell Stygian dog had just rushed over but didn't harm them, so it was that lord's royal beast. But at the same time, he was able to have a fiery flying bird with a terrifying aura and a legendary great fierce beast hell Stygian dog as his imperial beasts. How terrifyingly extraordinary is this lord's identity? The red flame golden clawed avian descended low in the air, and Zhang Feng leapt down from its head. Reaching out, he stroked the hellhound's head and complimented, "Great job, little guy." Then with a wave of his raised hand, he collected all the items that had fallen all over the ground, especially the series of things popped out by the stinging Scorpion King. Example, Scorpion Armor, Scorpion Venom Blade, Scorpion King Bow. Any one of these things can be sold for $1 million or $800,000. Little friend, thank you for saving my life. Elder Mu hurriedly clasped his fists and thanked Zhang Feng towards him. If it wasn't for the appearance of this youngster's imperial beast, I'm afraid he would have died from the sacrificial fire by now. Zhang Feng had not only been kind to him, but had also helped the squad, as well as protected by Ling Yue's well-being. We're from the Bai clan, and this is Miss Bai Ling Yue of the Bai clan. Elder Mu introduced himself towards Zhang Feng. Hello, thank you for saving us. Bai Ling Yue's face was a little hot, and she looked at Zhang Feng with a slight shyness. She had expected that the person riding the head of that fiery bird of prey would be a middle-aged man full of majesty, but I didn't expect it to be a teenager who looked the same age as myself, and he was also very handsome, with a subdued and natural air about him. Especially when he stood on top of the head of the flaming bird of prey. That kind of teenage gallantry was simply awesome. As the golden girl of the Bai clan, she had naturally seen many talented and outstanding youths, but compared to the Zhang Feng in front of him, they were all fireflies compared to the white moon. It's just a matter of raising my hand. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said without thinking. It was also supposed to be that the hell Stygian dogs had just saved them in passing when they were autonomously hunting ferocious monsters. Little friend, this is my Bai clan's VIP card. There are 3 million federal coins in the card. I hope that I can talk about my gratitude and repay you for your kindness. Mu Lao respectfully handed out the card. On one hand, it was to thank Zhang Feng for his outburst, and on the other hand, it was also because he hoped to get closer to Zhang Feng. After all, to be able to contract two such terrifying imperial beasts, one could only fear that their backgrounds were heavenly and their underpinnings were extraordinary. In that case, I'm flattered. Zhang Feng laughed lightly and didn't excuse himself. Accepting this VIP card, why not take the money that's coming to you for nothing anyway? Chapter 11 Miss, with his support, your benefits are unlimited. After seeing that Zhang Feng didn't reject his and the other's gesture of goodwill, Elder Mu was also secretly delighted and spoke. I don't know. Can I ask my little friend to help my young lady obtain the Psychor Demon Crystal Marrow and complete the second turn quest? If you can step in and help, my lady will be grateful. Hearing this, Zhang Feng pondered a little, then temporarily rested the regional underdog and the red flame golden clawed bird in the midst of the divine great imperial beast space to recover for a few moments. The Bai clan group was one of the 3 major groups in Ping City, and it could be said to be financially strong, with its industries all over the place. Originally, Zhang Feng had also planned to directly let the 2 imperial beasts sweep this copy by hand. Although it wasn't able to boost its experience value for itself, it was able to upgrade the 2 imperial beasts, and there are drop props all over the place to pick up. Come here purely as a stocking up, as well as upgrading the imperial beasts. Helping them out was just a passing thing, and it would be nice if they could come up with what they needed. Then Zhang Feng's gaze flickered as he inquired, I wonder if your Bai clan group has any evolutionary fruits for sale? Not too long ago the Bai clan group did obtain an evolutionary fruit and is preparing to hold an auction to sell it next month. Elder Mu smiled and said, if young friend wants it, I'll make a decision for Miss and gift it to you. At those words, Bai Ling Yue's face changed slightly and pulled on Mu Lao's coat. Then he came to the other side and said with a hesitant face, Grandpa Mu, that evolution fruit is worth a lot of money, although it is priced at $5 million federal dollars on the market. But when it is placed in the middle of an auction, it will at least be able to fetch a price of $10 million. It was clearly not something she could decide to take out as a gift anymore, and that price is way too much to pay just as payment. Mu Lao said in a serious tone, Miss, although this evolution fruit is precious, if we can make friends with this little friend, it's not an exaggeration to say that the benefits will outweigh the value of the evolution fruit 1,000 times over. Hearing this, Bai Ling Yue still looked a bit hesitant. Mu Lao knew what she was thinking just by looking at her expression, but after all, he was an old man who had experienced many things and knew the importance of pulling Zhang Feng's strings. Spinning around, he patiently opened his mouth and explained, Miss, although this evolutionary fruit is precious, for that little friend, it's only a matter of time before he wants to obtain it. But if we take the first step to show our sincerity to make friends, it will definitely be a heavenly good thing for our Bai clan. And you should also know, Miss, that nowadays the old master is seriously ill. although you are his favorite and beloved youngest daughter. But most of the power of the Bai group is now in the hands of the eldest young master. He has long regarded you as a thorn in his eye and a thorn in his flesh. If anything really happens to his lordship, I'm only afraid that the eldest young master will be the first to take you to task. If you have this little friend's support and stand, then it's only among the Bai clan that no one will be able to shake your position. Only after hearing Grandpa Mu's words did the hesitation in Bai Ling Yue's eyes gradually dissipate before she nodded seriously. The eldest young master of the Bai family and her were born from the same father. The Bai family's eldest young master has been acting as a flamboyant fop since his childhood. So the Bai family's old master also hates the son. That's why the Bai family's youngest master had no good feelings for the sister born from a different mother, and even had a great distaste for her. More than that, he sees it as a bane that threatens his position. Only after seeing Bai Lingyue nod her head did Elder Mu reveal a soft smile and arrived in front of Zhang Feng. Little friend, after discussing with my young lady just now, she also agreed to give you the evolutionary fruit as a reward. Good. Zhang Feng nodded and smiled. I don't know where the Psychor Demon Crystal Marrow is. I'll just obtain it for you. Bai Lingyue furrowed her pretty brows and said, the Psychor Magic Crystal Pith was snatched by the copy boss Desert Scarlet, so I'm afraid it would have been absorbed by it if it was a bit later. Elder Mu took out an electronic map and handed it to Zhang Feng. When the Desert Frenzy Scarlet snatched the Psychor Magic Crystal Marrow, I had already placed a locator mark on its body, so you can check its current location on the map. Zhang Feng picked up the electronic map and soon saw that on the electronic point map, there was a red dot that was moving rapidly. After putting away the map, the corners of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted slightly. Then you guys wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. After saying that, he released the Hell Stygian dog and the Red Flame Golden Clawed Avian. After a moment's rest in the middle of the Divine Great Imperial Beast space, the two Imperial Beasts had instantly replenished the abilities they had consumed earlier. Then, Zhang Feng instructed the Hell Stygian hound to continue hunting the ferocious monsters to upgrade. In just a few blinks of an eye, the Hell Sticks disappeared from the sight of several people. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was riding on top of the feathered back of the Red Flame Golden Clawed Avian. The huge wings vibrated, setting off a sky full of wind and sand, blowing several people almost unable to open their eyes. Before the wind and sand dissipated, the Red Flame Golden Clawed Avian's figure disappeared into the sky. Cough. Bai Lingyue choked on a mouthful of sand and dust, coughing for a while before spitting it out. Afterwards, Bai Lingyue's brows were filled with a touch of worry. Grandpa Mu, what if he doesn't want to befriend us after we gift him the evolutionary fruit? Elder Mu also pondered for a moment and asked, Miss, what do you think of that little friend? How about what? Bai Lingyue's face immediately burned, and her heart felt like a deer in the headlights. Then she blushed and spoke in a glutinous manner. He's quite handsome, and he has a confident charm about him. Miss, such a young talent, you must seize the opportunity, if only to make him more willing to draw closer to us. Mu Lao stroked his beard and smiled with a different meaning. Hearing this, Bai Lingyue's face was more like a ripe apple, and she said somewhat shyly, Grandpa Mu, it's a toss-up whether a girl like me can catch his eye. Originally, she was confident in her looks, but when she saw Zhang Feng, her heart became apprehensive. Chapter 12 Special Skill, Biotic Control. In the depths of the boundless desert, Desert Frenzy Scarlet's huge mountain-like body stood amidst the yellow sand. There were dozens of other professionals around, hunting this copy boss. At this moment, the Desert Frenzy Scarlet had already absorbed a little bit of the Psychor Magic Crystal Marrow. A violet energy instantly surged within its body. It raised its head to the sky and roared, and that roar was like rolling thunder, shaking the surrounding sand dunes as they began to crumble and slide down. The aura that was already very powerful was now climbing at an almost terrifying speed. The level jumped up 10 levels like a rocket, reaching a staggering level 98. Its muscles swelled as quickly as if they were poured out of steel, and its veins rippled, filling it with an explosive power. Desert Mad Scarleton, who had originally wanted to continue fleeing, immediately looked towards those chasing professions with a fierce face. Its boulder-like fist, wrapped in ghostly black magical light, swung violently towards the warrior professional who was the first to arrive. Boo! The warrior immediately spat out blood from his mouth, and his body flew out backwards like a cannonball, smashing out a huge deep pit. Before the crowd could react, Desert Scarlet clenched his fist and smashed towards the other professionals who rushed towards him, bringing up a fierce wind. Although these warriors as well as swordsmen were equipped with a fine set of equipment, they were still somewhat inadequate in the face of Desert Scarlet's sudden surge of power. They were directly smashed out by a punch and fell heavily into the yellow sand, feeling that several bones in their bodies were broken. The several mages didn't phase either, applying shields over their bodies while launching attacks towards the Desert Scarlet. However, Desert Mad Scarlet's mountain-like fists easily shattered these shields. The attack landed on the Desert Frenzy Scarlet, but only managed to give it a slight lurch. It then rushed even more furiously towards the mages in the back row, directly whirling them away. a man whose profession was shadow assassin, holding a sharp short sword, took the opportunity to sneak in from behind. However, the desert berserker's perception ability exceeded his expectations. With a backhanded grab, it clutched that here and now man's body in its hands. With a furious cry, the assassin man in his hand was directly crushed alive and burst into a mass of broken flesh. Damn it, this desert mad Scarlet's current power is simply not something we can fight against. After absorbing just a little bit of the Psychor magic crystal marrow, its strength has actually increased so much. Captain, what now? Our attacks are like scratching an itch to it. If this continues, we'll all die here. Don't panic yet. Everyone try to distract it as much as possible. I'll try to contact support from nearby professions. Just then, a bright flame aura suddenly streaked across the distant sky, speeding towards the direction of this place at an extremely fast speed. Before the flames came close, a hot and powerful aura had already swept in like a raging tide. It made the already scorching desert temperature climb steeply. Fresh. Immediately afterward, a sharp and ear-piercing chirping sound resounded through the sky, causing the eardrums of everyone present to tingle. They looked up in shock to see a massive firebird on display. It was surrounded by burning flames, and its body exuded an aura that was far more terrifying than that of the desert frenzy Scarlet. Damn it, how did such a terrifying flying bird come again? Nima, a desert crazy Scarlet was tricky enough, and now such a terrifying giant bird has appeared. How can we fight this? It's over. This is completely hopeless. The expressions of the crowd of professionals were panicked, and their voices were tinged with trembling and a look of despair. However, one of the sharp-eyed female mage's eyes instantly went round as she lost her voice. Wait, there seems to be a person standing on the back of that firebird? The rest of the professionals who reacted were shocked. What? Is such a terrifying firebird even his imperial beast? My god, what level imperial beast is that? Anyway, we are saved. After the desert mad Scarlet saw the red flame golden clawed avian, it immediately felt an unprecedented crisis, and it roared up to the sky. Then without looking back, he pulled his legs up and ran, raising as sandy dust in the middle of the desert. In just one look, the desert replica's boss, Desert Crazy Scarlet, was scared into fleeing in a hasty manner. WOJ, who the hell is this big guy? The crowd dropped their jaws in shock, and then looked at the fleeing Desert Frenzy Scarlet with a face full of dismay. This guy had a berserk face just a moment ago, but now he was frantically fleeing like a cowardly mouse. Zhang Feng grinned at the corner of his mouth and looked at Desert Scarlet. Still want to run? Can you run? With Zhang Feng's command, the red flame golden clawed avian instantly sprang into action. Its wings violently vibrated, and the flames around its body wildly churned, quickly converging in front of its chest to form a huge flaming bullet. Immediately afterward, the flaming projectile whistled towards Desert Scarlet like a stray arrow. The flaming projectile sliced through the air with a sharp cracking sound, dragging out a long line of fire. Desert Scarlet sensed the approaching danger and just wanted to dodge. However, the speed of the flaming bombs was too fast. It only had time to raise its thick arms to parry. Boom! With a loud bang, the flaming bomb exploded on Desert Scarlet's arm. The powerful impact directly blasted its huge body out. Desert Crazy Scarlet fell heavily onto a sand dune 100 meters away, raising a huge cloud of sand and dust. It struggled to get up, its eyes filled with horrified fear. At this moment, the flames of the red flame golden clawed avian hovered along the claw blades, coalescing into a fiery blade aura several feet long. A golden flame slashed down as fast as lightning. Swish! The golden claw flame slash accurately chopped down on the Desert Scarlet's body, instantly cutting off its huge body. As Desert Scarlet died, a floor of equipment immediately exploded. Worthy of being the boss of the second turn copy, the rewards are just abundant. Colorful rays of light rose a dozen times. There was also a golden glow in it. A gold level prop. Giant ape gloves, gold level when worn. You can blast out 10 times your own strength with a single punch. Gold grade great ape gloves? Zhang Feng secretly pondered that these giant ape fist gloves were perfect for warrior class professionals. But this thing was not very useful at all for a royal beast master himself. But it's worth a lot of money. At least $1 million or more federal dollars. You have slain the copy boss Desert Scarlet, and gained a special skill bonus, Biotic Mastery. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Feng was instantly curious to check out this skill. Special skill, Spirit Control. Description, the Master of Living Beings, calling the living beings in all directions. After using it, it can forcibly manipulate all living beings within a range of 300 meters for 60 seconds. Cooling time, 3 days. Asterisk 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 so? Zhang Feng's heart was beating wildly. This skill was simply heaven-defying. Being able to manipulate all living beings within a range of 300 meters for 60 seconds is 1 minute. It was important to realize that the beings of this skill not only covered ferocious beasts, but also people. What's the difference between using it and just saying the words? It doesn't matter what you are or what your strength is. Within 60 seconds of this maneuver, if you're told to kneel, you kneel. If you're told to lick, you lick. If you're told to take it off, you take it off.
Chapter 13 Zhang Feng is the Great Yin Divine Son?
After collecting the Psychor demon crystal marrow that had fallen from the desert frenzy scarlet, Zhang Feng then rode the red flame golden clawed bird quickly to where Bai Lingyue was again. After taking out the Psychor magic crystal pith, Bai Lingyue immediately expressed her gratitude to Zhang Feng with a sincere face.
In response, Zhang Feng just smiled lightly, just a show of hands. Several people had added a few more points of respect to Zhang Feng's original awe-inspiring attitude. Mu Laokai opened his mouth with a smile. By the way, I wonder what is the name of my little friend? Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng replied, then please return to the Bai clan with us, little friend Zhang Feng, and we'll immediately transfer the evolutionary fruit to you. Elder Mu smiled very politely. Ping City, City Lord's Mansion.
A middle-aged man with a serious face was sitting on top of a big chair. He had some white hair mixed in among his hair, but his eyes were bright, and he revealed a powerful aura around him that was frightening. His voice was low, and he slowly opened his mouth, looking to a subordinate at his side to ask, have you found out the identity of the powerful Imperial Beastmaster who recently appeared in the middle of Ping City? City Lord, it's clear.
The subordinate nodded and continued to report.
That Imperial Beastmaster's name is Zhang Feng. He's 18 years old.
His family has gone bankrupt not long ago,
and his father has already surrendered himself to prison.
However,
we were never able to investigate how he contracted an amethyst-grade red flame golden clawed avian.
Upon hearing this, the city lord's eyes flickered as he gently nodded.
It's normal to be unable to investigate clearly.
Have you ever heard of the transcendent attribute, the chosen son of God? Hearing this,
the subordinate's pupils jolted as he asked with incomparable astonishment in his eyes.
Could it be that you're saying that Zhang Feng could possibly be the chosen son of God?
The chosen one possesses extraordinary abilities and is capable of displaying extreme strength and talent.
And the man who was once hailed as the chosen son of God, each and every one of them was a super strong person who could be described as an amazing and powerful person in the history of mankind. The chosen sons of God,
also commonly known as the sons of God, possessed terrifying potential and were able to be treated at the top of their countries. It was important to realize that the entire Great Yin Confederation hadn't seen a divine son for hundreds of years.
The other countries, relying on the existence of the divine son, have repeatedly bullied Great Yen and often wait for the opportunity to make a demon. The reason they were so brutal was because they bullied Great Yen into not having a divine son in existence. Although Great Yen's heavenly prides were numerous, compared to the divine sons of other countries, they could always only look up to them. After all, the gulf between the divine son and the heaven's pride was like a heavenly gulf. If Zhang Feng was really the son of God, it would definitely be the luck and hope of the entire Great Yen. Since then,
Dian had no fear of encroachment from other countries.
That's right, but I'm just guessing,
and further testing is needed to find out exactly how.
City Lord Li Qingzhou nodded his head slightly,
and there were also a few looks of anticipation in his eyes. Now that Great Yen had been subjected to its country for a long time, it was too eager for a divine son to appear.
The subordinate inquired with an uplifted look. Lord City Lord, then do we need to announce Zhang Feng's identity and protect him?
Li Qingzhou shook his head and said with his eyes slightly closed,
as far as I know, those guys have already lurked amongst Ping City. If we rashly announce Zhang Feng's identity, there's a high chance that he'll fall halfway through the process. Our Great Yen can't afford such a blow. At those words, a hesitant look appeared on the subordinate's face. But even if we don't announce Zhang Feng's identity,
I'm afraid that his powerful imperial beast will be hard not to attract attention. Li Qingzhou raised his hand and took out a cloak from among the spatial rings.
After wearing this cloak, others will not be able to use scrying to view information about the wearer. You will take this item to Zhang Feng, and seal all information on Zhang Feng from now on and set it as a level 1 secret. Yes, Lord City Lord. The subordinate nodded and said with a respectful face. Now they could only use this way to protect Zhang Feng. Waiting for his subordinates to leave,
Li Qingzhou sighed and looked towards the sky that was gradually filled with dark clouds.
Zhang Feng, I wonder if Great Yan's ultimate national fortune will be decided on you. After arriving at the Bai group,
Bai Lingyue brought Zhang Feng to the middle of the gorgeously decorated expensive living room.
Inside the living room,
the huge crystal chandelier shed a bright and soft light. The coffee table was decorated with exquisite tea sets and fresh expensive spirit fruits. Before Bai Lingyue could chat with Zhang Feng for a few moments, a clamor of voices was heard from outside.
1,000 precautions. What a home invasion. Elder Mu, where do you want to go with the evolutionary fruit that you're preparing to auction off next month? I was truly surprised that Mu Lao, you usually look loyal and honest, but now you want to steal from my Bai group?
A slightly mean and acerbic man's voice rang out,
clearly intending to make things difficult for Elder Mu. Mu Lao held back his anger and said in a deep voice, Eldest young master, I am presenting this to a distinguished guest on behalf of Miss. Oh, I'd like to see which one of the white group's honored guests it is.
The man's voice was filled with undisguised contempt.
It's even worth taking something so valuable and giving it to him? With a bang of a kicked door, a young man in a high-grade gray suit kicked the door in with a brash face. Soon he locked his eyes on Zhang Feng beside Bai Lingyue. He only saw that Zhang Feng was wearing clothes that didn't cost more than $200, and he wasn't wearing any valuable objects on his body. There didn't seem to be anything that stood out except for a face that was a little bit handsome. Then the Bai family's youngest master, Bai Yueza, sneered with a derisive face. Elder Mu, the honored guest you're talking about. It can't be the little white boy beside her, can it? What a joke. My Bai clan is one of the 3 largest groups in Ping City. When did a white boy become an honored guest of my Bai family members? Upon hearing this, Elder Mu's face sank as he reminded. Please be careful what you say, eldest young master. Zhang Feng is a top-notch beast royal master. If he gets angry, I'm afraid that the entire Bai clan will be in turmoil. Bai Lingyue also had a furious look on her face. How could she endure Zhang Feng being insulted like this? Immediately chided. Bai Yueza, he is not only my honored guest, but also the honored guest of the Bai group in the future. So please show me some respect with your mouth. Yo-ho, you girl has really grown in temper. How dare you talk to me like that? Bai Yueza sneered and coldly stared at her, a shadowy color emerging in his eyes. Not only had this damned girl been working against herself, she was also trying to delude herself into wanting to compete with herself for control of the Bai group. As soon as the old man died, she would be the first to be kicked out of the house. At this moment, Bai Lingyue also didn't show the slightest bit of stage fright. Her eyes coldly erected. The atmosphere between the two instantly became tit for tat. If she hadn't met Zhang Feng, she might have had to retreat. But it was different now. Tai He, kick this brat out of here. Let him know that my Bai clan isn't something that just anyone can come in. Bai Yueza ordered towards a burly man beside him with a scar at the corner of his eye. Yes, Xiao Bai. The burly man nodded, then looked at Zhang Feng with a cold face. He was a third-turn professional swordsman, and his brute strength should not be underestimated. Tai He, how dare you make a move on my guest? Bai Lingyue's willow brows furrowed as she hurriedly stood up and chided. The man named Iron River, however, snorted. I'm sorry, MS. Bai. I only listened to young Bai's orders. After saying that, he was going to reach out to grab Zhang Feng's collar and pick him up. However, Zhang Feng had behaved very calmly since the beginning, and even took a sip of hot tea very calmly. Just as Tai He's hand reached out, Zhang Feng was speaking faintly. On your knees. Under the activation of the special skill Living Spirit Control, Tai He and Bai Yueza both immediately felt as if there were 10,000 pounds of mountains pressing down on them. Puff! After a ringing sound, the two men directly kneeled down hard. What's more, it directly smashed the marble-paved floor with a spiderweb-like crater. This, Elder Mu and Bai Lingyue immediately stared in disbelief at the scene in front of them. Zhang Feng simply said one sentence and these two people directly knelt down? What the hell is going on here? Chapter 14. This Zhang Feng is just too scary. Kid, what have you done to us? Fire was coming out of Bai Yueza's eyes. He was the eldest young master of the Bai family, the future helmsman of the Bai group. Surprisingly, he was undermined by this kid, kneeling down to him in front of so many people. This was undoubtedly a great shame for him. The future helmsman of the Bai group, kowtow to me a few times and then slap yourself hard a few times. As Zhang Feng's words fell, Bai Yueza immediately had his veins rippling. This kid was simply looking for death. However, in the next instant, his body unexpectedly and uncontrollably kowtowed heavily a few times towards Zhang Feng. It directly cracked his forehead, leaving bloody marks on the ground. Immediately afterward he felt as if his arm was out of control and slapped violently toward his face. Snap! A series of slaps rang out, directly swelling his own face. The Tai He beside him was even more forceful, and his face directly swelled up, aching as if ants were gnawing on his face. When the 60 seconds had passed, the two men then felt the control of their bodies being restored to them. You, what the hell are you? Bai Yueza's face no longer had the spiteful look that he had a moment ago, but instead, he looked at Zhang Feng with a shocked expression. Tai He also looked at Zhang Feng with a horrified face as his body rolled and moved towards the back. This teenager in front of him was too terrifying to be able to forcefully manipulate his body with a single word. If this teenager was going to make himself cut his own throat on the spot just now, I'm afraid that he would definitely not be able to disobey his orders. It's just horrible. Thinking of this, Tai He couldn't help but shiver from the depths of his heart. Such a tactic could not even be done by a 6th revolution spiritual mage. Even if he beat him to death, he never expected this teenager to be such a terrifying existence. Didn't MS. Bai say just now that I'm just her guest? Zhang Feng grinned and took another very leisurely sip of tea. This skill of raw control is just too much. Too bad it's only for a minute. Hold. I'm sorry, this lord. It's because I had the eyes to rush you. I'll apologize to you now. I'm sorry. Bai Yueza's heart was completely flooded with fear, and he stood up in fear and bowed towards Zhang Feng to apologize. He no longer dared to show any disrespect to Zhang Feng.
or even sprout a hint of hostility in his heart.
Now that you know you're wrong, get the hell out of my sight or else,
Zhang Feng said smilingly, but the threat beyond the words was audible to anyone.
Yes.
Bai Yueza left inside the expensive living room with Tai He as if he was fleeing, afraid that if he took one step slower, his own little life would be lost.
Before he left, he also glanced at Bai Lingyue. Where on earth did this damned woman find such a terrifying existence as a backer?
Zhang Feng looked at Mu Lao, who was in the middle of a stupor.
He couldn't help but laugh lightly and said, Elder Mu, bring over the evolution fruit. Fine, please smile.
Elder Mu returned to his senses and nodded his head repeatedly with a reverent expression.
He also didn't expect Zhang Feng to have such terrifying means besides the two terrifying imperial beasts. Even he, a third-turn mage, was completely unable to see through exactly how Zhang Feng had actually done it just now.
Then came a delicate box held carefully in both hands.
At this moment, Bai Lingyue's mind also set off a wave of shock,
completely shocked at the means Zhang Feng had just performed.
Such an ability is as terrifying as an abyss. Zhang Feng opened the box with a look of anticipation. In the middle of that exquisite box, there was a fruit that was similar to an adult's fist. The color of the fruit is a deep, rich purplish red, like a ripe mulberry. The whole takes on an odd shape, and its surface is smooth and delicate, yet with a warm texture. It gave off a faint aura of strangeness. Is this the evolution fruit? The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted lightly, and his heart burst with joy. With this evolution fruit, the red flame golden plot avian would evolve once again. The strength will be another step up.
Zhang Feng closed the box and put it in his spatial ring, intending to take this evolutionary fruit to the red flame golden clawed bird later. He then looked at both Elder Mu and Bai Lingyue and said with a light smile,
Thanks to MS, Bai, you guys have done me a big favor. If there is a need, I can grant you a request.
Zhang Feng wasn't someone who liked taking advantage of others for nothing after all. It was just that the request to help her obtain the Phantom Core Magic Crystal Marrow was too light. Even if they paid someone to help them obtain the Psy-Core Magic Crystal Marrow afterward, there was absolutely no need to spend an evolutionary fruit as the price. Although Zhang Feng knew that they had the intention of pulling themselves together,
this favor, however, did count as owed. Agreeing to go out and help them for once was a way of repaying this favor. Hearing these words, Bai Lingyue and Elder Mu both looked delighted. As Elder Mu had said earlier, with Zhang Feng's support, Bai Yueling's position in the Zhang family was unshakable. Thank you, Zhang Feng. In the future you'll always be a valued guest of mine as well as the Bai clan. Bai Yueling was filled with joy and also bowed solemnly towards Zhang Feng. No need to be so polite. Zhang Feng waved his hand and laughed. I've heard that there are many different types of industries under the White family. These are the props and equipment that I obtained from amongst the replica secret realms, so I'll leave it to you guys to help sell them in the future. After saying that, he directly took a bunch of things out from amongst his spatial ring. After all, there was no use in putting them away. How about turning them into a warm string of numbers? Seeing so many things, Bai Lingyue was also secretly a surprise, but quickly smiled and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll definitely recycle it at 20% above market price. When the time comes to settle the money, I'll put it on your card right away. Hearing this, Zhang Feng shook his head. No, just the normal price. In the middle of an office of the White Group, the secretary is helping to reduce the swelling and bandage the wound on Bai Yueza's face. Bai Yueza's face was gloomy, and there was still fear in the corner of his eyes that hadn't been removed. Tai He, do you know exactly how that kid did it just now? Bai Yueza asked to Tai He, who was dealing with the swelling on his face. Tai He shook his head, his heart palpitating with horror. Young Bai, that man has terrifying strength. He was able to manipulate our bodies with just a single word. If he had told us to cut ourselves on the spot, I'm afraid that we'd already be a corpse by now. Damn it, when did such a terrifying existence appear in Ping City? And so young at that? Bai Yueza gritted his teeth and spat lowly. Although there was anger in his heart, he could only forcefully suppress it. Send someone to find out for me what this one named Zhang Feng is all about. If he becomes Bai Lingyue's backer, then in the future, the entire Bai clan will be completely out of my control. Tai He sniffed and nodded heavily before walking out. After a while, he walked back in, with a grave expression on his face. Xiao Bai, I used all the resources I could find, but I couldn't find any information about Zhang Feng. Hearing this, Bai Yueza had a puzzled look on his face before frowning and asking, could it be that he's using a fake name? No, young Bai, I feel that this is not the case. Tai He shook his head and said with a solemn expression, when I was checking on that Zhang Feng, I was able to view his photo and age at the very beginning, but when I had to look deeper, it was like he was deliberately hidden, and in the end, I couldn't even find out his name. At those words, Bai Yueza's heart suddenly jolted. It seemed that this Zhang Feng's identity background was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Chapter 15, The Source of the Deities. Ping City, Landscape Manor. Landscape Manor is one of the best villa areas in Pingcheng with the best location and scenery. It was built on a small hill, and from where it stood, it was able to overlook the entire city of Ping. A beautiful real estate saleswoman with a body that could be described as superb was showing Jiang Feng around a luxurious villa with an enthusiastic face. She was wearing a slim black professional suit that perfectly outlined her curvy figure. The slender waist is not too thin to hold. The slender legs looked even straighter and more tantalizing under the short black skirt. The beautiful saleswoman said in a sweet voice, "Mr. Jiang, look at this villa. Whether it's the location or the quality of the construction, it's second to none in the entire Ping city." As she spoke, she led Jiang Feng into the interior of the villa. The villa's hall was spacious and bright, with a huge and ornate crystal chandelier hanging from the high ceiling. "Well, it looks pretty big." Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction with a smile on his lips. The place was much more luxurious than even when his own family hadn't gone bankrupt. Compare that to the suffocating life I had when I was living in the old, shabby rental house. Now that you have money, you naturally want to get a bigger house and hire a few maids of good value to take care of you. That's what makes the day so beautiful. "Mr. Jiang, I don't know if you're still satisfied with this villa?" the beautiful saleswoman inquired towards Jiang Feng with a smile on her face. With that, she took her jacket off and gently pulled her hair around her ears. The eyes vaguely carried a smattering of seemingly seductive intent. The reason why she behaved like this was not only because Jiang Feng was handsome and had a good body. More importantly, she needed to verify her personal assets when she received Jiang Feng. Her eyes lit up when she saw the buy group VIP card that Jiang Feng took out. After all, among the entire Ping city, there were only a handful of people who could own the buy group's VIP card. When she saw the balance in Jiang Feng's card again, her eyes glazed over even more. The balance on the card, a long string of numbers, almost didn't make her react. If she was able to close a deal on a villa, she would have hundreds of thousands of dollars for just a few points. Jiang Feng wasn't a log, so he was naturally able to see the female saleswoman's mind. He smiled with a grin at the corner of his mouth and said, "This villa looks quite large. I just don't know how the layout is inside the rooms." "Well then, I'll take you into the master bedroom for a tour." The beautiful saleswoman was delighted in her heart and hurriedly led Jiang Feng to the master bedroom for a tour. The window in this master bedroom is a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Through the glass, Jiang Feng was able to overlook the entire Ping city with an excellent view. "Mr. Jiang, if you feel satisfied, sign the contract." The beautiful saleswoman lay on her side on the large soft bed, placing a contract on her waist with a flirtatious look. An hour later, Jiang Feng ruthlessly signed the purchase contract, then stretched out with a cozy face. The proceeds he gained from the 2 copies this time added up to tens of millions of dollars. Not to mention that money is just a number to him. After the beautiful saleswoman left Jiang Feng's villa with a purchase contract full of joy, a black sedan came from a distance and parked in the middle of his yard. From the limousine 2 men stepped out, and from the looks of them, they were no ordinary people. With Jiang Feng's current strength, he naturally wasn't worried that they were coming from a bad place. Spinning around, he smiled politely and said, "Both of you, I wonder what you're looking for me for." "Hello, we're from the city lord's office, and we're here to give you a few things this time." One of the stout men in the center of the room chuckled. "City lord's mansion?" Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows and nodded. "Come in first." It didn't take much thinking. They must have noticed their situation, so they came to the door. However, Jiang Feng didn't have any worries in his heart, because a strong strength would clear all obstacles. "My name is Lin Xingzhong. I'm the head of the Ping City Defense Division, and this is my fellow officer, Su Tian." The burly man smiled and introduced them. Jiang Feng nodded and extended his hand in a friendly manner. "Hello, Minister Lin." After shaking hands, Lin Xingzhong did not be polite, but directly opened the door. "Jiang Feng, we came to find you today because we have something vital to tell you. In the midst of this world, there are some professionals who possess attributes and abilities that are beyond the norm, and they are also known as transcendent gifted. People with extraordinary talent are called a rarefied existence. The entire Great Yen Federation had more than 1 billion people, but only a dozen or so of them possessed transcendent talent. Yet transcendent gifted people could only be considered quasi-divine sons, and it could be said to be very difficult to become a true divine son. The neighboring countries of Great Yen had a divine son born almost every few decades, and Great Yen had not had a divine son born for almost 300 years, because only by fusing the divine spirit source could one become a true divine son. Lin Xingzhong's gaze was deep as he continued. "If you want to obtain the divine spirit source, you must ascend to the last floor of the Great Yen Divine Tower. Originally, there were still 10 years before the next Great Yen Divine Tower opens, but now that the Yen Emperor is aging, he has gradually become unable to fight against the several other great nations for it, and several major countries have long coveted Great Yen's resources, so if there aren't already new powerhouses to bolster the situation, I'm afraid Great Yen will face a huge upheaval."
Therefore the Yen Emperor has decided to open the Great Yen Divine Pagoda ahead of schedule, and the rise and fall of the Great Yen Kingdom's fortunes will be at stake. After hearing what Lin Xingzhong had said, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be surprised inwardly. Sentimentally, they were thinking of themselves as some kind of transcendental attribute person. However, Zhang Feng didn't care too much about any divine sons, but he was very interested in the so-called divine spirit source. So curiously, he asked, "What exactly does that divine spirit source do?" Lin Xingzhong replied, "You should also know that the highest professional in this world is only 9 revolutions, whereas after fusing the divine spirit source, it will break through the rank limitations, and its strength will override the 9 revolutions." What? The ability to break through the limitations of levels after fusing it? Zhang Feng was stunned, and his heart was incomparably stirred. If one fused this thing, wouldn't one be able to upgrade all the time? And as a sentinel beast master, he had an advantage that no one else could have. That is to let the imperial beasts under your command enter the various replica secret worlds to level up for yourself. No wonder it dared to be called the source of the divine spirit. The effect was so heaven-defying. Zhang Feng had already made up his mind in his mind that he was bound to get this thing. I wonder when the Great Inferno Divine Tower will open? Zhang Feng asked with an excited face. 3 months later, Lin Xingzhong simply returned. Ha! Zhang Feng almost suspected that his ears hadn't heard him clearly. Although he had just heard that the Great Inferno Divine Tower would be opening earlier, he did not expect that it would be advanced so quickly. Chapter 16 Evolution. Red Sky Burning Falcon. Well, after all that, it's time for me to bring out what the city lord has prepared for you. Lin Xingzhong smiled, then took out a few items from amongst his spatial ring. The first thing that came out was a black-robed cloak. After you wear this cloak, professionals of the 6th turn and below will not be able to use scrying techniques as well as other means to view your information. And as for the specific information, you can view it yourself. Zhang Feng picked up this cloak and took a look at it. Hidden resting cloak. Category, special props. Description: the wearer will conceal his or her own breath and will not be able to be spied on for information about himself or herself, and will lock on to the person who is spying on him or her. Use level, LV10. The function of this item was not only to prevent being spied on by professionals of the 6th turn and below, but also to conceal one's own aura. It's quite good in some special scenes. For example, it is used to run away when encountering strong and dangerous people, but when it really comes to this situation, most of the time it should be the opposite side that runs away. If he wore this hidden breath arcane robe and performed biotic mastery, it would really be a bit of a Jedi master, being able to prevent the prying eyes of a 6th turn professional. The value of this hidden breath Xian robe was at least a few $1 million. Then Zhang Feng looked at a few other things and his eyes lit up. Retrospective talisman. Type, special props. Description: it can protect the user against one certain death damage and return them to their peak condition. Use level, LV10. Number of times used, 3. This thing is a treasure that can save your life. This is definitely something that is extremely difficult to find on the market. After all, owning this is equivalent to owning a life-preserving talisman. Zhang Feng then looked at the scroll next to him. I felt a little numb. Resurrection scroll. Type, special props. Description: resurrects living beings that die within 3 minutes after use. Use level, LV30. Number of times used, 2. With this resurrection scroll, even if the Imperial Beast was destroyed, it would be able to quickly carry out a resurrection. Absolute defense. Type, special props. Introduction: immune to all damage for 5 minutes after use. Use level, LV30. Number of times used, 3. After seeing these things, even Zhang Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. With these things, he basically didn't have to worry about the safety of his life. However, Zhang Feng couldn't help but look at Lin Xingzhong with an odd look. How afraid are they that they'll hang up halfway through? I can't believe I gave so many life-preserving things. As if he could tell what Zhang Feng was thinking, Lin Xingzhong explained with a light smile. As a quasi-divine son of Great Yen, your safety is naturally a top priority. After saying that, he took out another token. This is a copy pass order, which allows you to enter any copy secret realm among the Great Yen at will, including some copy secret realms that are not open to the public. If you need it, we'll also send strong men to stay close to keep you safe. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng quickly waved his hand. No need. These life-preserving props are enough for me to guard against danger. If he were to take anything else, even if he liked to whore himself out, he would be a little embarrassed. Lin Xingzhong continued. In addition, your identity and information we have set as a level 1 secret. Unless it is a core figure of Great Yen, no one has the right to access it. Zhang Feng really didn't expect to be treated so solemnly. Lin Xingzhong added, your father has also been secretly protected by us. If you want to see him, you can say hello to us. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng quickly waved his hand. There's no need for this, as long as he's still alive. After all, that cheap old man directly hid after the company went bankrupt and ignored Zhang Feng. It caused him to be chased by a group of people for a debt and almost lost his life. Okay. Lin Xingji nodded and took out his business card again. This has my number on it. If there's anything else you need, we'll do our best to fulfill and cooperate. Hearing this, the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth suddenly lifted. I really do have something I'd like to ask you to take care of for me. What is it? Lin Xingzhong inquired. Previously, Zhang Lun, the son of the Rocky Mountain Guild president, hired others to try and kill me, and I was worried that I didn't have the time to settle it. Anger surfaced on Lin Xingzhong's face. This fellow, how dare he try to make a move against Great Yan's quasi-divine son? This crime alone is enough to put him in jail for the rest of his life. Don't worry, we will deal with this matter seriously and give you a satisfactory result. After sending off the two Lin Chengshongs, Zhang Feng was also happy to see these treasures in his room. However, Zhang Feng hadn't forgotten his business. After giving the evolution fruit to the red flame golden clawed avian in the royal beast space, with a slight movement of his thoughts, its attribute panel was displayed in front of Zhang Feng's eyes. Red flame golden clawed bird, grade, amethyst, level, LV 59, power, 53,271, body mass, 41,257, agility, 76, 547, spirit, 64,715, battle strength, 104,527, skills, golden claw flame chop, wings of fire, required evolution points, 350, 000 evolution points, evolution. As Jiang Feng's words fell, the body of the red flame golden clawed avian changed abruptly. Its body instantly transformed into a blazing flame that blazed with light. The blazing flames kept rolling and surging, like surging waves, spreading outward in wave after wave. Boom! The flames exploded with 100 rays of light. An even larger firebird broke through the clouds, coloring the sky crimson. Evolution complete. Red flame golden clawed bird red sky burning falcon. Current beast, red sky falcon. Grade, starry night. Level, LV 59. Power, 128,170. Body mass, 103,510. Agility, 153,241. Spirit, 114,527. Battle strength, 214,527. Skills, burning sky flame wave. Golden mango inflammation wing chop. Burning dome inflammation claw split. Required evolution points, 850. 000 evolution points and the heart of lava. Red sky burning falcon. Jiang Feng looked at its body, which was even more massive than just now, and his eyes revealed excitement. In particular, its evolved value was almost twice as much as before, and 3 brand new skills. With its current strength, it was strong enough to rival a 5th-turn professional. Take this time to evolve another imperial beast. Jiang Feng placed his consciousness in a puddle in the royal beast space, a loach that was jumping around. This was a rare imperial beast that he had found amongst the Bai clan's imperial beast warehouse. If it evolves according to its class, it should be able to move towards the dragon class. Don't let me down, little one. Jiang Feng grinned at the corner of his mouth and prepared to spend evolution points to make it evolve. Chapter 17, Void Rift. Beast-Tide Attacks. Current Beast, Swamp Loach. Grade, Black Iron, Rare. Level, LV1. Power, 10. Physical Fitness, 15. Agility, 30. Spirit, 20. Combat Strength, 18. Skill, Speed Drill. Evolution points required for evolution, 10. 000. Note, rare beasts will trigger the strike effect on their first evolution. Jiang Feng looked at it with an expectant face. Add some evolution to me. As the words fell, the swamp loach's body suddenly changed. A rolling thick black mist burst out from its body, then surged into the sky, forming a thick dark cloud in the sky. The originally blue sky was instantly covered by ink-black clouds, becoming incomparably gloomy, accompanied by muffled thunderclaps from time to time. Faced with this mind-blowing vision, and exaggerated evolutionary effects, to be honest, Jiang Feng was a bit immune to it and took it for granted. With that great oppressive feeling of dark clouds pressing down on the city and the city wanting to be destroyed arose. Boom! The whole sky began to flash with lightning and thunder, and it poured down rain. A dazzling purple lightning bolt instantly tore through the dark dome of the sky, bright as day. Roar! Under this deafening sound of a dragon's roar, Jiang Feng saw a huge dragon of unknown length weaving through the dark clouds in the middle of the black mist. The dragon's might filled the air, and its ferocious appearance appeared. Evolution complete. Swamp Loach Abyssal Black Dragon. Current Beast, Abyssal Black Dragon. Grade, Ancestral. Level, LV1. Power, 113,241. Body mass, 112,401. Agility, 133,241. Spirit, 124,527. Battle Strength, 213. 000. Skills, Abyssal Dragon Might, World-Destroying Dragon Flame,
Dark Abyssal Dragon Breath. Next required evolution value, 1,000,000 evolution points plus Chaotic Green Lotus Seed. Return level? Zhang Feng, who had originally been able to remain calm at the sight of the vision, became incredibly agitated. His eyes were wide with shock. I can't believe that it would blitz evolve out of the return level? At first, Zhang Feng was thinking that it would be good enough to be able to storm evolve out of the dimming moon level. If it had been any worse, he would have been able to live with it. But he never expected to directly evolve into the returning ancestor level. One's own special Meow actually possessed a true dragon as a royal beast. It was something he hadn't even dared to think about before. When he saw the Abyssal Black Dragon's attribute value again, Zhang Feng's face was also happy. Just one level has more than 200,000 combatants. Is this the strength of a returned Imperial Beast? It's simply anticlimactic. I just don't know if I'll be able to experience an OU experience, directly exploding a Divine Spirit level Imperial Beast? Thinking about this, the corners of Zhang Feng's mouth were turning into a crooked-lipped Dragon King. In the midst of the Imperial Beast space, the Sky-Burning Falcon and the Hell Stygian Dog were both filled with fear under the pressure of the Abyssal Black Dragon. It's suppression from the bloodline. After all, the dragons were above all beings and possessed monstrous power. But what gave Zhang Feng some headaches were the items required for the Abyssal Black Dragon's evolution. 1,000,000 evolution points. To him it was just a matter of brushing a few copies of the Secret Realm. But this Chaotic Green Lotus Seed, he hadn't heard of it at all. By the way, make a call and ask Minister Lin. Zhang Feng's gaze flickered as he remembered Lin Xingzhong. However, he was just about to call. Suddenly, woo! A low siren suddenly sounded throughout the entire city of Ping. Zhang Feng immediately frowned. The siren that just went off was a level 1 alert. As far as he knew, the last time it had rung was 100 years ago. It was a huge disaster on the level of city annihilation. In the midst of that disaster, millions of people were killed and injured, and there were broken walls everywhere. It was still the strongest of several major cities that joined forces and sacrificed countless strongmen to quell it. Zhang Feng stood up violently and looked out the window, only to see a huge crack appear above the void of Ping City. The crack was 1,000 feet long, as if it had been torn apart by an inexplicable force. Countless bloody and hostile lights flickered in the middle of the cracks, as if they were greedily gazing at the bottom. The people of the entire Ping City all looked up with creepy faces at the strange appearance of the sky. It's over. It's a void rift. Someone was so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground, reaching out and pointing at the crack with a face full of horror. What? The void rift after 100 years has actually appeared once again? Damn it, this time it's only going to be a repeat of the tragic situation from 100 years ago. People on the streets scrambled toward the underground shelters. Void rift? Zhang Feng frowned and read. According to previous knowledge, the calamity that Ping Cheng suffered 100 years ago was none other than the void rift. After the void rift appeared, there would be countless waves of beasts descending, all of which were at least in order of magnitude above 100,000. Even a 5th or 6th turned professional would have trouble defending themselves. City Lord's Mansion. Li Qingzhou's brows were furrowed and his face was extremely grave. Beside him had converged the entire top echelon of Ping City, and they were all nervous and uneasy. This void rift unexpectedly descended without any warning. It's obviously the ghosts of those several countries lurking in. It's useless to say anything now. With our current strength we can't solve it at all. We can only wait for support. The alarm has been sounded, but the protective barriers of Hiria City can only hold out for 5 minutes at most. 5 minutes? You know that it takes 20 minutes for the strongest people from several nearby cities to arrive at the fastest speed. 5 minutes is enough for our city to be razed to the ground. Damn it, what are we going to use to fend off the void rift now? With our current strength it's undoubtedly a mantis. There was a lot of discussion at the high level, and their faces were all extremely ugly. Enough! Li Qingzhou coldly shouted and slammed the table with his hand, interrupting the discussion of the executives. On my command, defend Ping Cheng to the death and wait for support. His voice was determined to die. People live in the city. People die in the city. At this time, a high-ranking person spoke up. Isn't there a powerful Imperial Beast Master in Ping City these days? If we ask him to make a move, we might be able to increase the time of resistance. That's right, if we have him to take action, we will be able to maximize the time for support. But just as these words rang out, they were met with Li Qingzhou's veto. No, we must not rely on him to stall for time. Zhang Feng's Imperial Beasts were certainly powerful, but they could only be consumed in the face of such a large number of quantitatively large waves of beasts, although it is true that he could have delayed it a little longer. But Zhang Feng was a quasi-divine son. If he lost his life in vain for this, the consequences would be no less than the destruction of the city. So he must not use Zhang Feng's life to stall for time. Li Qingzhou decided that not only could he not let Zhang Feng make a move, but he would even send someone to take him away. He would rather give up his own life to delay the beast tide than involve Zhang Feng in it. Alright, Now start preparing to meet the beast tide. Rather die than retreat.
Li Qingzhou waved his hand and said in an undoubted tone. The faces of a group of senior officers were unsightly, but in the end, they nodded helplessly and prepared to fight against the beast tide.
Waiting for the crowd to leave,
Li Qingzhou turned towards his beloved Lin Xingzhong beside him. You go and send someone to protect Jiang Feng.
Don't let him be affected by the wave of beasts.
His well-being is not only about the entire Ping City,
but the entire Great Yen. Chapter 18. There is no need to be alarmed. I'll make a move, is not it? At this moment, the crack above the void had reached its limit. Countless ferocious beasts surged out from among the cracks and poured down towards the lower Ping City. This scene was extremely terrifying. Just like the end times coming, the ferocious beasts that covered the sky were densely attacking towards the bottom. Bang, bang, bang. On top of Ping Chang, a white protective light shield unfolded, fending off these ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts with fierce eyes immediately attacked frantically towards the protective light shield. In just a few blinks of an eye, they had spread over the entire light shield. The entire city of Ping was plunged into a state of dimness and confusion. Damn it! With so many ferocious beasts, will Pingcheng really be able to escape this? How can we fight this?
Even if the powerhouses from the nearby cities are on fire to support us now,
it's too late. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't want to die yet.
By this time everyone was swarming towards the door of the underground shelter to push inside.
In the blink of an eye, there were countless stampedes. The crowds were even crowding the doors of the underground shelter. Even when the official order-keeping personnel shouted their heads off, nothing changed, because everyone is drowning in fear at the moment. At the same time, the Pinchin radio went off. Alert!
Please ask all first-turn or higher professionals in Ping City to assist in the defense and work together to defend our home.
Alert!
Please ask all first-turn or higher professionals in Ping City to assist in the defense and work together to defend our home.
Alert! While the radio's sounding off.
But most of the professionals had long since gone numb and trembled with fear at the sight of the
couldn't bring up any fight at all.
The number of these ferocious beasts was just too much to handle. Even if they rushed up there, it was just a mayfly shaking a tree.
No different from sending them to their deaths. They don't see any little hope of winning.
Even though everyone's hearts were filled with fear, there were still people who chose to step forward in such a critical situation.
Grandpa Mu, won't you come with us to escape this havoc? Bai Lingyue inquired with an anxious expression.
Elder Mu looked up at the dense tide of beasts that covered the entire sky above Ping City, but he only shook his head and smiled.
Oh, miss, you go ahead and follow them into the underground fortress. Old man, I grew up living and growing up in Pingchang. For me, Pingchang is my home. I'm already old, and fallen leaves always return to their roots, so I can't just stand by and watch Harriya City be destroyed like this. After saying that, Mu Lao began to set up the spell formation and waited until the moment the defense barrier broke open to launch a counterattack. Damn it, one can only fight to the death.
Li Qingzhou's figure floated in midair, and his hair stood up in sweat when he saw the beast tide that covered the sky. Some ferocious beasts had already drilled in one after another from the weak point of the barrier.
The light of the defense barrier was also dimming, and it was estimated that it would shatter in 2 minutes at most. City Lord, do we really want to fight to the death with so many ferocious beasts? The voices of the accompanying executives trembled.
Even they were seeing such a terrifying void rift for the first time.
In such a situation, not to mention making a move to meet the attack,
I'm afraid that in a single glance, I would be gnawed by these ferocious beasts to the point that there would not even be any dregs left.
If he escaped now, he might still be able to stay safe. But even at this critical moment,
Li Qingzhou still gritted his teeth and droned.
Even a mole cricket shakes the sky. Kill me. Immediately after that,
a long sword appeared in his hand and directly chopped towards those ferocious beasts that had broken through the defense barrier.
The crowd saw this, and they couldn't help but be moved in their hearts, shaken by this fearless faith of the city lord. It is divine valor to draw the sword and live and die. They clenched their teeth, their breath erupted, and they followed suit and rushed over.
Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow and looked toward the tidal wave like ferocious beasts above him.
Scaly clawed beast, level, LV 59, life value, 24,574, battle strength, 12,112, mushroom beast, rank, 45, life value, 14,574, combat power, 9,112, sacred wrecking beast, rank, 80, life value, 201, 457. Battle strength, 158,013. Is it this level of ferocious beast?
The corner of Jiang Feng's mouth hooked.
Weren't these things here to give him experience? Just as Jiang Feng was about to make a move,
Lin Xingzhong had rushed over.
Jiang Feng, it's dangerous here. Hurry up and come with me to a safe place to escape this havoc. After today, I'm only afraid that the entire Ping City will be wiped off the Great Yen map. Upon hearing this,
Jiang Feng however shook his head and laughed softly.
There's no need to be alarmed. Won't I just make a move? Fresh! A loud and piercing cry of a cry went up. The entire sky was suddenly lit up with a dazzling golden light, as bright as a great sun. This 10,000-foot light instantly dispelled the darkness as well as the gloominess that was enveloped by the beast tide. A giant bird with a wingspan of nearly 200 feet descended into the mid-air of Ping City, causing everyone to be shocked. Could it be that powerful Imperial Beast Master has struck? The professionals of Ping City had a look of excitement and celebration on their faces. With Zhang Feng's strike, the fear in their hearts was dissipated a bit, and they chose to fight the ferocious beasts. Even the higher-ups of Pingchang were elated. It seemed that they were not considered isolated. Only Li Qingzhou's expression became heavier instead of happy. In his eyes, Zhang Feng's safety was greater than everything in Pingchang. Pingchang could be destroyed and everyone could be sacrificed, but only Zhang Feng could not die. Go on, Zhang Feng commanded. Lin Qingzhong, who was witnessing the appearance of the red sky-burning falcon at this moment, was stunned in place. He didn't expect Zhang Feng's imperial beast to actually evolve again in such a short period of time. Could, is this the transcendent attribute Imperial Beast Master? It was just too shocking. No wonder Lord City Lord had placed such importance on Zhang Feng. However, he quickly reacted, and his face was recovered with the color of gravity as he eagerly opened his mouth. Zhang Feng, even though your imperial beasts have gotten stronger again, you still can't hold up against so many beast waves. The reason why the rift of the vault was able to reach the city-destroying level of havoc was because it was so overwhelming that it would only be sacrificed in vain for that. Zhang Feng, you have a much broader future ahead of you. You shouldn't have folded up in this tiny Ping City. Zhang Feng smiled noncommittally. He was indeed right, but he wasn't aware of his current strength. Hell Hades, go for it. Zhang Feng summoned an imperial beast once again. The Hell Stygian dog emerged from the void, spreading its enormous bone wings and rushing at a speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. Another terrifying imperial beast appeared, causing the crowd in Ping City to become shocked and excited once more. Great! We're saved! As long as we can top out to support, we're saved! Yes, that Imperial Beast Master Senior is truly the savior of our Ping City. At this moment, as soon as the red sky-burning falcon broke out of the defense barrier, countless ferocious beasts attacked towards it. The red sky-burning falcon's wings revved up and erupted into a ball of inflammatory explosions, killing hundreds of ferocious beasts in a single strike. Chapter 19 Abyssal Black Dragon. Reversing the situation, they attacked in an overwhelming manner, but before they could get close, they were instantly extinguished by the terrifying flames from the red sky-burning falcon's body. Yet the number of ferocious beasts was simply too great, and although they were exterminated quickly, however, the tide of beasts still wrapped the red sky-burning falcon into a ball like a wave, covering the flames on its body. On the other side, the Hell's underdog who used the phantom splitting technique manifested a dozen or so splits. Although a large number of ferocious beasts had been killed, there was still a steady stream of ferocious beasts pouring out from amongst the void rift. Upon seeing this scene, the original delighted looks of the crowd suddenly became heavy again. Many of them were already seriously injured, and almost every one of them had more than a few scars on their bodies. Even Li Qingzhou, who was at the 4th turn level, was somewhat exhausted at this moment. His arm holding the sword had begun to go numb, and he was panting heavily. There are just too many ferocious beasts. It seems that even those two powerful imperial beasts can't hold back. What should we do? Are we unable to guard Hyria City after all? Don't be discouraged, everyone. Although that imperial beast master lord knows the terror of the void rift, yet, they still chose to strike out brazenly. If we were to budget this time, wouldn't we be a bunch of complete cowards? That's right, we can fall, we can pass away, but we can never retreat. Lin Qingzhong was even more anxious and said hurriedly, Zhang Feng, did you see that? Even though your two imperial beasts are strong, they are just a mantis blocking a car. It's not too late to retreat. He came here to fulfill what the city lord had told him. That was to escort Zhang Feng away. This was also considered an errand that the lord of the city explained to himself before he held the belief of certain death. If he couldn't take Zhang Feng away, then what face would he have to survive in the world in the future? If I retreat now, I'm only afraid that Ping City's defense barrier will instantly shatter. Zhang Feng shook his head. He then whispered, come forth, Abyssal Black Dragon. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar rang out, shaking the clouds. A huge dragon of unknown length, emitting a terrifying dragon might, rose up into the sky. That's Black Dragon? Wait, this returning great abyssal Black Dragon is actually that Imperial Beast's Imperial Beast as well? To be able to harness a returning ancestor great Imperial Beast is already a top-tier Imperial Beast Master of Great Yen. Who exactly is he? Everyone was startled, staring daggers at the Black Dragon in the sky. Returning ancestor great Imperial Beasts could be counted on two hands even by Imperial Beast Masters in the entire Great Yen. That mysterious Imperial Beast Master Lord even possessed a returned ancestor class Super Imperial Beast. At this moment, All the people present were wide-eyed and filled with shock. The abyssal black dragon hovered in the air, looking down at a dense group of incoming beasts. Immediately afterward, it violently opened its huge mouth and spewed out a mouthful of fiery dragon breath towards the wave of beasts. Boom! Wherever the abyssal black dragon spit past, it directly swept away the ferocious beasts where it was. This strike only caused nearly 10,000 ferocious beasts to perish under this terrifying dragon's breath. Abyssal black dragon leveled up to 20. Abyssal black dragon leveled up to 40. Abyssal black dragon leveled up to 60. In just a few blinks of an eye, the abyssal black dragon level directly soared to level 60. Its appearance directly reversed the situation. Not only did the professionals present have their mouths open in shock, even Zhang Feng was shaken. Worthy of being a returning ancestor class, his strength was surprisingly so heaven-defying. Before Ping City's defense barrier was completely shattered, the ferocious beasts raging out from amongst the void cracks had already been suppressed. The red sky-burning falcon and hell Stygian dogs were no longer pinned down by the huge number of ferocious beasts and began to kill in all directions. In less than 3 short minutes, the beast tide was almost on the verge of being completely quelled. Great! A win! I can't believe we won. Yes, not only did we survive, but the city of Ping was not destroyed or damaged. That Imperial Beast Master Big Guy is simply our hero. The crowd was filled with cheers and reddened eyes with excitement. At the same time, a voice sounded in Zhang Feng's mind. You have slain a level 90 king-winged beast, and gained a special skill bonus, Symbiosis. Another special skill? Zhang Feng's eyes lit up as he remembered that the last rewarded living spirit mastery was truly heaven-defying. It was just that he had already used this skill yesterday, or else he would have directly ridden the red sky-burning falcon to the top and maneuvered these ferocious beasts to destroy themselves, and that would have been the end of it. Zhang Feng then began to check up on the skill called Symbiosis. Special skill, Symbiosis. Description, a passive skill that is able to transfer damage taken by itself to the Imperial Beast. Holy? Zhang Feng's eyes went straight after seeing this skill. Surprisingly, he was able to transfer the damage he took to the Imperial Beast. That's a skill that's better than any life-saving prop. Zhang Feng could be called the biggest beneficiary of the beast tide brought about by this void rift. The level of the red sky-burning falcon had now risen to level 114, and the hell Styx was level 121. The abyssal black dragon was even directly raised to level 134. However, since Zhang Feng hadn't completed the second turn quest, his own experience couldn't rise. However, this beast tide of more than 100,000 had exploded mountains of equipment and various props that dazzled the eyes. Estimates are worth at least tens of billions. But on the other hand, what also made Zhang Feng feel a bit surprised was that the more than 100,000 ferocious beasts experience had only raised the 3 imperial beasts to more than 100 levels. At this time, Zhang Feng turned his head towards Lin Xingzhong and inquired, "By the way, Minister Lin, I wonder if you've heard of the chaotic green lotus seed? Wanting to evolve the abyssal black dragon requires this to be played." Lin Xingzhong sniffed and also came back from his shock. The abyssal black dragon that Zhang Feng had summoned just now was just too terrifying. The terrifying imperial beasts of the returning ancestor level. It was feared that even the imperial beast masters of the several top forces of the Great Yen Alliance didn't have a few of them. Where exactly did Zhang Feng contract this from? And so on. Was this Zhang Feng's extraordinary talent, able to make the imperial beasts super-evolve? As an official of the Great Yen Confederation, he had naturally learned about some of the extraordinary talents possessed by others, but Zhang Feng's ability was truly a bit too perverse. It seemed that he was highly likely to become the new divine son of Great Yen for a few hundred years. Lin Xingzhong then pondered for a while about the chaotic green lotus seed that Zhang Feng had mentioned, but after searching in his mind for a while he couldn't figure out what this chaotic green lotus seed was, so he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I haven't heard of it, but I know maybe there's a place that has it." Hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up and he hurriedly inquired, "What place?" "The Great Yen Treasure Trove," Lin Xingzhong replied. Among the Great Yen Treasury, there were countless Great Yen props and secret treasures, and it was very likely that the chaotic green lotus seed that Zhang Feng wanted existed in it. However, in order to obtain the things among the treasures, you need merit points to exchange them. As long as one completes the tasks sent to the professionals by the Great Yen Federation, one can obtain the corresponding merit points. Chapter 20 Great Yen Treasure Trove. With that, Lin Xingzhong gave Zhang Feng another ink jade token and explained, "This is the merit token. You can connect it with your spiritual power, after which it will display the quests displayed by the Great Yen Alliance. At the same time, you can also view the equipment, props, materials, scrolls, and so on in the Great Yen Treasure Trove." Normally merit tokens would only be given out to professionals who had turned 3 or more and had their identities verified. After all, this was a mission issued by the Great Yen Alliance themselves, so it had to be taken by someone who was strong and reliable. Although Zhang Feng was only at the first turn of strength now, he had already personally demonstrated his strength just now, so it was reasonable and compliant to take the merit token to Jiang Feng in advance. Thanks a lot. Jiang Feng smiled and nodded, then used his spiritual power to perceive it. Soon, an interface similar to a professional's panel appeared in his line of sight. In the system taskbar, at the top of the list was clearly this mission to fight against the Void Rift. Mission, suppress the Beast Tide. Mission type, exclusive to the Dian Confederation. Introduction, resist the Beast Tide brought about by the Void Rift above Hirakata. Quest reward, 10 merit points for killing ferocious beasts below level 30. 50 merit points for killing ferocious beasts of first turn strength. 100 points for killing ferocious beasts of second turn strength. 1,000 points for killing ferocious beasts of third turn strength. And 3,000 points for killing fourth turn. Seeing the mission on it, a flash of surprise flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Just now, his own 3 imperial beasts had already eliminated so many ferocious beasts that they could be said to be the main combatants in quelling this beast tide. Then wouldn't one's merit points just explode? As Jiang Feng's gaze wandered after his merit points, he froze. It was surprising that this merit point of his own was less than 30,000. What's going on here? Jiang Feng looked at Lin Qingzhong with some confusion. Why are my merit points less than 30,000? Hearing this, Lin Qingzhong couldn't help but reveal a smile of embarrassment as he explained. It's only after you connect the merit token that you start recording your merit points. Realizing that Jiang Feng had only just connected the merit token, it had already risen by 30,000 merit points, which was an extremely exaggerated growth rate. Alright. Jiang Feng was a little depressed for a moment. If he had taken it out earlier, he would have had at least a few 100,000 merit points by now. Lost so many merit points for nothing. Ha! Jiang Feng then directly tapped on the Great Yin treasure trove and looked inside. Wanderer's necklace. Type, prop. Grade, gold. Applicable occupations, mage, priest, beast master. Available level, LV 60. Attributes, spirit plus 800. Agility plus 200. Special effect, worn by a summoning class professional such as an Imperial Beast Master. It can increase the combat power of a summoned beast by 10%. Required merit points, 3,200. Only 3,000 merit points are needed to be able to exchange for a gold braid prop worth $1 million? Jiang Feng was a bit surprised in his heart. I didn't realize that the merit points were so valuable. It almost made his eyes red. 9 drops. This is a real loss. Jiang Feng then continued to look down. After all, his purpose was to check if the chaotic green lotus seed existed amongst the Great Yin treasure trove. Purple cloud soft armor. Type, defense. Grade, gold. Applicable occupations, any occupation. Available level, LV 50. Attributes, agility plus 500. Defense plus 900. Incidental effect, it can mitigate 50% of the attack damage of ferocious beasts below level 60. Required merit points, 4,300. Obsidian spirit. Type, material. Grade, unknown. Description, it contains terrifying fiery energy, which can be used for fire-type imperial beasts to cross over. Required merit points, 200. 000. After seeing this thing, Jiang Feng's gaze suddenly plummeted. Apart from evolving as well as raising their strength, the way for the imperial beasts to become stronger is by transmigrating. If it was able to successfully cross the tribulation, then its strength would increase several times. It wasn't like just any level of imperial beast could be used if they wanted to cross the threshold. One had to be at least at the dimming moon level to be able to withstand a single transition. If the tribulation failed, then the imperial beast would fall on the spot, and even the imperial beast master would suffer a severe backlash. With the added power of the transmutation materials, one would be able to greatly increase the success rate of the transmutation. If it was a rejuvenation level imperial beast, it would be able to withstand it 3 times, like Jiang Feng's current abyssal black dragon. If it was an ancient level, it could withstand 6 transits. Reaching the stellar level would be able to withstand it 9 times. Facing a stellar grade imperial beast after the 9th tribulation, even a dozen or so top-tier 9-turn professionals joining forces would not be able to suppress it. That's the horror of it. Jiang Feng looked at the obsidian essence with a burning gaze. This thing has to be taken down somehow. Jiang Feng then glanced at his merit points, which had risen to 50,000, and now the tide of beasts in the middle of the sky had gradually subsided. Damn, is that all the ferocious beasts? Jiang Feng's heart was a bit tense, fearing that the ferocious beast wouldn't be enough to kill. Directly led the 3 great imperial beasts towards the void rift, blocking the exit to kill. After all, these ferocious beasts were real merit points. However, amongst the void rift, only sporadic ferocious beasts appeared. This infuriated Jiang Feng. What the? You were so fierce just now. Cuckoo bubbled outward. Now you say no? Is there not a drop left? Abyssal black dragon. Give me 2 sprays of dragon's breath towards the middle of the void rift. Jiang Feng conveyed his orders to the abyssal black dragon. Roar! The abyssal black dragon that received the order immediately gathered its strength and
and then fiercely ejected a mouthful of dragon breath towards the middle of the void rift. Boom boom! A raging and surging dragon's breath burst out, causing the entire void rift to tremble. At this time, Jiang Feng saw that his merit points had begun to skyrocket again. Great! So it's hiding and afraid to come out. Joy surfaced in Jiang Feng's eyes. If it was possible, he genuinely directly let the abyssal black dragon fly in and kill him. But he was only thinking about it. No one has yet been able to answer what exactly lies beyond the void rift, because no one who went in, so far, has come out alive. It could be said that it is known as a no-go area for humans. Some say that after the void rift, it is the place where billions of ferocious beasts are entrenched, or the lair of extraterrestrial beings. At this moment, the void cracks were also rapidly healing and disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Grass! Jiang Feng was furious. If you let your royal beast pass through the ninth tribulation, must the imperial beasts rush in for the kill? At this point, strong people from several nearby cities were arriving. A huge-bodied shining thunderbird was heading towards Ping City as well as at an extremely fast speed. The three people on the feathered back of the flashing thunderbird all had grave expressions on their faces. One of the men frowned tightly and said, "I didn't expect that Ping City had suddenly encountered a void rift. I wonder what's going on in Ping City now." Chapter 21, Second Turn Quest, Here I Come. An old man beside him inquired in a deep voice, "What's the name of that flat city lord? And how many levels of professional is he?" "Teacher, the city lord of Ping City's name is Li Qingzhou, a fourth-turn sword cultivator," the man replied. 5 minutes have already passed. I'm afraid that Ping City is now about to fall under the onslaught of the beast tide. The other middle-aged woman closed her eyes and shook her head, sighing. Although the flash thunderbird was fast, it would take another 5 minutes to arrive at Flat City. In these 5 minutes, I'm afraid that the entire Ping City would be in ruins. No, we must speed up our journey or it will all be too late. The one who spoke was the old man from earlier, and a glint of gravity surfaced in his gaze. Another seventh order spell was then applied towards the shining thunderbird underneath him, increasing its speed to the limit. Whoosh! The speed of the flash thunderbird after being strengthened had increased tenfold, and had already surpassed its limits. It nearly turned into a residual shadow that was hard to see with the naked eye as it hurriedly swept along. The old man's name was Zhou Yuanhai, was the chief fifth-turn mage within Tianshui City. The sprinting technique that he had just inflicted was able to greatly increase the flight speed of the flashing thunderbird, but at the same time, the burden on his own consumption was not small. But right now, the situation was critical, and he couldn't care less. Hirakujo, ahem, Zhou Yuanshan, whose strength had been momentarily overdrawn a little too much, gave a dry cough, but surprisingly, the void rift had already closed at this point. At the bottom there were only some ferocious beasts left that had been chased by the professionals to the point of fleeing in all directions. Elder Zhou, could it be that this crisis has already been resolved by the powerful people from other cities who came to support them? The man inquired with a surprised look. Zhou Yuanhai shook his head. I'm not sure, but even if I were to face the wave of beasts that erupted from the void rift, I wouldn't be able to fight against it. Moreover, they had rushed here with all their might and were able to quell the beast tide in such a short period of time and also close the void rift. Such a means was only possible unless one was a 7th or 8th turn powerhouse. Just as they were about to find someone to ask, Li Qingzhou brought the top management of Pingcheng to them and spoke respectfully. Seniors, thank you very much for coming to support us. Zhou Yuanhai waved his hand and asked with a puzzled expression, is it that a 7th turn powerhouse has already come? Upon hearing this, Li Qingzhou shook his head and laughed. No, you are the first group of strong people to arrive for support. Hearing these words, all three of them froze, their expressions extremely shaken, since they were the first ones to come for support. Who solved the void rift in this Ping City? Zhou Yuanhai looked towards Li Qingzhou and the others behind him with a fixed gaze. The bodies of these men were wounded though. However, the strongest in strength was only Li Qingzhou, who was at the 4th turn in front of him. Did you guys solve this void rift? Zhou Yuanhai inquired with a puzzled look on his face. With just Li Qingzhou and the professionals behind him, it was impossible to solve this crisis on their own. They should have used some kind of unbeatable card. Li Qingzhou shook his head. No, it was an Imperial Beast Master who solved this trouble for us. An Imperial Beast Master? Zhou Yuanhai, as well as the two people behind him, were all shaken. Trying to resolve a beast tide of over 100,000 orders of magnitude brought about by the void rift was something that even a 6th rotation Beast Master would not be able to do. And as far as they knew, there wasn't any Imperial Beastmaster who had reached the 6th Revolutions level amongst the entire Great Yin Alliance. Even burying all of one's Imperial Beasts at any cost was impossible to do. Not to mention the fact that there was only one Imperial Beastmaster, as Li Qingzhou had said in his mouth. Not bad. That Imperial Beastmaster summoned a returning Great Abyssal Black Dragon, reversing the situation in one fell swoop. Otherwise our Ping City would have been in ruins by now. Li Qingzhou spoke in a grave tone. Although he knew Jiang Feng's identity,
he couldn't just expose it. What? A returned level abyssal black dragon? Zhou Yuanhai's eyes glared and his own breath was almost out of control. To be able to contract a returning ancestor level abyssal black dragon, its strength was definitely not to be underestimated. No wonder it was able to solve this beast wave. It seemed that this time, the clearing of the beast tide had mobilized the Great Yin Confederation's bottom-tier powerhouses. However, soon Zhou Yuanhai stabilized his mind and spoke. This time, the appearance of the Void Rift was definitely manipulated by someone in the dark. Have you searched for the person behind the scenes? If we don't find them out, I'm afraid it will cause another crisis. Hearing this, Li Qingzhou also nodded. The search is already underway, only that they have always done things covertly. If they dare to continue to make a commotion, they will surely lock their location immediately. At this time, Li Qingzhou's information waste token suddenly vibrated. Only a message appeared above the token. The purge has begun. The territory of Dian will not be trampled on by foreign enemies. Anyone who violates our Great Yen will be executed. And the tokens on the others also received this message at this same time. After seeing this news, several people had a surge of heart. Great Yen has been subjected to the oppression of other countries for too long. And now it's finally time to stop holding back and start striking hard? Those guys who stain the blood in the Great Yin territory will be made to pay for their blood. In the meantime, Zhang Feng also received this message. Mission, purge all incoming enemies. Mission description, kill all enemies lurking in the territory of Dian and being marked. Quest reward, 100 merit points for killing first turn invaders. 1,000 for second turn. 10,000 for third turn. When he saw this sudden news, a look of delight appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. This is another great opportunity to earn merit points. However, wanting to exterminate these foreign enemies lurking within Great Yan's territory was not a simple matter. The difficulty of this mission lies in finding these rats lurking in the shadows. Ding! Detected the host taking on a special mission. As long as he breaks through the second turn, he will be able to obtain a special skill, the Eye of True Sight. The Eye of True Sight can perceive the identity, background, occupation and skills of all people within 1,000 meters. After hearing the system's voice, a flash of surprise erupted among Zhang Feng's gaze. What a snoozefest! With the Eye of True Sight, one would be able to sense enemies lurking within 1,000 meters. It seems like all we have to do now is complete our second turn quest. Zhang Feng grinned at the corner of his mouth, then opened his second turn quest panel. Current task, second turn, quest requirement, go to the second turn replica of the secret Xuanjiao Bay, defeat the boss Xuanjiao, and obtain the heart of Xuanjiao. Time limit for pickup, 3 days. Is this the time to collect? Hint, if the task is not completed within 15 days of its release, it will be considered as a transfer failure, and you may not make another transfer within 3 months. Hey, turn 2 quest, here ing come. Zhang Feng immediately took out his cell phone and searched for the location where the replica Xuanjiao Bay secret realm was located. Chapter 22. Do you really think that I have no one in Great Yin? Is the location of the replica realm Xuanjiao Bay in Tianshui City? Zhang Feng searched for the location of the copy. The distance from here to Xuanjiao Bay was too far, and it would take a day or so by car. Forget it, it would be much faster to just fly to Tianshui City on the red sky burning falcon. After making up his mind, Zhang Feng took out the hidden breath-xian robe from his spatial ring and put it on his body. He then summoned the red sky burning falcon and swept sharply in the direction of Mountain and Sea City. At this time, a group that was on its way to Pingcheng for support was ambushed halfway. Who are you people and why did you ambush us? The fourth-turn professional with a broadsword in his hand coldly shouted towards the several black-clothed men who surrounded himself and the others. A black man at the head of the group let out a brutal sneer and said in a condescending manner, Great Yen professionals, I advise you not to resist. Either die here today or surrender with us and become slaves of our Cuckoo Kingdom. There's an old saying in Great Yen that says that those who know what's right are wise. I don't think your excellency would not fail to understand this. Would you? Upon hearing that, an anger rose in the eyes of that fourth-turn professional. A bunch of mongrels. You people from the Cuckoo country also dare to come to our Great Yen. Aren't you afraid that my Great Yen powerhouses will exterminate you? The black-robed man at the head of the group, however, laughed out loud with disdain in his eyes. Ha ha, you Great Yen powerhouses are afraid that you're too busy at the moment. After all, the void rift that we unleashed in Ping City is enough for them to drink a pot of water. They of the Cuckoo Kingdom had made the void rift in Ping City just to take advantage of the fact that the strongest people from the several nearby cities had come to support them, intercepting these professionals who had come to support them halfway through their journey in order to keep a watchful eye on them. It was their long-planned plan. What? The havoc in Pingcheng was actually the work of your mouth country? The fourth-turn professional was enraged that the people of the Cuckoo Kingdom were able to do something so heartless. It's like a dog and a pig in a blanket. Several other professionals were also indignant. This Cuckoo country's people were so arrogant. How dare they run into their Great Yen territory and blatantly do something wrong? Great Yen professionals,
I advise you to stop resisting because you have no chance of winning. The black-clothed man at the head sneered. He had brought several ninjas, samurai at the peak of the fourth turn this time. These Dian occupiers in front of them wouldn't be their opponents at all. Immediately, the black-robed man in the lead took out several special collars. If you want to live, bring these slave collars up. If you refuse, then you'll just die and die. As long as they wore such collars, their lives and deaths were in the hands of the men in black. If they resisted in any way, it would only take a single thought from the man in black to be able to make them instantly explode into a mist of blood. Now that the Great Yan's Emperor Yan's lifespan was approaching, the countries that coveted the Great Yan were beginning to make moves. On the surface, it is to put pressure on Dian, but privately, it is to engage in other actions. But to be the first to get the crab, you have to be more bold. Instead, their heavenly emperor of the Cuckoo Kingdom wanted to enslave the powerful men of the Great Yin Kingdom first. After that, they would then directly send out troops to invade the Great Yin Kingdom, to attack from the inside and the outside. Want me to be a slave for you, even if I die? The fourth turn professional spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva towards the man in black, his eyes filled with contempt. As a Great Yin professional, the only way to die was to stand, not to live on one's knees. These still want to make themselves slaves. Simply delusional. Mard Baka. Since you guys want to die, I'll fulfill you. The black-robed man in the lead bellowed with a gloomy face. After saying that, several darts suddenly lit up in his hands, launching an attack towards them like a blistering wind and rain. The fourth turn professional's face changed, and he immediately swung his sword to fend it off. The professionals behind him were also releasing their own skills to tenaciously resist. It was also looking for a breakthrough, and if it found the right opportunity, it would be able to break through the encirclement. However, the Cuckoo Kingdom's professionals were far stronger than them, and the Dian professionals were immediately out of their depth. Several more bloodied wounds were added to his body. At this moment, they were extremely wretched, but their faces were still unyielding. Cuckoo countrymen, are you really deceiving me that there is no one in Dian? The fourth turn professional's eyes were determined, and his entire aura continued to climb. The broadsword in his hand rose up in flames and slashed towards the black-clothed man in the lead. This blade was extremely powerful, whistling out with a violent air-breaking sound. Even the air burned for it. However, in the face of this strike, the black-robed man in the lead's face was unperturbed, with a look of contempt in his eyes. How dare a mere mole cricket speak out? Let's show you the power of our Kuchikuni ninjas. Ninjutsu Reito. As the black-robed man drank lowly under his breath, electricity instantly flashed around his body. In the blink of an eye, a cloud of purple thunder light collided with the flaming blade aura of the fourth-turned professional. In an instant, the light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes, and the powerful impact spread in all directions. That fourth-turn professional was directly blown away, smashing a large crater hole in the ground. The other professionals of the Great Yen were shaken by the force though, and their blood turned over. However, they still gritted their teeth and stood firm, taking advantage of the opportunity to launch a surprise attack towards the weak points of these Kuchikuni ninjas. However, the ninjas of the Cuckoo country worked together well and quickly changed their formation to strike back with a blazing jutsu. Ice prongs and wind blades flew in unison for a while, and the wounds on the Great Flame professionals increased. It has reached a crisis point where lives are on the line. However, at this time, a scorching red flame crossed the sky above. Everyone was shocked. The fourth-turn professional who barely got up from the middle of the deep pit saw a firebird speeding through the sky. The heart sank. Could it be that the city of Ping has been overthrown? Shock and poignancy surfaced in his eyes. The reason for this thought was because that terrifying firebird was precisely leaving outward from the direction of Ping City. This most likely meant that Ping City had been lost, and the ferocious beasts had begun to spread outward. I didn't realize that things had gotten critical to this point. The hearts of the other Great Yin professionals were also incomparably heavy. Doesn't the fate of heaven lie with my Great Yin? The black-robed man in the lead was first startled, and then the corners of his mouth also grinned. It seems that the Great Yin catastrophe is coming. I'll give you one last chance. Submit to my Cuckoo Kingdom and you can still live to tell the tale. The fourth-turn professional supported himself by clinging to his broadsword as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. With an extremely angry look among his eyes, he growled, "Don't be fooling around. Today even if I die I'll drag you brats along with me." Saying that, he took out a self-destructing stone and was about to activate it. At this moment, the red sky-burning falcon, however, suddenly flew from the distant sky to the crowd in a few breaths. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped a 100-meter radius, causing them all to be a little breathless. Chapter 23, No Foreign Enemies Allowed Within Great Yin Territory. At this moment, Zhang Feng was standing on top of the feathered back of the red sky-burning falcon. During his flight, he sensed the fluctuation of a not-so-small battle taking place here. So he had the red sky-burning falcon fly to this place. And the red aura on the red sky-burning falcon's body was extremely piercing, like a dazzling sun in the sky. It made them almost unable to open their eyes. When the fourth turn professional saw that there was also a silhouette in black robes standing on top of the red sky-burning falcon's feathered back, it was even more full of shock, because Zhang Feng wore the hidden breath Xian robe. Others couldn't see through his information. That's why the Great Yan's professionals didn't know whether Zhang Feng was an enemy or a friend. If it's the enemy, the consequences are simply unimaginable. I can only pray in my heart that this strong person must be a Great Yan's professional. And the ninjas of the Cuckoo Kingdom were suddenly horrified. This is a prosperous star-level ferocious beast. The black-robed man in the lead was in a state of shock, and his men were also terrified inside. Then they desperately fled backward, scattering in all directions as birds and beasts. A royal beast master with such a terrifying royal beast was not something they could deal with. In front of it, they could at best be considered a group of ninjutsu-knowing ants. Seeing the Cuckoo Nation escape, that fourth turn professional's heart immediately rejoiced, realizing that this imperial beast big brother was not their reinforcement. Then he hurriedly spoke. Elder, they're from the Cuckoo Kingdom and want to intercept us. The professionals who are traveling to Ping City for support. I also ask Senior to make a move to put to death these scumbags from the Mouth Kingdom. Mouth countrymen? Zhang Feng's eyes turned cold, and without saying anything, he directly made the red sky-burning falcon launch an attack. Boom! The red sky-burning falcon's wings violently shook as it released the skill-burning sky-flame wave. The raging flames were like a raging tsunami, instantly sweeping towards the fleeing Cuckoo countrymen. In the blink of an eye, there were already several ninjas from the Cuckoo country who had been reduced to ashes amidst screams of misery in the flames. You have killed a fourth turn invader, and have been awarded merit points, 30,000. You have killed a fourth turn invader, and have been awarded merit points, 30,000. You killed. That black-clad man in the lead used the ninjutsu substitute jutsu in the nick of time, utilizing a paper man to fend off this certain death for him. If it had been a second later, I'm afraid he would have turned into a pile of ashes at this moment. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly and his heart was beating violently. It was the closest he had ever been to death. My lord, I, Ori Juntake, am willing to become your slave. Please spare my cheap life. The black-robed man in the lead hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. His body had long been thoroughly drenched in cold sweat. With that, he took off the slave collar and prepared to offer it to Zhang Feng. The people of the Mouth Kingdom don't even have the qualifications to become one of my dogs. Zhang Feng said expressionlessly. Originally, he had wanted to clean up these foreign enemies lurking within the Great Yin territory after completing the second turn quest as soon as possible. I didn't expect to meet these guys halfway, and I was able to gain merit points for cleaning them up in the process. So naturally, Zhang Feng couldn't let this Cuckoo country person live. In the next second, the red sky-burning falcon attacked again, directly exterminating it. Senior, thank you for your help. Fourth turn professional Ruan Shi raised his hand and saluted towards Zhang Feng. If it wasn't for this imperial beast big brother's timely appearance, I'm afraid that these people would have become a corpse by now. No need to be polite. It's just a favor. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said indifferently. The territory of Great Yen can't afford to allow these people of the Mouth State to be substandard. Then Ruan Shi frowned again and said, Senior, I see that you are coming from the direction of Ping City. I wonder how the situation in Ping City is. Don't worry, the void rift in Ping City has already been quelled. Zhang Feng replied with a light smile. Hearing this, Ruan Shi's heart shook. I didn't expect that this Imperial Beastmaster Big Shot would comb the void rift at such a fast speed. Elder, this disaster in Pingchang was caused by the people of the Cuckoo Kingdom, in order to launch a surprise attack on us while we were going to support them, and to make us slaves to be manipulated by them. I'm afraid we're not the only ones who have encountered their ambush. There must be quite a number of Great Yen professionals who are now experiencing their backstabbing ambush. I also ask that Senior be able to lend a helping hand to save the others who are trapped. Ruan Shi said to Zhang Feng with a respectful face. After hearing these words, Zhang Feng nodded and couldn't help but frown slightly. For this behavior of the Mouth and Mouth countrymen, the heart has increased a few points of killing intent. It turns out that this group actually played this calculation. Anyway, killing it would be able to increase the merit value. So let's just circle around the neighborhood first and meteorize these sinister and despicable Cuckoo countrymen. Fresh, as a cry rang out, the red sky-burning falcon lifted its wings and left as a huge fiery light. Only after seeing Zhang Feng leave did Ruan Shi let out a sigh of relief. On the one hand, it was because the sense of oppression brought about by the red sky-burning falcon was simply too strong. The other side was that with this senior's hand, none of those damned mouth-breathing countrymen would surely be able to escape. Tianshui City. Inside the city lord's mansion, Pop, a horse-faced man sitting on the main seat slapped the tablet beside him with force, and said in a furious rage, Baka, why were all the guys ambushed around Hirakata destroyed? Beside him a cowed-looking man said in a trembling voice, My lord, it is rumored that an extremely powerful Imperial Beastmaster made a move to take care of all of our people.
Nani? The horse-faced man's brows furrowed. If this plan fails, how will you let me face Lord God Ambassador?
My lord, rest your anger. That Imperial Beast Master came out of nowhere, but he even solved the Void Rift in Ping City, the man beside him said with fear and trepidation.
Upon hearing this,
the horse-faced man said with a gloomy expression,
this person is bound to be an extremely deeply hidden Great Yin powerhouse,
and must be eliminated as early as possible, or else there will be no end of trouble. But, with the terrifying strength of that Imperial Beast Master, I'm afraid it's harder than heaven to kill him. The man beside him replied with a hard look on his face, possessing the strength to be able to flatten a city-ending level disaster like the Void Rift.
And what means do they have to exterminate them?
That horse-faced man also had a gloomy face, pondering on how to solve the damned Imperial Beast powerhouse.
Right at this moment,
a shadow suddenly emerged in the middle of the hall,
emitting an aura as terrifying as an abyss.
When the horse-faced man saw this, he immediately kneeled down and bowed with a respectful expression.
My subordinate has seen Lord God Emperor.
That silhouette nodded slightly.
I've heard all about it.
This Imperial Beast Master must be gotten rid of as soon as possible.
He then raised his hand and waved it,
and a stone tablet engraved with the word Jin appeared in front of the two of them. This object is called the Void Suppression Tablet. Using this item will be able to block the Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast space, preventing him from summoning his own Imperial Beast. Even if that guy is a 7th rotation Imperial Beast Master, without his Imperial Beast,
a 4th rotation level ninja is enough to take his head off.
Chapter 24. I wonder what Senior's great visit is for. Upon seeing the void-suppressing tablet that Lord God Emperor had taken out, the horse-faced man and his men were all astonished for a moment. This was a half-saint level magic treasure. I didn't expect that in order to kill that Imperial Beast powerhouse, Lord God Emperor would go so far as to take out a half-saint level magic treasure. But with this magic treasure, that Imperial Beast powerhouse was nothing more than fish meat on a felt board to be slaughtered.
If you can kill this man, I will report to His Majesty the Emperor to give you a reward.
After saying these words, the God Envoy's shadow gradually dissipated. Please don't worry, Lord God Emperor. My subordinate will take the head of that Imperial Beast powerhouse to personally have an audience with you. The horse-faced man swore his assurances. When the divine messenger's shadow completely disappeared, the horse-faced man's gaze blazed towards the void suppression tablet in his hand. This half-saint level magic treasure was not only able to cut off the Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast space, it was also able to suppress the opponent's strength.
Definitely a killer top-tier magic weapon. Fresh. At that moment, a loud and clear cry rang out.
Zhang Feng had already arrived above Tianshui City on the red sky burning falcon. His appearance immediately drew the attention and shock of the people in the city. One must know that flying in the void is expressly forbidden within Tianshui City by the city lord,
even if one is riding a royal beast. However, none of the guards in the city dared to come forward to caution Zhang Feng.
It was only because the intimidating pressure emanating from that firebird almost took one's breath away. They didn't dare to go up and touch the mold of this strong man. The horse-faced man also immediately stepped out from within the city lord's mansion to check the situation.
5 years ago, he was ordered by Lord God's envoy to infiltrate Tianshui City. After assassinating the original city lord, he disguised himself as Tianshui City Lord, Tan Tianshu. When he saw the red sky burning falcon that covered the sky and emitted a powerful aura, he also couldn't help but dryly swallow a mouthful of saliva. Although he had already heard that this was a powerful Imperial Beast Master, it was still hard to avoid some fear in his heart when he saw it with his own eyes. But then Tan Tianshu quickly calmed his breath, his eyes flickering with a shade of grimness. He was worried about how to go about fixing this person. I didn't expect this Imperial Beast powerhouse to appear directly on top of my own territory, when it really is God's help. Soon after, Tan Tianshu's figure moved and hurriedly flew to Zhang Feng's side, making a complimentary smile and saying, Senior, I am Tianshui City Lord Tan Tianshu. I don't know what Senior's great visit is about. I'm going to enter a replica secret realm to get some materials.
Zhang Feng said indifferently, then raised his eyebrows.
Why? Do you have something to do?
It always felt as if there was something strange about this Tianshui City Lord, but he couldn't tell where the problem was.
Don't dare.
Tan Tianshu smiled sarcastically, his expression humble. I heard that the crisis that arose in Ping City has been calmed by a powerful beast king.
I believe that person is Senior? Zhang Feng nodded. Let's dispense with the pleasantries. I have important matters to attend to, so I won't bother City Lord Tan. As Senior, please wait.
I'll immediately send someone to set up a banquet to entertain Senior.
And I'd like to ask Senior to please show his face.
Tan Tianshu said with a smile on his face.
Upon hearing this,
Zhang Feng readily agreed after a little thought.
The city of Tianshui is famous for its food, especially seafood. Then I'll come over when I'm done. Zhang Feng let out a light laugh, and then left on the red sky burning falcon in the direction of the replica Xuanzhou Bay. When the red sky burning falcon's figure left in a hurry, Tan Tianshu's face instantly turned gloomy.
Toward the person beside him,
he commanded, keep a close eye on me.
and report back to me anytime there's any situation. Yes. The subordinate beside him nodded his head and followed in the direction where the red sky-burning falcon had left. Tianshui City, East Gate. There were several teleportation formations here, and on the side there were stone tablets with the names of the corresponding copies. Through the teleportation array can be transported to the various copies of the secret world. Of course there was also a fee to pay if you wanted to go through the teleportation array, which was considered part of Tianshui City's source of income. In the wide square, many professionals were gathered. They gathered in twos and threes, yelling out to those who wanted to come and form a group. Sumeru Deep Forest, 1 level 70 shield warrior to go. Wind Dragon Ruins, requesting a few level 100 gurus to team up. Any profession, 1000 ravines of sand, come a level 90 mage. The young lady with the big white legs over there, come and team up with us. The equipment that pops out will let you pick first. Hearing these yelling voices, Zhang Feng felt like he had arrived at a bustling bazaar. Since the level of the Imperial Beast is too high, it cannot enter the lower level copy of the secret world. Therefore, he could not directly ride the Imperial Beast through the teleportation formation into the middle of the replica secret realm. If one tried to force a teleportation, it would only paralyze the teleportation array directly. Only teleportation arrays above the 4th turn replica secret realm would not limit the level of entry. Therefore, Zhang Feng took the red sky-burning falcon back into the royal beast space halfway. After glancing at the stone tablet engraved with Xuanjiabei, Zhang Feng walked towards the location of that teleportation array. The professionals waiting to form a group in front of the Xuanjiabei froze when they looked at Zhang Feng, who was wearing the hidden Breathshian robe. Occupation? Rank? Combat power? Friend, do you need to join the team? As long as you join the team, you'll get 20% of the harvest after entering the Xuanjiabei. One of the men took the initiative to accost Zhang Feng. No need. Zhang Feng shook his head, then walked straight towards the teleportation array. My friend, the ferocious monsters in the Xuanjiabei have thick skin and flesh, so it's hard for you to brush them alone, and it also costs 600,000 federal dollars to enter the secret realm. In that case, how about I share 10% more of the harvest I get with you? The man was still undeterred and wanted to continue persuading. After all, Xuanjiabei was considered a relatively difficult turn 2 copy to brush, and fewer people would choose to enter this copy to brush the monsters. However, Zhang Feng didn't pay any attention to it and took out his token, directly entering the teleportation formation. That's it, the secret passage order. Several people were shocked after seeing the token Zhang Feng took out. Possessing a secret realm passing order allowed for unimpeded travel to the various secret realms within Great Yen. It's extremely precious and can't be bought even with money. After all, to enter some special copies, the cost required could easily be millions of federal dollars. It seems that this person's identity is definitely not ordinary, and the moment he stepped into the formation, Zhang Feng immediately felt as if his body was wrapped in air currents. His body was soothed. In just a few blinks of an eye, he was teleported into the middle of Xuanjiabei. Wow! A wave came up on the beach, kicking up a fresh sea breeze. What came into view was an azure sea. This was the fringe of the Xuanjiabei, and only some low-grade ferocious beasts existed. Due to the nice view from here, there were even some professionals enjoying the beach in their cool bathing suits and trunks, especially some full-figured women, playing in the water on the beach in seductive bathing suits and taking portraits. Zhang Feng even wondered if he had mistakenly entered some beach resort. Chapter 25, True Dragon? Wouldn't it be a returned ancestor-level Imperial Beast? Standing on top of the beach, Zhang Feng opened his hands and comfortably breathed in the sea breeze blowing in his face. On the other side of the sea, is it freedom? After pretending to whisper in a deep voice, Zhang Feng didn't waste any time. Come out, red sky-burning falcon. With a low drink, the void above him suddenly rippled violently. This sudden movement directly caused the professionals who were roaming around to become alarmed. Boom! Above the dome of the sky, a hot and raging blaze suddenly burned out. Fresh! Immediately after a piercingly loud and clear chirping sound rang out. From amongst the surging flames flew a firebird that covered the sky. The temperature of the entire sea began to rise abruptly. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth rose slightly. In the past, he had read that the strongest people among the Xin Fantasy Net articles were able to burn mountains and boil the sea. Wouldn't you be able to simply follow suit yourself nowadays? Riding on the back of the red sky-burning falcon's feathers, it swept towards the depths of the Xuanjiabei with its wings revved up. The cold sea water along the bottom was scalded into warm water. Some of the ferocious beasts in the sea were also hastily lurking towards the depths of the ocean. Bloodthirsty shark. Level, LV 76. Life value, 93,000. Combat power, 88,510. Skills, Jagged Storm. Bloodthirsty fangs. Giant crab. Level, LV 80. Life value, 183,000. Battle strength, 74,510.
Skills, Crab Pincer Hammer Strike, Guillotine Pincer, Snapping Turtle, Level, LV66, Life Value, 123,000, Combat Strength, 48,510, Skills, Spiked Back Armor, Water Control, right, since the turtle-type ferocious beasts have such thick blood, wouldn't it be cool to contract a turtle-type imperial beast for yourself? After seeing a ferocious beast like the Xuanjia crocodile turtle, a flash of brilliance flashed across Zhang Feng's eyes. Originally, he possessed the symbiosis skill. If he contracted an imperial beast with a life value of 1,000,000 or more, then his ability to take damage could be even more meaty and exaggerated than those 5 or 6 turn shield warriors. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Let's try burning mountains and boiling seas first. Zhang Feng directly commanded the Red Sky Burning Falcon to initiate the skill. Burning Sky Flame Wave. Fresh. The Red Sky Burning Falcon immediately led the order, only to see its wings spread out. The flames around it suddenly became even more raging and rolling, and even Zhang Feng felt a little scorched. Immediately after that, the Red Sky Burning Falcon's wings lifted. Boom! A wave of light that resembled an extinguishing flame was declared out towards the sea below. The originally calm surface of the sea immediately set off a huge inflammatory explosion. The sea boiled and evaporated in a matter of moments. The hot water vapor rose upwards, and Zhang Feng felt like he was standing on top of boiling water. -183,571, -191, 200, -175,410. Blood-red damage values floated out continuously in front of Zhang Feng's eyes. Some oceanic beasts below level 70 were destroyed in an instant. The damage inflicted was very limited as the seawater resisted most of the attack's power. But this scene of skill release was a first-class spectacle, and since Zhang Feng hadn't completed the second turn quest yet, even if he killed these ferocious beasts himself, he had no experience. But it also popped out a lot of equipment, especially those marine-type ferocious beasts that had been cooked were constantly floating on the surface of the water. The scene was laid out like a seafood buffet. Zhang Feng raised his hand and fished out a large crab that was burnt red. Although the strike just now looked powerful, it actually did not cause much damage to the ferocious beasts gathered in the deep sea. Especially this copy of the boss Xuanjiao, made such a big noise did not come out. What a wimp. Holy, how did such a powerful imperial beastmaster big guy get in here? Right. Professionals who have exceeded the 4th turn are unable to enter the Xuanjiao Bay, and even if they try to force their way into the teleportation array, it will simply malfunction. Wait, this terrifyingly powerful imperial beastmaster looks as if he has nothing better to do than to run over and fry fish for fun? Some of the professionals who had run to the beach to watch were not able to stop talking. Either they were curious about how Zhang Feng had entered the Xuanjiao Bay amongst this copy. Either that or they were curious about what Zhang Feng was doing in this second turn copy. If they knew that Zhang Feng was only here to complete his second turn, I'm afraid it would make them freeze over in shock on the spot. Running a turn 2 copy with a level 100 Imperial Beast to complete your turn 2 copy? They can't even imagine it. Isn't this the same as a fully leveled large number that goes straight into a newbie copy to complete a quest? By this time a couple of speedboats were headed this way, started casting nets towards the surface of the sea to salvage these ripe oceanic ferocious beasts. You know, Skywater City is known for its delicious seafood. The ripe corpses of these oceanic ferocious beasts were even worth more than the equipment that popped out of them. Biggie, if you want to brush the monsters here, it's best to summon a water imperial beast to do so. The professional on the deck alerted towards Zhang Feng above. Although the damage of this firebird just now was very exaggerated, the effect it could actually cause was very limited. Those ferocious beasts hiding in the middle of the deep sea were not afraid of the power of the flames at all, because seawater then automatically resists the damage of the flames. As long as those oceanic ferocious beasts were hiding in the depths, this imperial beast big brother couldn't do anything about them. Thanks for the reminder. Zhang Feng smiled politely. Just now, he was only trying out the aura of burning mountain and boiling sea, so he didn't summon out the abyssal black dragon. Otherwise he'd have speed past this copy by now. Roar! With a dragon's roar filled with pressure, the sky was beginning to cloud up, with bursts of muffled thunder ringing out. Immediately afterward, a huge dragon of unknown length snaked and soared from the midst of the dark clouds. The dragon then entered the sea and made huge waves. A wave exploded violently, nearly capsizing all those speedboats. This is a dragon? No, the sense of oppression from this dragon's might is too strong. This isn't a scaly dragon. It's a real dragon. A true dragon? Isn't it a returned ancestor-level imperial beast? My goodness! Everyone's eyes suddenly widened as they looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. With the appearance of the abyssal black dragon, the entire surface of the sea also set off shocking waves. It was as if it was the true master of these waters. The professionals who salvaged seafood were also scared to death, turning their speedboats to maximum horsepower and rushing towards the shore. Beneath the surface of the sea,
The Xianjiao that were startled by this dragon's might were scared out of their wits. It was considered a scaly dragon, but there was only a thin amount of dragon blood in its body. Compared to a true dragon, it was a minion at best. Before Xianjiao could escape, he was killed by a mouthful of dragon breath from the abyssal black dragon, bursting out a bunch of materials and equipment. Among them was the second turn quest that Zhang Feng needed to complete. The Heart of Xianjiao. You have a task to submit. Do you submit it now? Submit. Zhang Feng replied without hesitation. Chapter 26, Elder. Elder, what do you mean by this? The second turn quest has been completed. Obtaining the special skill, Eye of True Sight. Current status updated. After hearing the beep, Zhang Feng swept a glance at his occupation panel. Occupation, Beastmaster. Level, 2 turns and 60 levels. Power, 12,300. Body mass, 9,400. Agility, 8,550. Spirit, 15,400. Combat strength, 13,200. Skills, Spirit Mastery, Symbiosis, Eye of True Sight, Pacting, Summoning, Imperial Beasts, Abyssal Black Dragon, Red Sky Burning Falcon, Hellhound. Evolution points, 32410000. Now that I've broken through the second turn, I'll be able to contract a royal beast again after rising another 30 levels. Zhang Feng's eyes glowed with a touch of joy, and now that he had gained the new skill Eye of True Vision, he could view those foreign enemies hidden within the Great Yin territory. Those invaders of the Great Inferno would change their faces and hide themselves through various methods. Things like props and skill equipment and so on have these hidden effects. Maybe there is a hidden intruder in the middle of the street. Some unassuming guy. Low-level concealment tactics are easy to see through, but the high-end means of concealment can only be discerned unless one relies on the higher pupil technique and appraisal technique as well as some special props. Now possessing the Eye of True Sight that saw through all identities, these intruders could be said to be as good as wearing no clothes in front of Zhang Feng. Moreover, the perception range of this Eye of True Sight was even more unbelievable, able to gain insight into hidden people within the range of 1,000 meters. As long as they killed these invaders, they would be able to obtain a huge amount of merit points, and then they would be able to stock up in the middle of the Great Yin treasure trove. At that time, one's strength would be able to leap even further. First, experience how effective the Eye of True Sight is. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted, then he unleashed the skill, Eye of True Vision. Between his eyes, there was a hidden ray of golden aura flowing. Zhang Feng swept his gaze towards the coast, the crowd on the beach. Soon their information was visible in its eyes. Name, Jibwa. Profession, Mage. Level, 2 turns and 77 levels. Country, Dian. Power, 8,200. Body mass, 7,600. Agility, 5,400. Spirit, 13,000. Battle strength, 14,000. Name, Du Ziteng. Occupation, Warrior. Level, 2 turns and 77 levels. Country, Dian. Name, Junji Sato. Occupation, Ninja. Level, 3 turns and 95 levels. Country of origin, Mouth Country. Name, Kukoyu Megawa. Occupation, Ninja. Level, 3 by 92. Country of origin, Mouth Country. I didn't realize that there were so many Kuku country invaders. Even among the replica secret realm there are their people. After seeing their message, Zhang Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. But what made Zhang Feng quite surprised was that one of the guys named Sato Junji. It seemed that he was following along when the Tianshui city lord greeted him. Right from the start, Zhang Feng felt that Tianshui city lord Tan Tianshu was a bit indescribably strange. Now it seems highly likely that this person has a problem. Zhang Feng's gaze sank slightly at the thought. If this Tan Tianshu was really the intruder hidden by the mouth, then one puts them to death without evidence. Inevitably, it will cause a violent upheaval. It was also obvious that these men were sent by him to spy on him. If you want to invite yourself to dinner, I'm afraid it's also a Hongmen banquet. However, soon after, Zhang Feng's eyes flashed and he had a way to deal with it inside his head. He himself had a number of life-preserving props. Coupled with the symbiosis skill, you can transfer your damage to the Imperial Beast. The chances of them trying to pose a threat to themselves could be said to be slim. For the sake of caution, Zhang Feng still planned to further test the symbiosis S ability. At this moment, the abyssal black dragon released its skills and killed a large swath of ferocious monsters in the middle of the deep sea. A series of beeps also sounded in succession. Congratulations on killing the level 75 monster mouth fish and gaining 6,370 experience points. Congratulations on killing the level 81 piranha octopus, gaining 8,400 experience points. Congratulations on killing the level 86 deep sea squid, gaining 9,621 experience points. Congratulations on the kill. Soon, Zhang Feng's body was constantly flickering with a micro-white light as his experience value continued to increase. The rating has also skyrocketed. In less than 2 minutes, the entire Xianjiao Sea area was emptied of ferocious monsters. After all,
A level 100 plus returning abyssal black dragon could collapse a large group of fierce monsters with even a single fart, not to mention using skills for clearing. On the surface of the sea, there was a dense pile of materials, equipment, props and so on floating. They were all obtained by killing those ferocious monsters in the middle of the ocean. Silver, gold level props glittered, making Zhang Feng's eyes shake a little. But these things were just accumulated groceries for Zhang Feng. Those previous equipment materials from that wave of beasts from the Void Rift had completely numbed Zhang Feng. Immediately afterward, Zhang Feng lifted his hand and waved it. Then he put these things into his spatial ring. But it's so full of stuff that it's barely going to fit. Zhang Feng was also too lazy to collect things that had little value. When you go out later, find a chamber of commerce to sell half of these things first. After making up his mind, Zhang Feng recalled the abyssal black dragon back into the royal beast space. He then rode the red sky burning falcon towards the shore. Seeing Zhang Feng riding the imperial beast, he was flying towards the shore. A few Kuchikuni ninjas who were lurking among the crowd were immediately ready to leave to report the news. After the commotion just now, they had a few more speculations about Zhang Feng. This Shen-robed imperial beast powerhouse was not a high-turn imperial beast master at all. This person was most likely one of Great Yan's quasi-divine sons. That is, a transcendentally gifted person. The news must be reported to His Excellency as soon as possible. Just as they were about to leave, the red sky burning falcon had already flown above their heads. Elder, what do you mean by this? Several Cuckoo Country ninjas looked at Zhang Feng with fear on their faces. Come with me, Zhang Feng said with an indifferent voice. Before a few people could refuse, the sharp claws of the red sky burning falcon grabbed them. Elder, what exactly do you want? If you want money, we'll give you everything we have on us. At those words, Zhang Feng smiled, but there was a bit of cold chill in his smile. Don't pretend in front of me. You mouth breathers really like to act. Hearing Zhang Feng poke holes in their identities with a single word, a look of trepidation immediately appeared in the eyes of several people, and a cold sweat broke out on their bodies. It was reasonable to say that their disguises were cast by the God Ambassador Lord himself, and even a high-turned professional wouldn't be able to see them. However, this Imperial Beast powerhouse had actually seen through them with a single glance. What kind of insight is that? Chapter 27, alright, I'll send you down for a reunion now. Senior, please spare our lives. We swear that we will never take half a step into Great Yin territory again in this life. Sato Junji said towards Zhang Feng with a pleading face. You guys from the Cuckoo Kingdom have committed many misdeeds within my Great Yin territory, so you can be said to be guilty as sin. Now a plea for mercy and you want me to let you go back? Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at them with a cold expression. If they hadn't been of some use to them, they would have been a corpse by now. Then, Zhang Feng took out the slave collar he had seized earlier and sneered. I'll give you two choices, either die or take it with you. A few of the mouth-breathing countrymen were instantly horrified. They know the power of this slave collar. Once worn, life and death are controlled by each other's thoughts. This was what they used to enslave the Great Yin professionals with their mouths. But they didn't expect that today they would instead become props to enslave themselves. I'll only give you 3 breaths of time to think about it. If you're out of date, you're dead, Zhang Feng said. A few people's gazes locked, and in that instant, they instantly stormed off. Immediately, he cast the middle-ranked ninjutsu shadow killing formation, wanting to fight Zhang Feng to the death. Baka, we of the noble blood of the Oguchi kingdom will never submit to your vile Dayan people. Nishinai. In the next moment, the figures of several people suddenly transformed into a cloud of black mist filled with a solemn and murderous aura. Launching a surprise attack on Zhang Feng on the back feathers of the red sky burning falcon. This kid's strength does not exceed 3 revolutions, so as long as he launches a surprise attack, he may not have no chance of winning. In time they will be rewarded by the divine messenger. In the face of their sudden outburst, Zhang Feng's face looked extremely flat, and he even wanted to laugh a little. Bang! A black mist hadn't even gotten close to him, and it was then blown into a pile of ashes by the flames of the red sky burning falcon. You have killed the 3rd turn invader, and have been awarded merit points, 10,000. You have killed the 3rd turn invader, and have been awarded merit points, 10,000. You killed. However, Zhang Feng still left one alive as he sneered towards Sato Junji. As you can see, this is what happens when you defy me. I'm giving you one last chance. At this moment, Sato Junji had long been scared out of his wits, and trembled. Elder, I'm willing to become your faithful slave, just please spare my life. When he finished, he honestly put on the slave collar. The moment he put it on, the slave collar lit up with a burst of arcane aura and then disappeared. At the same time, Zhang Feng then felt a strange sensation arise in his mind. This feeling not only implies the ability to manipulate the lives and deaths of others at will, it was even possible to sense whether or not he was generating any malice towards himself. Once he dared to have any bad thoughts, it would only take a single thought to instantly cause him to die a violent death. let me ask you, is Tianjue City Lord, Tan Tianxiu, a member of your cuckoo country? Zhang Feng opened his mouth and asked. Through the binding power of the slave collar, he was able to sense if the guy was lying. As long as this guy dares to lie, there's no point in keeping it. Converted directly into your own merit points. As for Tan Tianxiu's true identity, Zhang Feng would be able to find out as long as he went out and utilized the eye of true vision to take a look. Junji Sato's heart skipped a beat, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. That's right. After getting this answer, Zhang Feng directly opened the door and asked, say, what's he going to do to me? Sato Junji said in fear. Reporting back to Senior, Lord God Emperor has already taken out a half-saint level magic treasure, the Void Suppressing Tablet, which is capable of isolating your Imperial Beast space. Half-saint level magic treasure? Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed. That bull God's envoy had even bothered to take out a half-saint level magic treasure in order to deal with himself, and it was also able to block its own Imperial Beast space. You're really willing to go to great lengths to get rid of yourself. It's a good thing he took these guys in for questioning ahead of time. Otherwise it's really easy to plant this. As long as he placed the Imperial Beast outside first, wouldn't this whatsoever half-saint level void suppressing tablet be of no use to him at all? Well, I guess your companions are pretty lonely down there. I'll send you to them now. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Feng activated the slave collar's ability to exterminate him with a thought. The people of the Mouth Kingdom are not qualified to give themselves as dogs. Just as Zhang Feng was about to leave, a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! A rare Imperial Beast has been detected in the vicinity. Please go to the host to check it out. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. The ferocious monsters in the Xuanzhou mysterious realm had basically all been exterminated. So where could one look for Imperial Beasts? But following the guidance of the system, Zhang Feng had really found a beast egg on an inconspicuous island in the sea. This island was almost leveled by the skills of the red sky burning falcon. Yet this beast egg was still standing intact. It was worthy of being a rare Imperial Beast detected by the system. Zhang Feng immediately checked its information. Gen 2 turtle eggs, rare quality, grade, gold. Zhang Feng took off his hidden breathshian robe in an unoccupied place after leaving through the teleportation exit. He came to the middle of the largest exchange in Tianjue City, selling a portion of materials and equipment, props, and so on. Resell it and make a simple profit. It's not much, just $1 billion or so federal dollars. Seeing that the balance inside the card had turned into another long string, Zhang Feng couldn't help but turn the corners of his mouth upwards. Then Zhang Feng purchased some props that could hide his breath and materials that could level up the Imperial Beasts. Not to hide his scent, but for his Imperial Beast. The pile cost just under 10 million federal dollars. During the transaction, Zhang Feng also learned something significant. 10 days from now, the Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce will hold an auction. At that time, the major professions would bring out some precious things for auction. These are usually out of circulation on the market. The main reason was that Zhang Feng had heard that there was an evolutionary fruit needed by the Hell Stygian dogs in it, the Blood Inferno Purgatory fruit. As long as he slapped this down, he would have a second returning great Imperial Beast himself. It was hard not to let Zhang Feng be moved by this. After that, Zhang Feng brought the Xian turtle egg to the middle of an incubation room. Although it is possible to wait for the basilisk turtle eggs to hatch automatically, it is possible to speed up the hatching time in the middle of a professional incubation room. If it normally takes several months to hatch successfully, it can be accelerated to as fast as half a month in the hatchery. Hatch in a few days if you want it to go any faster. That would, I'm afraid, cause some sort of unknown flaw in the Imperial Beast's future growth. Even though Zhang Feng wanted the Xian turtle egg to hatch out as early as possible, he didn't want to damage its foundation as a result. In the middle of the incubation room, Zhang Feng saw a young girl with a beautiful look. She was petite, wearing a brown bear apron and a soft smile on her face, was attentively feeding some of the hatchlings of the little Imperial Beasts. The moment he saw her, Zhang Feng was slightly disoriented. Not because she was beautiful, but because she was her high school classmate Su Wanru. When his own family went bankrupt, everyone brushed themselves off. Only the young girl in front of her lent herself money in her most difficult time. The main thing was that Su Wanru's relationship with herself could actually only be considered an ordinary classmate relationship. Yet she was willing to lend a hand in her own time of need and asked for nothing in return. Chapter 28. Yes, I'll sell you $10 billion. Zhang Feng? Su Wanru after seeing Zhang Feng was a bit surprised. Well, I didn't expect you to be in Tianjue City. Zhang Feng smiled out of the corner of his eye and walked towards her, remembering that her awakened profession was incubator. She just didn't expect to meet in Tianjue City. I came to my cousin's place to work. Su Wanru replied with a light smile. Rather, why did you come to Tianjue City? For some reason, she always felt that there was a different aura emanating from Zhang Feng now. There was an indescribable calmness and confidence about him. It's a far cry from earlier. Came here to run some errands.
Jiang Feng casually laughed, then took out the Xian turtle egg. Help me hatch this beast egg. Good. This would be your first imperial beast. So congratulations. Smiling, he took the Xian turtle egg handed over by Jiang Feng. Su Wanru used an inspection prop to detect the grade of this beast egg. She knew Jiang Feng's current situation, and being able to purchase a royal beast egg must be very difficult. Race, Gen 2, grade, gold. However, the next moment, after seeing that it was a gold grade, Su Wanru's eyes widened. It was important to know that gold-level imperial beast eggs were worth at least $1 million federal dollars. She had thought that what Jiang Feng had brought would be a black iron grade imperial beast egg, but I didn't expect it to be gold level. Jiang Feng, this is a gold level imperial beast egg. Where did you get it? Su Wanru looked surprised as she looked at Jiang Feng. You should know that Jiang Feng's family was bankrupt and owed a lot of debt, so even eating was a problem. So she saw that Jiang Feng was pitiful at that time, so she lent Jiang Feng some of the money she had saved. There was no thought of asking him for the money when he borrowed it. After all, people have times when they are not as good as they want to be and when they are down and out. But now Jiang Feng turned his hand and took out a gold-grade imperial beast egg worth hundreds of thousands of federal dollars. How that didn't surprise her. Luck, found it in the middle of a copy. Jiang Feng laughed lightly. Really? Hearing this, Su Wanru's face revealed a few moments of surprise and envy. Trying to find a gold-level imperial beast egg in the middle of a novice copy was not impossible though. But the probability of this can be said to be so slim as to be no different from winning the lottery. If this gold-grade imperial beast egg was really obtained by Jiang Feng, well, let's just say his luck just doesn't run out. However, Su Wanru was also happy for Jiang Feng. After all, a royal beast master without a royal beast entering a copy with a group. It's all about mopping up and being called upon. In the future, having a gold-level imperial beast would help Jiang Feng's growth quite a bit. Saying that, Jiang Feng took out another mage necklace and gave it to Su Wanru as a repayment from before. By the way, I haven't been able to pay you back the money you lent me last time. Take this mage necklace as a thank you gift. This mage necklace not only increases mental strength, but also quickly recovers mental and physical strength. It was mentally exhausting for an incubator to try to speed up the hatching of a royal beast egg. However, Su Wanru shook her head and refused. Smiling, Jiang Feng, this mage necklace looks like it's worth a lot. You'd better keep it for yourself. After all, the cost of hatching, as well as the price of the resources needed for growth in the later stages of the imperial beasts are very expensive. I'm working here now, and I get paid quite a bit every month, so it's okay to pay back the money when you can afford it later. The strength of gold-level imperial beasts far exceeded that of silver and black iron levels, but the resources required by gold imperial beasts also far exceeded that of silver and black iron levels, so she didn't choose to accept Jiang Feng's kindness. Jiang Feng laughed. There's no need to be so polite with me. I still have a few thousand pieces of this type of mage equipment. Just take it. That's quite a rich and powerful thing to say. But this was still Jiang Feng keeping a low profile as much as possible. Su Wanru puffed and laughed, but said nothing and refused to take it. In this regard, Jiang Feng did not explain much, and when it came to paying and swiping his card, lighting up a long list of balances directly caused Su Wanru to completely freeze on the spot. Millions, millions, billions, billions. It was then that she snapped out of her shock. It turned out that Jiang Feng really didn't exaggerate just now, but she couldn't figure out how Jiang Feng had suddenly become so rich. Just then, a man and a woman walked into the store. The female was an exquisitely dressed young woman who was Su Wanru's cousin. The male, on the other hand, is a handsome-looking man, but there is a touch of vapidity among his eyebrows, obviously caused by excessive drinking and coloring. Wanru, Mr. Zhao has come to see you again. Su Wanru's cousin spoke with a smiling face. The man she calls Mr. Zhao is a big shot. His name was Zhao Jinpeng, and he was Tianshui City's Royal Beast Master Association, the son of the vice president. However, Su Wanru acted very flat towards Zhao Jinpeng. This one is? Zhao Jinpeng suddenly turned his gaze toward Jiang Feng. Before he even came in, he saw this kid talking and laughing with Su Wanru. Then he wanted to find out what this kid was about. How dare you steal a woman from yourself? This is my classmate Jiang Feng, Su Wanru introduced. Hearing this, Su Wanru's cousin was surprised in her eyes. Hurriedly, Su Wanru pulled Su Wanru aside and whispered, Wanru, is he the young master in your Pingchun whose family went bankrupt? At those words, Su Wanru burst into tears. After all, she had just seen that Jiang Feng's card had more than $1 billion in it. That's a lot more money than he had when his family wasn't broke. Su Wanru's cousin hurriedly advised. Wanru, cousin reminds you, this Zhao Gongzi's identity is not simple. He's been interested in you for not a day or two, and as a result, you didn't give a good face. Although this Mr. Zhao isn't as handsome as Jiang Feng, we can't just look at the outside, but we should also look at the inside. And Jiang Feng's family owes so much money. You can't find him with anyone you know?
Su Wanru frowned. Cousin, but I really don't have any feelings for Mr. Zhao. If you keep saying that, I'll just go work somewhere else. Just as the two of them were chatting, Zhao Jinpeng suddenly saw among the incubation box behind Zhang Feng, there was a golden grade Xian turtle egg. It was a double take, because he had awakened the profession of Imperial Beast Master as well. He was planning to contract an Imperial Beast with high defense ability, but I didn't expect to run into it right here. I'll take this Xian turtle egg. You guys go and inform the owner of this Xian turtle egg how much it costs. I'll pay for it. Upon hearing this, the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted. Fine, 10 billion federal dollars. I'll sell it to you. Chapter 29, Hidden Divine Beast Bloodline. This Xian turtle egg is yours? Zhao Jinpeng frowned. Su Wanru hurriedly stood over and spoke. Zhao Jinpeng, this Xian turtle egg is indeed Zhang Feng, but I'll remind you that it's best not to mess with Zhang Feng. The second half of her sentence sounded like she was defending Zhang Feng, but she was actually reminding Zhao Jinpeng. After all, Zhang Feng was now worth billions of dollars, and even if Zhao Jinpeng's father was the vice president, he still had to be polite. However, these words changed flavor in Zhao Jinpeng's ears. With a thought, he summoned a level 52, gold-grade snow-silver fox. The appearance of the snow-silver fox caused the temperature of the entire hatchery hall to drop quite a bit. Kid, if you don't want to go out lying down, honestly sell me this Xian turtle egg, or don't blame me for not being polite, Zhao Jinpeng said with coldness filling his eyes. But as soon as the words fell, the snow-silver fox, who originally looked quite imposing, had just bared its teeth towards Zhang Feng. It was as if he had smelled something terrifying on Zhang Feng's body. Immediately, with his tail between his legs, he prostrated himself timidly on the ground. This scene froze the two Su Wanru who were trying to persuade the fight. Zhao Jinpeng was also extremely dismayed to see the snow-silver fox behave this way. What they didn't know was that Zhang Feng's body was more or less tainted with some of the scent of the abyssal black dragon and the red sky-burning falcon. Regular people might not be sensitive to the aura on Zhang Feng's body. However, the snow-silver fox, who was a gold level by virtue of being a gold level, was able to smell the odor very clearly. That terrifying aura pressed it to the point where it was about to lose its breath, and fear filled its blue-silver eyes amongst them. Let alone going to attack Zhang Feng. It couldn't even look straight at him. This was the sense of oppression that came from a top-tier imperial beast. Having lost face in front of several people, Zhao Jinpeng felt like his face was on fire, like he had been slapped. Spinning around, he kicked violently towards the snow-silver fox and cursed angrily. Rubbish, get your ass up. However, the snow-silver fox was still crawling on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. This scene caused Su Wanru to be unable to look at it, and she shouted, Zhao Jinpeng, stop it. A Gorgon is a companion who fights alongside the Gorgon. However, Zhao Jinpeng was treating his imperial beast so roughly, it was simply too much. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said indifferently, how much is your imperial beast? I'll take it. Humph, if you really want it, I'll sell it to you for $10 million. Can you afford that? Zhao Jinpeng had a sneer on his face. This snow-silver fox had made him lose face so much that he could only seek to mend his face in other ways. However, Zhang Feng held the federal card between his two fingers and succinctly spat out two words. Swipe the card. This sentence caused Zhao Jinpeng and Su Wanru's few people to be stunned again. $10 million for a gold-level imperial beast. This was obviously very uneconomical. More importantly, does Zhang Feng really have $10 million? By the time the card swiping was completed, Zhao Jinpeng was feeling a little unreal. Although he had spoken more or less impulsively just now, he hadn't expected this kid to be truly wealthy. After receiving the transfer, Zhao Jinpeng was also aware that Zhang Feng's identity was definitely not simple. The arrogant postures from earlier were all tightened up. He then cast the unbinding technique, breaking the contract with the snow-silver fox. After that, he was afraid that Zhang Feng would back out, so he quickly left with a random excuse. And as Zhang Feng looked at the snow-silver fox that was trembling at the place, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly in an arc. Zhang Feng hadn't purchased this snow-silver fox just now because he wanted to get in his face. Rather, he utilized the eye of true vision and discovered the peculiarities of this snow-silver fox. Snowy silver fox, hidden divine beast bloodline. Grade, gold. Level, LV 52. Power, 7,741. Body mass, 6,654. Agility, 8,441. Spirit, 9,454. Battle strength, 25,742. Skills, ice rib piercing, ice flame power. Imperial beasts with divine beast bloodlines had enormous potential and had no level limitations. That means it's even capable of rising to level 999 as long as it's done with enough experience. Once it breaks through to the returning ancestor level, then its growth rate will even reach a qualitative leap. All other imperial beasts require various rare breakthrough materials to break through, but it didn't need it at all.
As long as it kept upgrading and then fused its own divine beast bloodline power, it could continue to evolve.
If it couldn't activate its divine beast bloodline,
then it would be no different from an ordinary imperial beast. If Zhang Feng didn't possess the Eye of True Vision, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to tell that it possessed a hidden divine beast bloodline.
Zhang Feng then used the contract technique to contract this snow silver fox. He could only contract 4 imperial beasts now, and if he wanted to contract the Xian turtle, he would have to go and complete the 3rd turn quest to do so. It was just that in order to activate the snow silver fox's hidden divine beast bloodline, one more thing was needed. That's the source of the gods. That's right. It's the divine spirit source that allows professionals to break through the level limitations and makes countless people rush to it. However, the Great Yin Tianjia Tower still had 3 months to open. Honestly, Zhang Feng could hardly wait.
After putting the snow silver fox into the imperial beast space, Zhang Feng was also ready to go and meet the imposter city lord Tan Tiansu for a while.
Seeing Zhang Feng about to leave,
Su Wanru's cousin hurriedly smiled respectfully.
Zhang Xiao, won't you stay and have dinner together? No, I already have an appointment. Some other time. Zhang Feng waved his hand and left the hatchery. When Zhang Feng left, Su Wanru's cousin looked at Su Wanru with a teasing face.
No wonder you've never been able to look at Zhao Jinpeng. So it turns out you've been eyeing Zhang Feng for a long time.
But you'll have to hold on to your chances, or you won't be able to get in line to ask him out to dinner later. Upon hearing this, Su Wanru's face burned slightly. No way. Cousin, don't be ridiculous. I'm just an ordinary classmate with Zhang Feng. After putting on the hidden breath Xian robe,
Zhang Feng summoned the red sky-burning falcon towards the city lord's mansion.
In the middle of the city lord's courtyard, a table of delicious delicacies was set up. Tan Tianqiu also immediately brought people forward to greet Zhang Feng.
Arriving in the middle of the courtyard,
Tan Tiansu laughed. Senior, take your imperial beasts back into the imperial beast space,
or else the flower and grass pools in this courtyard of mine are going to be dried up by the sun.
Upon hearing that,
Zhang Feng also took the red sky-burning falcon back into the royal beast space. Seeing that the red sky-burning falcon was put into the imperial beast space,
an imperceptible color of moroseness flashed under Tan Tianqiu's eyes.
A royal beast master without a royal beast was nothing more than fish meat to be slaughtered.
Tan Tianqiu very respectfully invited Zhang Feng to take a seat. At the table were some colorful women in cool clothes.
Tan Tianqiu picked up a cup of aged wine and laughed aloud.
Since Senior has come to my Tianqiu city, as the Tianqiu city lord, I naturally have to do my part as a landlord. Here's to you.
Zhang Feng was also not pretentious,
embracing left and right, then waved his hand. No, I prefer tea, not wine. It's me being abrupt. Senior, don't be offended.
Tan Tianqiu hurriedly apologized.
What kind of tea does Senior like to drink? I'll immediately have someone make it. Ask someone to get me a bottle of iced tea, Zhang Feng said. Hearing this, the corner of Tan Tianqiu's eyes twitched, and then he immediately ordered someone to buy it. Chapter 30, Are you so confident that you can kill me?
After the wine and rice were served, Zhang Feng casually pinched his hand and felt a burst of elasticity filled with softness. Seeing that this senior was actually so liberal,
Tan Tiansu's heart couldn't help but have a small thought.
If a person is greedy for money and sex, then you will be able to pinch his soft underbelly and make him do things for you. Now that this imperial beast powerhouse was in his own hands, wanting to kill him was as easy as a slap in the face. But if he could be recruited to serve His Majesty the Emperor, he would surely receive a greater reward.
Senior is really good-natured. Tan Tianqiu smiled and flattered,
then clapped his hands.
I've prepared some gifts in advance. It's a little token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Senior. A few dainty women then walked up holding something of great value.
Zhang Feng's gaze swept away, and he was instantly a bit surprised.
Yuan Ling Xian Dan. Type, prop. Available level, LV1.
Introduction, after taking it, you can gain 2 million experience value.
Fire source beads, type, prop. Available level, LV1.
Introduction, enhances the strength of fire attribute imperial beasts after taking it.
Water spirit stones, type, prop. Available level, LV1.
Introduction, enhances the strength of water attribute imperial beasts after taking it.
Blazing rock, shattered star, type, staff weapon. Grade, dark gold. Applicable occupation, beast master. Available level, LV60. Attributes, spirit plus 25,000. Physique plus 15,000.
Introduction, attacks come with 2 attribute penetration effects of fire and rock, increasing the damage of the imperial beast by 20%.
City Lord Tan is truly generous. Since that's the case, then I'll accept my compliments. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted, and he was about to put these things away. Wait, if you want to receive these things, Senior still needs to promise me a request. Tan Tiansu raised his hand, and several women took a step back. What kind of request? Is it hard to think that you want me to defect to your cuckoo kingdom?
Zhang Feng opened his mouth with a smile.
Hearing this, Tan Tiansu's heart suddenly jumped, not expecting Zhang Feng to see his true identity. However, he quickly composed himself and said with a leathery smile, "A bright person doesn't speak in the dark. Since Senior saw through my identity yet still went to the banquet, it means that there was a possibility for us to talk and make peace before." With the void suppression tablet given by Lord God Emperor in his hand, he wasn't worried at all that Zhang Feng would be able to make any waves. "It's nothing more than a fish in the palm of your hand. If you want to recruit me to join your cuckoo country, I only have one condition." Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Tan Tianxu's gaze lit up. "What conditions? A top-tier beast-robbing powerhouse like Senior will agree to whatever conditions. It's very simple. As long as your cuckoo kingdom bows down to the Great Yen Alliance and becomes a vassal state of Great Yen, I'll consider becoming the town marshal of the cuckoo country." Zhang Feng pinched a grape and put it in his mouth and chewed it with a cozy face. However, Tan Tiansu's face instantly darkened, holding back his anger as he said in a deep voice, "Elder, don't joke like that. I'm negotiating with you with sincerity, or else you'd be a corpse by now." "Oh, you're threatening me?" Zhang Feng had a playful look on his brows. Tan Tianxu snorted coldly. "I advise Senior not to do so with respect. You can either surrender to my cuckoo kingdom today, or perish here." His words fell. Zhang Feng was then able to feel a strong sense of crisis coming on. Without even having time to react, a dagger tainted with ink poison was placed on his neck. However, Zhang Feng's gaze was calm. "Are you so confident that you can kill me?" At those words, Tan Tiansu looked like he had heard some kind of funny joke. "Ha ha, do you still think you have a chance to escape? Aren't you relying on your powerful imperial beast? I'll give you a chance. You can try summoning it out and see." In the next moment, the space in Tan Tianxu's hands distorted, and a stone tablet emitting an arcane aura emerged in the void. The stone tablet was about the size of a palm, black as ink, and engraved with a Asian, complicated ancient inscription. "Ha!" Zhang Feng couldn't help but let out a sneer. "So much for the intelligence of you mouth-breathing countrymen. Do you really think that I knew your identity and rushed to the banquet without a little preparation?" Tan Tianxu shook his head. "It seems that you have no thoughts of returning to the fold. Today you will surely be buried here. 333500. You have entered the poison state. Continuous loss of life value per second, 50,000. The symbiosis skill is in effect, and the damage you have taken has been transferred to the Imperial Beast, the Abyssal Black Dragon." "What?" Tan Tiansu's gaze was gloomy. He didn't expect Zhang Feng to be intact after receiving this surefire blow. Roar! At this time, a dragon roar filled with pressure came from the distant sky. A black dragon with a body length of hundreds of feet was flying in the clouds, speeding towards the side. Another huge Hellsticks dog with a pair of bone wings also stepped into the air and ran. The entire Tianquo city's professionals looked at the two imperial beasts with terrifying auras above them, and all of them had a chill in their hearts. Soon, they realized that the direction these two imperial beasts were traveling forward was none other than the city lord's mansion. Tan Tianquo's heart was appalled. "You actually knew that I possessed the void-suppressing tablet a long time ago. Surprised, right?" Zhang Feng snorted lightly. "It's all thanks to the men you sent to spy on me. If it wasn't for their reminder, I wouldn't have known that you even had a half-state-level magic treasure that possessed the ability to block the space of the imperial beasts. Maybe I'll actually step in a hole with you." Tan Tianxu's face suddenly changed, and the killing intent in his eyes surged even more crazily. "I'll exterminate you here today no matter what I say." After saying that, his five-turn breath rushed up to the sky, his feet stepped on the void, and a huge ghostly shadow even appeared behind him. That's a ghost from the legends of the Cuckoo Country, the Nightjar Ghost. The Night Fork Ghost's face was morose and hideous, exuding a ferocious aura. It held a huge steel fork, wrapped in raging wind, and stabbed towards Zhang Feng. Boom! The Nightjar Ghost's steel fork directly blasted a whole crater several meters deep into the ground. The entire city lord's mansion shook violently, and the houses collapsed in a flash, causing dust to fill the sky. However, Zhang Feng directly used the prop, Absolute Defense, the ability to be immune to all damage for 5 minutes. Before the smoke cleared, the abyssal black dragon penetrated into the smoke, followed by its massive body hovering above the city lord's mansion. Zhang Feng stood atop the head of the abyssal black dragon, looking down at Tan Tianxu and a nightmare ghost behind him. Nightjar Ghost, level, LV 135, life value, 563,000, battle strength, 280,510, skills, Ghost Slash, Shura Slash, Ghost Shadow Instant. Description, a special class of summons with the ability to be immortal. A special summon that also has the ability to be immortal? Zhang Feng's eyes flashed as he murmured in a low voice. It was the first time he had seen a summon that possessed immortality. If he could use it for himself, it would be a good fighting force. Chapter 31 Kill. After sensing the terrifying aura of the abyssal black dragon as well as the hell Stygian dogs, Tan Tianxu's heart was violently horrified. His heart was completely devoid of wariness. and he immediately fled towards the outside of the city.
He had completely miscalculated this time, not realizing that this person even had a prop like absolute defense that could be called a super life-preserving talisman. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth flicked up as he had already gotten the Abyssal Black Dragon and the Hell Stygian dogs to completely lock him in the middle of their attack range.
If we do it directly in the city, I'm afraid that if the attacks of the two Imperial Beasts didn't control their range slightly, they might destroy half of Tianshui City, and outside the city, there's no need to worry too much. Without the suppression of the Void Suppression Tablet, Zhang Feng summoned the Red Sky Burning Falcon. The three Imperial Beasts then launched an attack towards Tan Tiansu and the Night Fork Ghost behind him. The Night Fork Ghost had just raised its steel blade when it was instantly annihilated by the terrifying impact, turning into a black mist, though the black mist was gathering and recoalescing. However, under the three Imperial Beasts' offense that could be considered terrifying, there was hardly any room for resistance. Tan Tiansu was still trying to make a last-ditch attempt to resist, but he was nearly killed by a mouthful of the Abyssal Black Dragon's dark Abyssal Dragon Breath. It was only after consuming several resurrection scrolls in a row that he barely dodged it. Baka, you made me do it. The color of abhorrence and anger filled Tan Tianshu's eyes as he directly sacrificed the Night Fork Ghost that he had carefully cultivated for many years to cast the Violent Poison Prohibition Technique. Once the Violent Poison Prohibition Technique was cast, a radius of thousands of meters would be corroded by an intense poison. Any living thing that gets a hint of the toxin will be poisoned in a moment. It was the 6th turn, or even the 7th turn professionals, who could not compete with them. Tan Tianshu's face wore a malicious smile. Even if you don't die, your Imperial Beasts will be killed. Once the Imperial Beast died, the Imperial Beast Master would also suffer a severe backlash. Even if he couldn't kill Zhang Feng, being able to break his Imperial Beasts would be considered a great achievement. Boo! As the Nightblood Ghost blew itself up, the corrosive poisonous mist filled with corrosiveness made a zippy sound in the air. It then swept in all directions like a wave. The three Imperial Beasts sensed the crisis and hurriedly blocked in front of Zhang Feng, wanting to use their own skills and physical bodies to resist the incoming poisonous mist. However, in the presence of this bizarre poisonous fog, their attacks had no apparent effect. Soon, the body of the Hell Stygian dog was stained with that terrifying poisonous mist, and his skin began to rapidly fester, and his breath shriveled for the same reason. Even the returning ancestor-level Abyssal Black Dragon's hard dragon scales were rapidly corroding under this poisonous mist. Seeing this, a piercing snort escaped from the corner of Tan Tiansu's mouth. Ha ha, you brought this on yourself. Immediately after that, he crushed a special runestone and waited for Lord God Emperor to rescue him. Under the shade of the hidden breath Xian robe, Zhang Feng's face didn't show any color of panic. He used absolute defense once more, immune to all damage for 5 minutes. Immediately, he summoned a few more Imperial Beasts into the middle of the Imperial Beast space. With the increase effect of the Imperial Beast space, the toxins they had endured were instantly removed in just a second. Then Zhang Feng directly let the Abyssal Black Dragon inhale all the poisonous mist into his body, and then summoned it back into the Imperial Beast space. The Abyssal Black Dragon immediately opened its huge mouth, and a powerful suction force was generated, sucking all the poisonous mist in the sky into its belly. After that, amongst the Imperial Beast space, the Abyssal Black Dragon once again healed. Even if the Abyssal Black Dragon couldn't resist the toxin, Zhang Feng had a resurrection scroll that could revive it. Nanny, how is this possible? An ordinary Imperial Beast Master could never possess such an ability. Tan Tiansu's eyes widened, his expression extremely shocked as he looked at the scene in front of him. He didn't understand how Zhang Feng's Imperial Beast could be healed instantly. You know that the violent poison forbidden spell he cast, even a 7th turn priest couldn't get rid of it and heal it all. This almost perverted ability was too terrifying. Although he had come into contact with many Imperial Beast Masters, there had never been anyone who could instantly heal their Imperial Beasts like Zhang Feng. At this moment, Tan Tiansu's eyes were completely flustered. Why hasn't the Lord God Emperor come to my rescue? Have I been abandoned? As a terrifying dragon's breath gushed out, Tan Tianshu could only completely fall in despair. Zhang Feng collected his spirit and absorbed his spatial ring over. However, he didn't leave, but instead blandly looked somewhere in the void. If your excellency is already here, why don't you show yourself? In the middle of the void, although the silhouette could not be seen, there was an information panel displayed. Name, Miyamoto Shinzo. Occupation, Phantom Soul Envoy. Level, 9 turns, level 288. Country of origin, Mouth Country. After seeing this information panel, Zhang Feng could only force himself to be calm on the surface despite his heart jumping violently. Once they revealed their timidity, it was likely to cause the other party to strike. Only by being forcefully calm could the other party mistakenly think that he still had a card, and thus did not dare to take action without authorization. Right now, although he was strong, he was nothing in front of a professional of the 9th turn. As the words fell, a tiny ripple appeared in the middle of the void, and then it completely returned to calm. The person who disappeared was none other than the divine messenger of the country of Cuckoo. At this moment, he had a gloomy face and pressed the killing intent in his heart. I didn't expect this Imperial Beast Master to be able to gain insight into his presence, even if one was a fellow 9th turn professional. As long as one did not take the initiative to strike outside of exposing one's breath, absolutely no one would be able to detect one's presence. This person definitely still had an amazing undercurrent. If the party had directly struck out at Zhang Feng, if they couldn't kill him with a single blow, he was afraid of attracting the attention of the powerhouses in the Great Yen Emperor Palace. At that time, not only would you expose your information, but you might also directly trigger a national war between the two countries. Now that Emperor Yan had not yet fallen, if he was the first to go to full-scale war with the Great Yen country, it would only allow the rest of the countries to reap the benefits. However, what puzzled him was Zhang Feng's rank. Although Zhang Feng was wearing a Xian robe that obscured his information, 6th turn and below couldn't be seen through. However, with the strength of Miyamoto Shinzo's 9th turn, he was naturally able to peek through Zhang Feng's true information at a glance. However, he was stunned after seeing Zhang Feng's message. At the 2nd turn of level 90, you have a returning ancestor grade Imperial Beast and 2 dimming moon grade Imperial Beasts? How is that possible? It was important to know that unusual Imperial Beast Masters were only qualified to have their Imperial Beasts evolve by 1 rank for every 1 turn of promotion. Generally, a 2nd turn Imperial Beast Master would only be able to evolve the Imperial Beasts to the Diamond rank. And this 2nd turn Imperial Beast Master even possessed a returning ancestor grade Imperial Beast. Even a transcendent attribute person would be far from being able to display such demonic abilities. After a moment's thought, a flash of coldness appeared in Miyamoto Shinzo's eyes. This son must not be retained. One must find a way to get rid of it as soon as possible without revealing one's identity. Only after making sure that the man had left did Zhang Feng let out a deep breath. However, for the people of the Cuckoo Kingdom to dare to be so arrogant as to cause trouble within the territory of Dian, it was really a bit of bullying that he had no one in Dian. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's eyes flickered, revealing a touch of coldness. When he is strong enough, he will lead the Imperial Beast Army and personally trample down their mouthful of islands. Zhang Feng then took out the things among Tan Tiansu's spatial ring and took a look at them. Shinshu Monument, Category, Fabulous. Rank, 9th, Available Level, LV 60. Yuan Ling Xian Dan, Water Spirit Stones, Fire Source Beads, Fruit for Marrow Cleansing. However, it was the staff that most moved Zhang Feng's heart, the blazing rock-shattering star, able to boost the royal beast's amazing damage by 40%. Just like the abyssal black dragon's current combat power was already over 400,000. If it was boosted by another 40% after that, without counting the defense of the fierce monster for the time being, it was able to deal close to 600,000 damage. Moreover, the skill damage would be even higher, and there wouldn't be any problem with directly securing a boss below level 150. After killing Tan Tiansu, he also gained tens of thousands of merit points. Zhang Feng then suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked what his 3rd turn quest was yet. Current mission, 3rd turning. Quest requirement, go to LV 120 level Desolate Night Mountain Range, kill the boss Lord of Desolate Night and obtain the Phantom Core. Time limit for the mission, 3 days. Will you pick it up immediately? Hint, this quest can be changed into a career advancement quest by spending 500,000 evolution points. Note, after the evolution of the career advancement task, the difficulty of the subsequent tasks will be greatly increased. Please choose carefully. After seeing the tip on this, Zhang Feng was stunned. I'm a burnt steel. This can evolve? After just a moment of daze, Zhang Feng chose evolution with a face full of joy. After all, the last thing he needed was something like evolution points. Generally speaking, only turn 5 or turn 6 has the probability to be able to trigger career advancement. After the career advancement, not only can shorten the cooldown time of skills, as well as various skill bonuses, you will also be able to gain skills for additional special advancement professions. For example, a dual blade warrior would have a chance to evolve into a dual blade berserker and be able to gain an amazing increase. Ding! Evolution successful. Current quest, career advancement, Lord of the Imperial Spirit. Quest requirement, possession of an ancient grade Imperial Beast. Length of assignment, unlimited. Chapter 32, thoroughly purging the invaders. Lord of the Imperial Spirit? Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. This advanced profession sounded a bit more forced than the Beast Master. It's just that the quest requirement is to have an ancient grade Imperial Beast. The difficulty of this mission wasn't that hard for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng picked up the Great Yen token and checked his merit points towards it. Merit points, 234,130. If you wanted to purchase the chaotic green lotus seed as an evolutionary material for the abyssal black dragon, you were still 600,000 merit points short. It seemed like a long way off, but to Zhang Feng, who possessed the eye of true vision, it was nothing.
All foreign enemies lurking within the Great Yin territory were able to have their identities spied by him. With over 600,000 merit points, it was only a matter of a few more days. Just as Zhang Feng was about to leave on the abyssal black dragon, a majestic breath suddenly descended, and the void was like ripples in the water. A gap suddenly opened up in the middle of the void. An old man with white hair slowly stepped out from it. Zhang Feng stared at once, ready to fight. Still a step too late? The white-haired old man frowned slightly after probing the surrounding area. He sensed the aura of a 9 revolutions powerhouse from the Cuckoo Kingdom appearing in this direction. It was only a split second, but it was still keenly captured by him. But I didn't think he'd be a step too late. Seeing Zhang Feng acting like an enemy, the white-haired old man laughed and stroked his beard. Little friend, there is no need to be nervous. I have no animosity towards you. At the same time, Zhang Feng utilized the Eye of Truth to check his identity information. Name, Shi Daoming. Occupation, Holy Lawgiver. Level, 9 turns. Level 290. Affiliation, Dian Union. Zhang Feng's eyelids jumped. Another terrifying 9th revolution's powerhouse. Under his vastness like the sea, one was too small. Moreover, this Holy Lawgiver profession, like the earlier Phantom Soul Envoy of Miyamoto Shinzo of the Mouth Kingdom, had never been heard of. It should be a special progression occupation as well. Greetings, senior. Zhang Feng slightly arched his hand and saluted. Shi Daoming smiled with an affable face and waved his hand. There's no need to be courteous. You were able to discover the true identity of the Tianshui city lord and kill him, which is considered to be getting rid of a potential hidden danger for my great yen. This is all my part. Zhang Feng smiled faintly without being humble. Shi Daoming nodded slightly and looked at Zhang Feng with a face full of admiration, saying, now that the position of Tianshui city lord is temporarily vacant, I wonder if you would like to take up this position. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. He had never wanted to hold any official position. After all, unfettered freedom was what he sought. While there were many benefits to becoming the head of a city, there were also many responsibilities to take on. Right now, Zhang Feng only wanted to improve his strength of the imperial beasts in the fastest time possible. Senior's good intentions are appreciated, but I don't aspire to this. Zhang Feng shook his head and politely declined his offer. Upon hearing this, Shi Daoming was also a bit surprised. After all, Tianshui City was a large city with a population of millions. The benefits of becoming the city lord of Tianshui City were naturally self-evident. How many people wanted to become the city lord of Tianshui City even if they were fighting for their heads? For this Zhang Feng who wasn't obsessed with power, his heart couldn't help but look at him a little more favorably. In that case, I won't force myself. This is the Great Yen King's order, which can mobilize all resources within Tianshui City. Shi Daoming raised his hand and a specially made token appeared in front of Zhang Feng. At this moment, the occupiers who were watching from afar were also startled by their gazes. Holding the Great Yen King's order can be used to temporarily mobilize all resources in any city. Can be said to see the official big 3 levels. Even the city lord to see also have to listen to its command. This shows the gold content of the Great Yen King's order. Only the Great Yen Inspector could possess this token. Many thanks for your regard, senior. Zhang Feng's gaze lit up as he uttered his thanks. With the Great Yen token, it would be easier to remove foreign enemies hidden within Great Yen territory. And it just so happened that he was going to stay in Tianshui City for a few days these days, waiting for the auction to start. Tianshui City. Zhang Feng stood on the roof of the tallest building in the city, overlooking the bustle of Tianshui City. Above his pupils, there was a golden aura flowing. Among the people coming and going, the identities of all the people were clearly probed by him. Zhang Feng had already ordered the blockade of the entire Tianshui City. Everyone could only enter and not go out. He could do with a good cleansing of the invaders hiding in the city. With a single movement of Zhang Feng's mind, he summoned the Hell Stygian dog. Hell Stygian dogs can telescope their size, so the originally vicious and horrible Hell Stick stood beside Zhang Feng like an ordinary little black dog. Go ahead and take care of these intruders. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth rose slightly as he commanded towards the Hell Sticks. The next moment, a black mud puddle type thing appeared at the feet of the Hell Sticks. Its figure quickly disappeared into the middle of the black mud pool. Streets. Ishida Udai hid in the middle of a dark alley. At this time he was extremely irritated. If Water City was blockaded today, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. He turned to look at the 2 women tied up behind him, a fierce glint in his eyes. His profession is that of a blood sacrificer, to absorb blood to enhance his strength. Taking out a dagger that exuded the stain of countless lives, he brought it to his mouth and licked it. Don't worry, I'll let you die without pain. At this moment, although the bound woman's mouth was taped at the corners, a pair of eyes were filled with panic among them. A whimpering sound kept coming out of his mouth, for she saw a bloody maw suddenly appear behind the man. Do you think I'll let you go if you try to beg for mercy? Yasi, the more scared you are, the more you can give me pleasure. A grimace surfaced on Ishida Udai's face. However,
Before he could do anything, his eyes went black. Hell sticks bites the head right off. Then the body burrowed back into the middle of the black mud pool. Has killed the third turn invader. Gained merit points, 10,000. Above the roof of the building, no waves surfaced in Zhang Feng's eyes. However, being a third turn professional, it was simply unable to react to an attack from a 100+ level dimming moon level Imperial Beast. At the same time, the Hellhound of the Underworld's detachments also appeared in various parts of Tianquo City. The attack of the Hell Stygian dogs in turn caused a moment of panic and agitation. However, since a professional's own panel will not be able to be hidden when he or she dies, as each invader from each country was killed, Zhang Feng's merit points kept rising. Has killed the third turn invader. Gained merit points, 10,000. The fourth turn intruder has been killed. Gained merit points, 30,000. Has killed the third turn invader. Gained merit points, 10,000. The second turn intruder has been killed. Gained merit points, 5,000. It was just less than 10 minutes before the hidden intruders in the neighborhood were completely eliminated. More than 300,000 merit points were directly gained. However, among the 7 major countries outside the country, the number of invaders hidden in the territory of Dian was by no means small. This intruder is a real gem. Immediately afterward, Zhang Feng summoned the red sky burning falcon and hovered above Tianquo City. Under this terrifying Imperial Beast aura, the invaders from those countries felt incomparably terrified. They didn't expect that they had hidden themselves so seamlessly, but they would still be seen through. In less than an hour, the entire Tianquo City was purged of all the invaders. The golden aura flowing between Zhang Feng's eyes was also gradually converging. The merit value was also finally reaching over 900,000 points. Chapter 33, Career Advancement, Lord of the Imperial Spirit. Zhang Feng immediately checked the list of treasures in the Great Yin treasure trove through the merit token. Chaotic Green Lotus Seed. Type, Material. Introduction. At the beginning of chaos, before the division of heaven and earth, the chaotic green lotus was conceived, and can be used for the evolution of imperial beasts, as well as to help professionals' comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. Required merit, 950,000. Redemption. Zhang Feng redeemed it with an excited face. In a flash, as a strange light flickered, a green lotus seed containing chaotic chi then appeared in Zhang Feng's palm. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Feng sent it into the royal beast space for the abyssal black dragon to serve. As long as it evolved into an ancient great imperial beast, he himself would be able to complete his career advancement. The consciousness entered the midst of the imperial beast space, with the abyssal black dragon swallowing the chaotic green lotus seed. Zhang Feng directly spent 1 million evolution points. Start evolving. The next moment, the vision changed suddenly. The sky coalesced as countless dark clouds gathered, with monstrous angry thunder resounding through the heavens and earth. The abyssal black dragon drilled into the middle of the dark clouds, and its body continued to weave in and out of the thunder. On top of its black dragon scales, there was a metallic luster like tungsten steel, appearing indestructible. Boom! A great thunderclap shook in the midst of its thunderous light, a black dragon of nearly 1,000 feet in size poked out its majestic head. Evolution complete. Abyssal Black Dragon, Abyssal Dragon King. Current Beast, Abyssal Dragon King. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 134. Power, 633,241. Physique, 582,401. Agility, 573,241. Spirit, 594,527. Battle Strength, 743,000. Skills, Monstrous Dragon Power. Extinction Dragon Breath. Dark Abyssal Storm. Required evolution value for next evolution, 2,000,000 evolution points and the Spirit of the Dark Abyss. Over 700,000 combatants? The moment he saw the combat power, Zhang Feng's eyes went straight. Is the strength of an ancient great imperial beast that unbelievable? That's over 700,000 combatants, plus that blazing rock-shattering star mace. Combat will skyrocket another dimension. Even if he faced a 7th turn professional, he was not the least bit weak. You have a task to submit. Zhang Feng opened his panel once again. Current quest, Career Advancement, Lord of the Imperial Spirit. Quest requirement, Possession of an ancient great imperial beast. Mission status, ready for submission. Length of assignment, unlimited. Submit. Zhang Feng was already a bit impatient in his heart. Career advancement complete. Occupation, Lord of the Sentinel. Level, 3 turns and 90 levels. Power, 48,300. Body mass, 44,000. Agility, 39,550. Spirit, 58,400. Battle strength, 53,200. Skills, Spirit Mastery. Symbiosis. Eye of Truth. Edict. Rago. Summoning. Imperial Beasts. Abyssal Black Dragon. Red Sky Burning Falcon, Hellhound. Evolution points, 32410000. One more new skill. Zhang Feng looked carefully at the extra skill description. Edicts. Rego. Skill effect. By writing the word Imperial in the void, you can forcibly contract all living creatures to become Imperial beasts, and the weaker the state of the living creature, the success rate will be greatly increased. Cooling time, 30 days. After seeing the introduction of this skill, Zhang Feng nearly froze. This skill was somewhat similar to the Living Spirit Mastery, but the differences were worlds apart. It was important to realize that the Living Master was only manipulating living beings for a short period of time. The Edict Spirit Miku, on the other hand, is to directly and forcibly contract a living being as one's Miku. Nice guy. Doesn't this mean that if I go directly to the middle of the replica secret realm, won't I be able to directly contract the boss? The beaver? This skill is just a little too counterintuitive. Not a single thing wrong with it other than the cooldown is a bit long. The Zhao family. Zhao Jinpeng tells his father, Zhao Zhengrui, about the sale of the Snow Silver Fox for $10 million. I had expected my father to compliment me twice, but I didn't expect Zhao Zhengrui to hear this. The hand holding the teacup started to shake, and his face even went straight to black. Dad, why do you seem a bit upset? I sold the Snow Silver Fox for a full $10 million. Zhao Jinpeng looked at his father with a puzzled expression. I'll kill you loser. Zhao Zhengrui cursed angrily and directly called a slap onto Zhao Jinpeng's face. Snap! That Snow Silver Fox is no ordinary Imperial beast. Do you know how much effort I went through to get it back for you to use as an Imperial beast? This Snow Silver Fox was acquired in the middle of a hidden copy. It was only after some research by the Imperial Beast Master Association that it was discovered that there was no difference between the surface of this Snow Silver Fox and ordinary Imperial beasts. But in reality, it was very likely that this Snow Silver Fox possessed a divine beast bloodline. The matter was so significant that it was all kept absolutely secret, as there was currently no division as to how to successfully stimulate the divine beast bloodline contained within the Snow Silver Fox. So he was just going to take it back and deed it to his son first. As for how to activate the divine beast bloodline, it would be studied slowly. He really didn't expect this loser to sell the Snow Silver Fox behind his back. Zhao Jinpeng covered his face, all confused by the slap, and immediately retorted in defiance. What's not ordinary? Isn't it just a gold-level Imperial beast? $10 million is even enough for me to buy a diamond-level Imperial beast. Zhao Zhengrui said angrily. The Snow Silver Fox contains a divine beast bloodline in its body, and the reason I never told you before was because I was worried about being coveted. And now you've gone so far as to sell it outright. Are you trying to piss your father off? As soon as he heard this, Zhao Jinpeng's expression froze. What? Divine beast bloodline? He had actually sold an Imperial beast with a divine beast bloodline. He even hated to slap himself at the thought. Zhao Zhengrui chided. No matter who made the purchase, you're going to chase me back right now, or I won't be able to spare you. Zhao Jinpeng nodded and quickly left the Zhao family. Zhang Feng, so you have long seen that the Snow Silver Fox is not simple. How dare you take advantage of me? Let's see how I'll clean you up. His eyes flickered, and he was extremely upset. Soon, he led people to the middle of Su Wanru's hatching store. Straight away, he brought people to block the entrance to the store. Although he didn't know where Zhang Feng was right now, Zhang Feng's Xin turtle egg was still in the incubation store. Zhao Jinpeng, what are you doing? Seeing Zhao Jinpeng's aggressive appearance, Su Wanru frowned and questioned. Zhao Jinpeng looked at her with a cold and heavy gaze before directly ordering someone to forcibly remove the hatching Xin turtle egg. Su Wanru immediately stepped forward and blocked them, protecting the Xin turtle egg. What the hell are you guys doing? This is Su Xian's beast egg. How can you snatch it? Zhao Jinpeng immediately snorted coldly. That kid dared to pick up my slack. I naturally have to give him a little color. Not only am I going to withhold this Xin turtle egg, but I'm going to make him personally deliver the Snow Silver Fox to me. With that, a few people forcefully pulled Su Wanru away and took out the Xin turtle egg, then leave without looking back. Su Wanru looked worried and nervous and hurriedly took out her cell phone to make a call to Zhang Feng. Chapter 34 Alien Space, Inheritance of a 10th Turn Powerhouse. Hey, Zhang Feng, it's bad. Something's happened. Su Wanru's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows. What happened? Your Xin turtle egg was snatched away by Zhao Jinpeng, and he's going to make you deliver the Snow Silver Fox to him personally, Su Wanru nervously said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng, however, appeared calm and faintly said, okay, I know. After that, he hung up the phone, then summoned the Red Sky Burning Falcon to travel to the Zhao family. In less than a minute, the Red Sky Burning Falcon descended above the Zhao family. After Zhao Zhengrui felt its terrifying aura, he was shocked for a moment and hurriedly came out to greet him. Welcome senior to the Zhao family. My name is Zhao Zhengrui. I wanted to welcome you earlier on behalf of the Imperial Beastmaster Association. It was important to know that as a 5th turn Imperial Beastmaster,
The strongest Imperial Beast he had contracted was only of Diamond grade, and that Xian-robed Imperial Beast powerhouse not only possessed 2 dimming moon grade Imperial Beasts, but also a returning ancestor grade. I'm only afraid that this lord is at least his 7th or even 8th turn powerhouse. A welcome is not necessary. Someone robbed my Imperial Beast eggs, and I've come specifically to settle the score with him. Zhang Feng couldn't hear any emotion in his voice. However, Zhao Zhengrui, who had heard this, was shaken violently. Surprisingly, someone dared to snatch the beast egg of a terrifyingly powerful Imperial Beastmaster great man. Don't you know how to write the word death? Immediately after that, Zhao Zhengrui said with a solemn expression, I didn't realize there was such a thing. If senior can be of any use to us, feel free to command, and we will definitely do our best to help. Zhang Feng was silent, as if he was waiting for something. This could make Zhao Zhengrui a bit puzzled, but he didn't dare to say anything more. It was just that for some reason there was a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart. After returning home, Zhao Jinpeng saw that his father was drinking tea with a man wearing a Xian robe. His eyes glazed over with a few shades of excitement. He had naturally seen that Xian-robed powerhouse, but it was a top-tier Imperial Beast powerhouse with a returning ancestor rank, and it also purged the invaders hiding in Tianshui City with strong means. This is his own idol of worship. I didn't expect such an esteemed powerhouse to sit and drink tea with his own old man. If he told the world about this, he would feel doubly honored. Dad, I've done everything you've asked me to do, and in less than 2 days that guy will have the snow silver fox at his door. Zhao Jinpeng said with a face of excitement, his gaze still stealing glances at the Xian-robed powerhouse from time to time. Moreover, I also deducted the Xian turtle egg that he placed among the hatching store. Ha ha, you know that since that kid was able to tell that the snow silver fox was extraordinary, the Xian turtle egg he had his eye on must not be a simple beast egg either. However, when Zhao Zhengrui sniffed, his expression stiffened and his hand holding the teacup began to shake violently again. A wave of shock was even raised in his heart. Earlier, this Imperial Beast powerhouse said that someone had snatched his beast egg. It was originally thought that this Imperial Beast powerhouse had come to the Zhao family to seek assistance. Now it seems surprising that it is here for accountability. Even if his heart was good, he couldn't take such a shock. In that instant, Zhao Zhenrui's face went pale. So immediately, he chided towards Zhao Jinpeng. Shut up, you rebellious son. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down for me? At those words, Zhao Jinpeng was dumbfounded in place again. How is it that every time you tell your father things, you react so strongly? Dad, why are you getting mad again? Did I do something wrong again? Zhao Jinpeng was a bit unconvinced. If you don't kneel down, I'll break your dog's legs, Zhao Zhenrui said angrily with a furious face. Succumbing to the pressure of his father's authority, Zhao Jinpeng could only endure the dissatisfaction in his heart and kneel down. Zhang Feng, who was sitting on the sidelines, spoke up. According to your instructions, I've already delivered the snow silver fox to my door personally. And then what? As he spoke, he also summoned the snow silver fox from amongst the Imperial Beast space. The moment they saw the snow silver fox, the father and son duo of the Zhao clan immediately widened their eyes and were extremely moved. Zhao Jinpeng was even more filled with fear and incredulously stretched out his hand, then trembled and pointed at Zhang Feng. You're Zhang Feng. Immediately afterward, Zhang Feng lifted the hood of his hidden breath Xian robe, revealing a young, handsome face. How is this possible? Seeing the true face of this Imperial Beast powerhouse, even Zhao Zhenrui was almost shocked and stared his eyes out. This person looked to be less than 20 years old, but could he be a 7th rotation Imperial Beast master? Such a growth rate is simply earth-shattering, even more unheard of. My lord, please also spare my son's life. He didn't know your identity so he rushed you. Zhao Zhengrui hurriedly begged for his son's forgiveness in fear. After all, he only had one son. This snow silver fox is gifted to you. The Xian turtle egg is also returned along with it, and my Zhao family is willing to take out $30 million as compensation. In addition, I can also gift your excellency the quota to enter the other dimension among the Imperial Beastmaster Association. With that, he instantly gave Zhao Jinpeng a kick and told him to take out the Xian turtle egg. The weight of the kick was such that it broke his own son's spine directly. He knew that if he didn't hit harder, he would probably be lifeless by the time Zhang Feng made his move. Zhao Jinpeng let out a howl of pain, then warily took out the Xian turtle egg. However, Zhang Feng didn't care, but was curious about the foreign space that Zhao Zhengrui had just mentioned. The so-called alien space is very similar to the replica secret world, but the difference is very obvious. A heterospace is a special space opened up by a great power, distinguished from a replica secret realm. This is because it is possible that the alien space was opened by a strong person to keep his or her legacy. It could also be a place used to seal those weird and powerful ferocious beasts. To want to open up a foreign space? It was something that only a top-tier 9th-turned powerhouse would be able to do at least. For the sake of the foreign space, Zhang Feng said in a faint voice,
let's forget about it this time. But if he goes and harasses my classmates again, don't blame me for turning him into a pile of ashes. Thank you, my lord, for being able to be magnanimous. Zhao Zhenrui bowed towards Zhang Feng with gratitude. Tell me about the foreign space. Zhang Feng sipped his tea and spoke out. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenrui said with a serious face, this foreign space seems to have been opened up by a 10th turn professional based on probing, and it still contains his legacy. It's just that for the time being, it's not clear what exactly that powerful person's occupation is. At those words, Zhang Feng's gaze twitched. 10-turn professional. That was a superpower strong enough to conquer the stars. Whatever his occupation, the inherited items left behind were very valuable to all professionals. Then he heard Zhao Zhenrui continue. This foreign space is very special and will only open once every 10 years. Over the years, although one after another people have obtained some treasures from it, fewer and fewer have been able to be found since then. But everyone knows that the real treasure among that foreign space has not yet been acquired, because in the depths of that alien space, there is a mist that covers it, and you will be lost if you enter it. If your excellency is able to obtain the inheritance within it, you will surely reap great rewards. Chapter 35, The auction begins. After Zhao Zhengrui's explanation, only then did Zhang Feng realize that there were dozens of forces, large and small, participating in this exploration of the foreign space. According to the rules, each power could only send 3 people to explore. Usually, it would be attended by a strong person among the power or group, and then bring a rookie from the power. Most importantly, it is isolated from the outside within the alien space. If something happens inside, no one outside can know about it. It also means that there is a high risk of being sneaked into it. If there's no evidence, it's dead on arrival. So sometimes, people tend to be more worthy of embankment than those potential dangers. But this danger was nothing to Zhang Feng. After all, among this foreign space, only professionals of the 6th turn and below could enter it. Now that Zhang Feng possessed an ancient-level Abyssal Dragon King, taking down a turn 6 professional was as simple as taking down a minion. In fact, wanting to invite Zhang Feng to participate in this soon-to-be-open alien space, it was what Zhang Feng had planned to do when he had appeared in Tianshui City in the beginning. Previously, they had participated in several explorations of foreign space, but the treasures they had obtained were few and far between. Even members who entered the middle of the alien space were often ambushed, thus unproductive. They were repeatedly mocked and taunted. Now the people in their association were even resistant to this alien space. After all, once you're in there, you're delivering food. Anyone else wouldn't have that idea anymore. Now that they were able to find a royal beast powerhouse to participate in this exploration of the alien space for their Tianshui City Royal Beast Association, not only would they be able to make a name for their Imperial Beast Association, but they would also be able to get some share. If Zhang Feng was able to obtain the inheritance of a 10-turn powerhouse, even if he only got a small share of it, it would benefit them immensely. However, there were still about 10 days before the opening of the alien space. During this period, Zhang Feng had a good time dashing around and enjoying the local customs within Tianshui City. In the blink of an eye, it was the day when the Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce auction was held. Long lines had formed outside the entire Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce's auction hall. Most of these people were 2nd or 3rd turn professionals. Strong people of the 4th turn and above were basically heading towards the VIP passageway. There were not only Tianshui City's professionals among them, but also many strong people from other cities. After Zhang Feng took out the VIP invitation, a receptionist woman with a slim figure then respectfully brought Zhang Feng to the highest specification heavenly VIP compartment. Sir, this is the Sky Character No. 3 VIP box. If you have any orders you can tell me anytime. After saying that, the reception woman gently closed the door and left. TSK, this Purple Moon Auction's VIP lounge is really extravagant. Zhang Feng surveyed the entire gilded chamber and sked. Not only was the floor covered with expensive animal skin blankets, but all the table and chair utensils were inlaid with gilt and quite luxurious. Above the entire auction hall, hanging a cluster of brilliant and bright crystal lamps, reflecting the entire hall. The more than 2,000 seats in the lower hall were already about to be filled with professionals participating in the auction. Probably waited less than 10 minutes. On the auction stage, a woman dressed in a purple cheongsam gently moved her lotus steps and slowly walked onto the stage. She had a voluptuous figure and was extremely beautiful in appearance. The concave and convex body with the enchanting beauty of the face. In an invisible outline, a touch of indescribable charm. Welcome to the auction held by the Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce. I am the auctioneer for this auction, Yan Ranlu. Yan Ranlu smiled faintly, her voice extremely seductive and seductive. As the voice fell, the entire atmosphere in the middle of the auction hall became somewhat warm. A hot gaze fell on her body, looking up and down. Hate to see through her perfectly seductive body through her form-fitting cheongsam. Some of the people who were young and energetic professionals even subconsciously wiped their saliva. In his mind's eye,
He even fantasized several times about putting her on the spot and whipping her hard. Just thinking about this scene made their chi and blood become agitated. Facing the gazes thrown around, Yen Ranlu seemed to have long been accustomed to it. A touching smile appeared on her face as she reached out and pressed her hand vainly. I'm sure everyone can't wait. Please keep quiet.
The auction will now begin. In the middle of the box, Zhang Feng, who was lying on the soft sofa, scad inside. If such a woman were among the clubs, she would definitely be the headliner among the headliners. This type of woman must be very moist. On the auction block, the first item up for auction was a marrow-cleansing spirit fruit obtained from one of the higher replicas. Yen Ranlu was just briefly introduced afterward. The whole hall was filled with bidding sounds. After all, the marrow-cleansing spirit fruit was of great benefit to melee professionals such as warriors. The starting bid was $800,000, and in no time at all it had shot up to $2 million. When it came to the back, it was basically the VIPs in the box who bid. Although this marrow-cleansing spirit fruit was effective, it wasn't very useful to Zhang Feng. After some fierce bidding, it was finally auctioned off for $2,600,000. The goods auctioned in the back are going to seem a bit more usual. More than 3 hours passed. Lu Yanyan smiled charmingly. The next auction will be the finale lot of this auction. There are a total of 6 pieces, so please be sure to seize the opportunity. Immediately after that, a clean-looking female staff member, carrying a golden tray covered with a red cloth, walked up to his side. As Lu Yanyan stretched out her white and tender onion-like jade hand, she uncovered a corner of the red cloth. The attention of everyone in the entire auction hall was also drawn to it. The first auction item, the Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit. Starting bid, $100 million federal dollars. The red cloth was lifted and there was an exquisite jade box on top of the golden tray. Uncovering the lid, it contained a palm-sized blood-red vermilion fruit. Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit. Quite a few professionals were looking at the blood-red vermilion fruit with blazing eyes. After taking this Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit, it was possible to awaken a rare inquisitive talent, and it can also raise the skill level of the professional to the highest level, greatly enhancing the combat power. It was said that there was once an Inferno mage who awakened the special talent skill of Inferno Prison Juggernaut after taking it. From then on, he became a generation's renowned and mighty superpower that shook the great Yen. Soon enough, the crowd all gravitated towards it and began to fiercely call for it. $350 million, $650 million, $780 million. A bidding sound continued to ring out, and in the back it was all the VIPs in the VIP hall who were bidding. After reaching this price, the professionals doing their jobs in the hall could only stare and watch. $3 billion. A clear voice rang out from the heavenly character box. No. 3. In an instant, it caused the entire auction house to go silent. The gazes of all the people were unanimously looking towards the box from which the voice came. Chapter 36 Entry Voucher for Legendary Level Secret Realm. The guest of the heavenly character box. No. 3 is bidding $3 billion. Is there anyone else bidding higher? A smile appeared on Yen Ranlu's face as she glanced around the auction hall, but no one continued to bid. $3 billion was a huge amount for most 4th turn, and even 5th turn professionals. Moreover, taking the Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit is not 100% capable of awakening special talent skills. It's just that if you can't awaken a special talent skill, then its effectiveness and value will be greatly reduced. Offering $3 billion to wrestle with an uncertain possibility is a bit pricey, and it's the first item in the finale auction. Who knows if there will be a better baby back there? If they missed the treasure behind them because of this thing, then it would be too late even if they regretted it. So the auction remained silent. On top of that, many people were curious as to which group powered the person in the sky character No. 3 box was from. After Yen Ranlu asked 3 times in a row, he heavily knocked down the auction gavel. Congratulations to the honorable guest of the heavenly character box No. 3, who has auctioned off the Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit. Not long after, a beautiful-looking female staff member delivered the Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit over. Sir, this is the Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit you auctioned off. Zhang Feng took out his federal card and handed it over. When he finished swiping his card, Zhang Feng summoned the shrunken hell sticks. Then he directly threw the Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit over. Woo! The hellish platypus lookalike leapt up in excitement and swallowed it in one gulp. The female staff member froze for a few moments when she saw it. This is a Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit worth $3 billion, and it's just fed to the dogs? That's a bit extravagant, isn't it? She had heard before that beast royalty was a money-burning profession, but I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. The $3 billion would be enough for her to earn a dozen lifetimes, and it was surprising that it was gone at once. Why, do you have anything else? Zhang Feng looked at her with a light smile and said, No. That female jobber's face burned slightly as she finished speaking and left. Zhang Feng turned back to the hell sticks that had licked its tongue. There was still a look of disinterest on its face. Let's go back to the middle of the Imperial Beast space to start evolving first.
Zhang Feng smiled and put it in the royal beast space. Evolution points were then spent to begin its evolution. However, Zhang Feng didn't dive his consciousness into the imperial beast space. Instead, he continued to look at the coveted big white legs on the auction table. No, it should be on the finale lot. The second finale lot was an extremely rare and extremely high-grade spirit medicine. The third item was a set of dark gold equipment for the assassin profession. The fourth piece, until the last item is auctioned off. It made the scene resound with an uproar. Even the fifth and sixth turn professionals were throbbing for it. This was because the auction was precisely for the entry props of the legendary Great Secret Realm. Zhang Feng also gathered his eyes on an object emitting a dull glow on the auction table. Eclipsing Sacred Purple. Type, prop. Available level, LV100. Item description, entry credentials from the lost Holy Land of Tianyuan Mysteries. After seeing this information, Zhang Feng also raised his eyebrows and had a few moments of interest. Legendary Secret World not only has the probability of bursting out of the legendary equipment props, one of the bosses even has a certain probability of bursting out epic, or even artifact fragments. Its preciousness cannot be overstated. The moment it appeared, all the major groups participating in the auction started bidding with all their might. The starting price is $1 billion, but it was only a few minutes before it was bid up to $10 billion. It was possible to see how imperative they were to obtain the entry credentials for this legendary Great Secret Realm. Seeing that the price was being speculated higher and higher, a rough voice issued from among the heavenly character box No. 6 said, 15 billion. I, the Wild Lion Mercenary Corps, will take the entry vouchers for this legendary Great Secret Realm. As these words rang out, many people revealed astonished expressions. The Wild Lion Mercenary Corps was a top 10 ranked mercenary corps in the entire Great Yin territory, and it was rumored that there was an 8th Revolution's bigwig in attendance. When these words came out, many group forces began to remain silent. After all, everyone else had declared themselves, and if they continued to bid, they would inevitably be targeted by them in the future. To know that a mercenary group that could rank in the top 10 within the Great Yin territory, its power was definitely not to be underestimated. At this time, Yen Ranlu on the stage couldn't help but frown slightly. Such a public display of one's identity had violated the Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce's auction guidelines, so she set her eyes on an old man holding a cane in the corner of the auction. The old man nodded slightly, then stood up and lightly pestled the ground a few times with his walking stick. Immediately after that, the entire floor of the auction shook on. His aura was instantly released without any concealment, instantly bringing a terrifying pressure to the entire auction hall. Hiss, 7th turned Big Brother. The professionals present all sucked in a breath of cool air when they felt this powerful aura. The old man slowly opened his mouth, his voice not angry and authoritative. The auction rule amongst the Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce is that it's only about price, regardless of identity and background. If there is a next time, the power behind it will be forever banned from participating in the auctions held by the Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce and added to the blacklist. As soon as these words were spoken, the man from the Berserker Lion Mercenary Corps who had spoken earlier merely snorted coldly and did not speak again. But after a while, the entire auction hall, including those in the VIP boxes, did not continue to bid. This could not help but make Yen Ranlu, who was the auctioneer, a little difficult for a moment. After all, the entry vouchers for this legendary Great Secret Realm were worth at least $20 billion or more. If the price is pressed into a $15 billion auction, if this matter were to spread out, it would definitely tarnish the reputation of their Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce. Even though Elderly had just made a sound to shake the field, he was unable to dispel the scruples in their hearts, still worried that the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps was secretly waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. However, if the entry credentials were to be put up for auction, the Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce would be subjected to even greater public opinion. Lu Yanyan's eyebrows were knitted tightly, somewhat riding the tiger. However, everyone else was afraid of the might of the Mad Lion mercenaries, but Zhang Feng was about to call for a bid. Instead, a clear and familiar female voice was heard. 170 billion. The voice was coming from among the heavenly character No. 9 box, and the owner of this voice was none other than Bai Lingyue of the Bai clan. Originally, she didn't dare to auction it off, but only dared to call for it after hearing Jiang Feng's voice earlier. It was because she was clear about the identity of the Imperial Beast Big Brother that appeared within Tianshui City, whose identity was not clear to others, but she knew it was Zhang Feng. After all, even if one paid money to auction off the entry voucher for the legendary Secret Realm, the strength of the ferocious monsters inside was still very powerful. The amount of manpower and material resources needed to successfully crusade against this legendary mystery realm was astronomical. If they could invite Zhang Feng to participate in this legendary mystery realm raider, they would be able to easily open up. Chapter 37 Entering the Other Dimension. After the auction, Bai Lingyue led Mu Lao to Zhang Feng, who was preparing to leave. Seeing Zhang Feng's handsome face,
Bai Lingyue's little face was a little flushed. She said with a hint of coyness among her smile, Zhang Feng, I haven't seen you for this period of time, but your imperial beasts have actually increased in strength so tremendously. Elder Mu also said with a smile, little friend's strength has already reached a point where I can't even look back. Zhang Feng glanced at Elder Mu and let out a light laugh. I'm flattered. Elder Mu, didn't you break through to the fourth turn as well? When Mu Lao heard this, his old face burned slightly. To think that he had lived most of his life before breaking through the fourth turn not too long ago. However, Zhang Feng was now at the third turn and was about to reach the fourth turn. Compared with it, it is really a firefly compared to the white moon. Zhang Feng, I've already photographed the entry voucher for that legendary secret realm. Can I invite you to participate in the opening up of the secret realm? Bai Lingyue blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Zhang Feng with an expectant face. Although last time Zhang Feng said he owed himself a favor, but she didn't want to use this favor to get Zhang Feng to participate. Zhang Feng nodded slightly and said, yes, but you might have to wait for me for a while. After all, he was going to enter the other dimension to see if he could obtain the inheritance of that 10-turn powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingyue was delighted and hastily agreed. Okay, then I'll wait for you. While the two of them were talking, Zhang Feng could see that many professions around him had gathered their gazes here. Each of them had a mind of his own. After all, the temptation brought about by the entry credentials of a legendary grade secret realm was just too great. Many people had even coveted it in their hearts. Especially the people from the Wild Lion mercenary group were eyeing them. But despite their thoughts, they didn't dare to make a move here. On the one hand, it was because there was also a 7th turn powerhouse sitting in the middle of the auction. And there was also a top-notch beast sentinel powerhouse in the middle of Tianshui City. If the commotion got too big, even the head of their mercenary group would have trouble quelling this incident. So they planned to hide their identities and intercept the entry credentials of the legendary secret realm halfway through. At this moment, it was obvious that Elder Mu had also detected those people's thoughts and frowned. Could you please escort us? Little friend, if Zhang Feng couldn't escort them, it would only be difficult for all of them to return to Ping City safely. It's fine, a show of hands. Zhang Feng let out a light smile. At that moment, the information about the evolution of the Hell Stygian dogs also appeared before his eyes. Evolution complete. Hellhound, Hellhound. Current beast, Hades three-headed dog. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 121. Power, 433,241. Body mass, 482,401. Agility, 513,241. Spirit, 474,527. Battle strength, 583. 000. Skills, Purgatory Flame. Underworld Shock. Earthbound Cage. Required evolution value for next evolution, 2,000,000 evolution points and Underworld Inferno Crystals. After seeing the evolutionary information in front of him, the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth lifted. Nowadays, he already possessed 2 ancient great imperial beasts, and even a 7th turn powerhouse would have to avoid them. But Zhang Feng was also starting to look forward to it. Ancient grade imperial beasts were then already the strongest grade on the surface of the earth. As for stellar grade imperial beasts, counting from the awakening of the profession of imperial beast master, they had only appeared once or twice. If one can evolve them to stellar levels, even a 9th turn powerhouse would have to obediently give way. It was just that if you wanted to obtain evolution materials, you might only have the chance to find them in the midst of a legendary level or higher replica secret realm. And secret realms of this grade were rare even when looking at the entire blue star. Now, if you want to give them a boost in strength, the only option is to choose the method of crossing the tribulation. Every time you complete a transition, all values will soar exponentially. Arriving outside Tianshui City, Zhang Feng clearly felt dozens of tails following behind him, followed from the auction all the way to the outskirts of town. With a thought, Zhang Feng directly summoned the underworld three-headed dog. Roar! The massive body of the underworld three-headed dog emerged. More than 10 meters tall and more than 20 meters long. Muscles bulged all over his body, and the vertical pupils of his 3 heads burned with the flames of the underworld. It exuded a ghostly, cold and terrifying aura that was intimidating. After Bai Lingyue and Elder Mu saw this underworld 3-headed dog, their hearts were abruptly startled. This was actually an ancient great imperial beast. He was so shocked that his mouth was wide open and he couldn't speak. In their eyes, Zhang Feng was a completely heaven-defying demon. The professionals at the back who were preparing to secretly wait for an opportunity to strike were almost scared silly after seeing the underworld 3-headed dog. With the ancient great imperial beasts escorting them, who would dare to come forward and make a move? I'm afraid that the underworld 3-headed dog would be able to kill them several times with just a slap of its paw. Even Lu Xiong, the captain of the Berserk Lion Mercenary Corps, couldn't help but gulp furiously. The cold sweat born on his back penetrated right through his lapel. Quite a few professionals who had thoughts in their hearts. At this moment, directly retreated desperately towards the back. After seeing quite a few people leave, a professional from the Wild Lion Mercenary Corps had a joyful look in his eyes. "Captain, they've all been scared off. Should we keep moving? With so many people gone, they are going to be much less competitive." Snap! Lu Xiong shouted angrily with a slap towards the head of the teammate who had spoken. "Don't drag us along if you want to die. That's an ancient grade imperial beast. One roar can kill you." That player's eyes widened like a cow when he heard it was an ancient class, ancient level. He instantly broke out in a cold sweat. That's arguably the strongest ranked imperial beast on the surface of the earth. Lu Xiong frowned tightly. No wonder they dared to be unafraid of the reputation of the Wild Lion mercenaries. It turned out that there was a top imperial beast master sitting in the town. Though the Wild Lion mercenaries are as strong as the clouds, but people could single-handedly take on their entire mercenary corps with just one ancient great imperial beast. "Captain, but Lord Headmaster has given us a deadly order to make sure we get the entry credentials for that legendary copy." Lu Xiong shook his head inside. For today's solution, the only way is to find a way to join them in this crusade for copies. 2 days later, Zhao Zhenrui brought Jiang Feng to a deep room in the middle of the Imperial Beast Master Association. There was a teleportation array here, guarded by 2 Third Revolution Imperial Beast Masters. Through the teleportation array, one would be able to reach the middle of that foreign space. After opening the teleportation array, the array pattern below emitted a burst of light. A gray vortex then gathered above the formation. Wisps of gray mist spread from it, turning the entire room gray in just a few blinks. "My lord, please." Zhao Zhenrui raised his hand with a respectful face and greeted him in vain. "Aha!" Jiang Feng nodded and stepped into it. Zhao Zhenrui also followed closely behind. After a short period of weightlessness, Jiang Feng realized that he was in the middle of a world that was like a mist. Visibility to the naked eye is low here, just under 2 meters. Moreover, when he wanted to probe the surroundings through his spiritual power, he found that it was extremely consuming. At this time, Zhao Zhenrui took out a pointer prop and began to guide the direction. Jiang Feng directly summoned the red sky burning falcon, wanting to try and see if he could dispel the mist. Fresh! With a cry, the red sky burning falcon's wings lifted and rolling flames swept in all directions like a wave. After these mists touched the flames, they made a nuisance sound and then dissipated. When the view opened up, Jiang Feng realized that there were quite a few skeletons here. Their flesh had long since decayed. Zhao Zhenrui explained at the side. These should all be professionals lost in the mist. These professionals who had been reduced to withered bones were either lost or had met with the venomous hands of others. After all, in this kind of place where the field of vision was extremely limited, it was very difficult to react in time in the event of an ambush. Chapter 38 Ouyang Yue. In the midst of the misty space, a pair of eerie eyes peered in the shadows at the professionals who had entered the middle of the alien space. Jie, the person who entered the alien space this time is going to be stronger than the previous ones. There's even a dimming moon-level flying imperial beast. If I devour it, it will definitely be able to skyrocket my strength. At this moment, Jiang Feng, who was riding on top of the red sky-burning falcon's feathered back, was frowning. He sensed someone peering in the shadows through the perception coming from the red sky-burning falcon feather. Just as he was about to check the situation with the eye of true vision, he did not detect any information. "Already left?" Jiang Feng muttered. "My lord, is something wrong?" Zhao Zhenrui inquired suspiciously from the side. Jiang Feng shook his head. "It's nothing. It just feels like we're being spied on, but I have a vague feeling that what's spying on us doesn't look like a human." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenrui showed a thoughtful face before speaking. "It is said that the alien space is constructed in an extremely special way, and that after death here, even the soul cannot leave. So perhaps the ones spying on us are the very same professionals who died here earlier. But most of these souls are also wandering souls without consciousness, and are no threat to us." Hearing this, Jiang Feng was subconsciously surprised in his heart. He didn't think that this foreign space could even block the soul. Among a group that was paired up towards the center of the mists, surrounded in the center of the crowd was a blue-haired woman dressed in slightly loose mage robes. A pair of white and slender jade legs were hidden amongst the robes, looking extremely seductive. She was the proud daughter of the Ouyang family in Tianjing. Ouyang Yue awakened the rare holy ice mage profession. It also possessed transcendent attributes and was one of the great Yin quasi-god sons. The ones who accompanied her into the alien space this time were 2 fifth-turn powerhouses from the Ouyang family. If we can obtain the inheritance of that 10th-turn powerhouse in the middle of this foreign space, there would be a greater certainty of breaking down the Heaven's Pride Tower and obtaining the divine spirit source. As for the others around them, they were the professionals who had come across them halfway, so they were traveling in pairs. After all, with more people in the middle of this mist, the chances of discovering treasures as well as legacies were much greater. "Look, there seems to be a Xianling ice lotus flower in front." Someone in the group let out an exclamation, reaching out and pointing to a spot in the mist. The crowd instantly put their eyes on the words. Only in the midst of the mist, a flower emanating brilliant colors loomed. The Xianling Ice Lotus flower was an extremely precious material that could greatly enhance a professional's own attributes. The few people in the group had blazing faces as they rushed towards the direction of the mists, ready to receive the Xianling Ice Lotus flower. Wait! At this moment, Ouyang Yue, who was walking in the midst of the mist, suddenly stopped and scanned towards the crowd. She frowned slightly, secretly counting the number of professionals on the trip. Uncle Lin, have you noticed that there seems to be one more person among the group? Ouyang Yue inquired towards a middle-aged man beside her with a few doubts in her expression. Originally, there were only 9 people in a small group, but now there was an extra person at some point, and it's still extra without them realizing it. The words were uttered, and the crowd of the team froze and counted each other again, surprised to find that there really was an extra person. However, at this moment, a professional wearing a black robe suddenly rushed towards the direction of the Xianling Ice Lotus. The figure quickly disappeared into the mist. Quick! Stop him! He must be trying to monopolize the Xianling Ice Lotus flower. A few people from the team looked eager and immediately chased after them. However, from the midst of the mists, just a few miserable screams came out one after another, and then there was no more movement. Ouyang Yue immediately took out her staff and launched an attack towards the Xianling Ice Lotus. At once, countless ice blades were like an ice dragon charging violently, but the attack didn't cause any effect. The middle-aged man known as Linbo also couldn't help but frown and stared. Let's go over there and see what's going on, and I'll stay a little more alert. A few people nodded, then walked towards the front for a while. However, he didn't find anything strange, and even the few people who had just gone and didn't see a trace. Instead, that Xianling Ice Lotus flower always maintained a certain distance from them. It's like a mirage. No good. As if reacting to something, Linbo suddenly changed his face abruptly and said, "We should be in the middle of a maze." No matter how much further they went, they were equivalent to staying put. Maze formation? Ouyang Yue's eyebrows also tightened. She didn't even know when she had entered the maze. If they couldn't extract themselves from the midst of the maze in time, I'm afraid that their group wouldn't be able to leave the alien space. Uncle Lin, do you have any ideas on how to fix it? Ouyang Yue pinned her hopes on Linbo. Linbo's face was solemn as he said, "This maze formation was at least set up by a 5th rotation formation master. And if you want to destroy the formation you have to destroy the eye of the formation." But the problem was that in the midst of this mist, trying to find the eye of the formation was not an easy task. Just then, a weird and morose voice rang out. "Jia Jia Jia, you won't get away with this, so be my blood meal." As soon as the words fell, the black-robed man who had acted earlier stepped out from among the mists. There was also a pungent and unpleasant odor of blood emanating from its body. At those words, Ouyang Yue released her skills again. In an instant, countless ice blades coalesced in front of her body like a storm and invaded towards the black-robed man. It was only that the black-robed man raised his hand to resist, and a black astrolabe surfaced in his hand, actually rebounding all of her attacks. "Break!" Linbo bellowed and fiercely blasted out a fist. Even space shook slightly, instantly shattering the incoming ice blades. At the same time, the fist wind is like a tiger whistling. After breaking through the ice blade, towards the black-robed man swept away. The remaining few people also launched skill attacks towards the black-robed man, blocking his space to dodge. Facing the overwhelming attacks, the black-robed man instantly transformed into a black shadow to swiftly dodge. At the same time, a blood-stained dagger appeared in his hand and swept extremely close. So fast, Ouyang Yue's heart snapped, and the staff in her hand once again cast a spell. In the blink of an eye, a thick wall of ice instantly condensed in front of his body as a means of fending off the black-robed man's attack. However, the speed of the black-robed man was so fast that it was difficult to capture even with the naked eye. In just a moment, several blades appeared on the ice wall before it shattered into a sky of debris. Seeing that the situation was not good, Linbo as well as the other 5th rotation powerhouse immediately exerted their full strength, trying to kill the black-robed man with a single blow. Boom! In the middle of a violent explosion, the black-robed man was forced back. However, the black-robed man only let out an ear-piercing sneer and then hid himself in the mist. This person is really weird. Not only is he a formation master, he's even an assassin. Linbo heaved out a mouthful of turbid air, showing extreme scorn for that black-robed man. It had never been heard of anyone being able to awaken 2 professions at the same time, and it also manages to elevate both careers to such tricky levels. It was really a bit difficult to deal with. Chapter 39 Ice Dragon Storm. Right at this moment, a group of wandering souls emitting a mournful sound invaded out from amongst the mists. They had open teeth and claws, and they exuded a strong aura of death. Several people were suddenly nervous. After all, they were not a priest profession, and could not effectively restrain this type of existence, such as wandering souls, but they also prepared some props that could ward off wandering spirits, holy water, and so on. The black-robed man from earlier also transformed into a black residual shadow and attacked towards them. His goal was very clear. He was coming towards Ouyang Yue. Seeing the situation, Lin Bo immediately stepped on his back foot, and then all of his strength was gathered on top of his fist. Immediately afterward, his body was like a backdrawn bowstring, violently blasting towards the black-robed man. Boo! This punch was extremely powerful, blasting out a loud sonic boom. That black-robed man was instantly blown into a mass of crumbs under this punch. The crowd all marveled at the formidable strength of this fifth revolution fighter. Seeing the black-robed man perish in this way, Ouyang Yue subconsciously sighed in relief. The rest of the wandering souls were quite difficult, but not really tricky. However, what the crowd didn't realize was that the moment the black-robed man burst, a black mist also burrowed into Lin Bo's body. Not a moment later, Lin Bo's face changed, looking a bit struggling and twisted. The body even shuddered violently and began to twitch unceasingly. Uncle Lin, what's wrong with you? Ouyang Yue's expression was filled with a few points of worry, reaching out to hold Uncle Lin's arm and inquired. Abruptly, Lin Bo's face became incomparably gloomy, appearing somewhat morose and terrifying. Jia, a fifth-turn boxer? It's much stronger than the rotting corpse I occupy. Immediately after that, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Ouyang Yue with a blazing color in his eyes. I didn't realize you were a transcendent genius. I'll take your body. With that, he was ready to strike towards Ouyang Yue. His name was Ruan Yuan, and he was a necromancer in life. After being lost here, in order not to fall so far, he directly exerted a secret method to extract his soul. He even awakened the special talent, Immortal Soul Master, by mistake. Here he could devour the wandering souls that couldn't leave the other dimension as well as the professionals to grow his level. There is also a chance of being able to gain access to the devoured professional's natural skills. He didn't know how much time had passed like this, and he was already tired of being in the middle of this other dimension. However, if he wanted to go out, he simply couldn't do it just by relying on his current soul state. The only way to leave this hellhole was by forcefully taking over the bodies of other professionals. Unfortunately, though, the fusion between these professionals and his soul wasn't that great. At most, they could only fuse for a few hours before the professional's physical body would not be able to withstand their own takeover. Even if he forced himself to take control of his body, his flesh would continue to decay and turn into an inhuman state. After continuous experimentation, he found that only those with extraordinary attributes, this divine favor might allow him to perfectly integrate his body and regain his physical body again. As for gender and all that, it was also simply irrelevant to him, a guy who had been a lone soul for who knows how long. At this moment, Ouyang Yue's heart was startled, and she hurriedly cast her skills to defend. With a wave of the staff in her hand, several thick ice walls instantly condensed in front of her body, while her body was rapidly retreating backward. In the face of these defenses, Ruan Yuan only revealed a disdainful smile and raised his hand to gather his strength to throw a punch. Quick! Strike together! Lin Bo has been taken over by that guy. We must find a way to hold him back. Ouyang Yue spoke sharply towards the several professionals. Those few people sniffed and reacted quickly, immediately releasing their skills to attack. 10,000 Woods Cage. A wood mage released his control skill, and countless thick vines and trees burrowed out of the ground, subsequently trapping Ruan Yuan in them. Thinking that you can trap me like this, I advise you to obediently fall into my blood food. Ruan Yuan let out a sardonic laugh and blasted his fist violently towards Fujimaki. Bang! Under this domineering punch, the vine wood was directly split into pieces, and the debris splashed towards the surroundings. That wood mage immediately spat out blood from his mouth, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Immediately after that, Ruan Yuan's figure was like a shadow, swept towards several other professionals. His speed was extremely fast, and in just a few blinks, he instantly snapped the necks of several people. However, there were also occupiers who wanted to use the resurrection scroll, but Ruan Yuan smiled morosely and then used the soul devouring technique, forcibly sucking the soul of that professional, and then connecting it to its essence blood without sparing it. Ruan Yuan licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a face full of enjoyment, "What a nice supply." The game basically showed a state of complete crushing, and soon there was only Ouyang Yue left. Uncle Lin, wake up! Ouyang Yue shouted towards Ruan Yuan as if she wanted to wake up Lin Bo. It's useless. His soul has already been suppressed by me. You just screaming as loud as you can won't do any good. Ruan Yuan Jejia laughed and raised his hand to crush Ouyang Yue's incoming ice blade. I advise you to obediently hand over your body to me, and perhaps I'll be able to let you have a painful death. At this moment, there was a coldness among Ouyang Yue's eyes. Dream on! Ice Dragon Storm! With a low drink, Ouyang Yue raised her staff in her hand, and a massive force of ice and cold erupted from within her body. This power of extreme cold seemed to be able to freeze everything, and snowflakes condensed amongst the air. The temperature plummeted, setting off a monstrous blizzard with her at its center. Is this the strength of a transcendentally gifted person? Ruan Yuan's face was blazing with fervor and desire as he leapt on his toes and rose up into the air, blasting towards Ouyang Yue. Roar! An ice dragon's roar resounded through the sky. In the middle of the huge blizzard, a majestic ice dragon with a body of hundreds of feet swam out. The ice dragon charged towards Ruan Yuan, wrapped in a terrifying might. Even though she was only at the 3rd turn rank, after unleashing this move, even a 5th turn powerhouse would find it difficult to escape. Under this strike, Ruan Yuan was directly devoured by the ice dragon. Miss, no. After hearing Lin Bo's weak voice, Ouyang Yue's heart instantly tightened, and she hurriedly slowed down the power effect. Jia jia jia. Ruan Yuan blasted a punch inside the ice dragon's body, and the ice dragon couldn't withstand the force. Directly from the dragon's head it began to burst towards the dragon's tail. You've shown me the terrifying potential of a transcendentally gifted person. If I could control your body, I would definitely be able to exert even more powerful effects than you. Ruan Yuan's eyes were greedy and excited. It wasn't even impossible to obtain the inheritance of that 10-turn powerhouse. However, just as Ruan Yuan was about to make a move on Ouyang Yue, an expression of agonizing struggle appeared on his face. Miss, run away. He squeezed a sentence out of his throat with difficulty. A crack then instantly appeared in the middle of space. Damn, how are you still able to regain control of your body? Ruan Yuan's expression suddenly turned to anger, not realizing that this guy could even read his own memories in turn. Chapter 40, calling me an ant? Let me see your strength. Just in the nick of time, Ouyang Yue clenched her silver teeth and launched an attack towards that crack. Boom! An ice dragon condensed from wind and snow wrapped around her delicate body and rushed towards the gap. Damn it, you won't get away with this. Ruan Yuan, who stayed in place, growled, an incomparably hideous and morose color appearing on his face. Countless black mists instantly sprang up around him. These were the wandering souls that he had detained. However, his body was like a vortex, constantly sucking in these wandering souls that wanted to escape. Lambert, who was still struggling, was also in the. Immediately afterward, his figure transformed into a black shadow and swept towards Ouyang Yue in a hurry. At this moment, Ouyang Yue raised her hand and wiped the teardrops from the corners of her eyes, which were still red, but she had to take the chance that Limbo would let herself out of the trap at the cost of her life. On the road, when some professionals saw the ice dragon carrying the fleeing woman, they all avoided it. They were here to look for treasures and inheritors, and didn't want to get involved in other people's grudges so as not to draw fire. When they got a good look at the woman's appearance, they were also full of surprise and murmured, "Wait, why does that woman look somewhat familiar?" Hiss, I remembered when you said that. She seems to be the Ouyang family's heavenly daughter. Ouyang Yue. No, that person who was chasing after her. Isn't it precisely a strong person from the Ouyang family? What's going on? Could it be that there is infighting among the Ouyang family? At this moment, the eyes of a man with a stocky build and wearing a golden armor narrowed slightly as he made calculations in his mind. If the hero saved the beauty at this moment, not only would he be able to gain Ouyang Yue's favor, he might even make her heart flutter. As long as he made a move, there was a possibility of holding a beautiful woman. A good thing like this he naturally wouldn't stand idly by like the other professionals. In the next moment, he summoned a heavy sword with a thought and launched an attack towards Ruan Yuan behind Ouyang Yue. Ms. Ouyang, I, Wang Chang, have come to help you. Seeing that someone was giving her a helping hand in her time of trouble, Ouyang Yue's heart was moved and she hastily thanked her. Thanks to my friend for helping me out. I'll keep this favor in mind. Ruan Yuan, who was behind Ouyang Yue, however, coldly snorted in disdain. Humph, how dare an ant stop me? He raised his hand and blasted away with a fist, wrapping the fist prints of countless wandering souls and fiercely slamming towards the incoming heavy sword. Boo! The heavy sword emitted violent trembling and shaking under this blow. The heavy sword then flew out backwards, carrying a strong wind towards Wang Fugue. Holy, that strong? Wang Chang's pupils trembled as he hurriedly urged various props to resist and attack, yet it was still close to being taken away by a sword. His legs went weak and he almost peed his pants. Coughing dryly, he said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry Miss Ouyang, I remembered that I still have something important to do, so I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he fled. At this moment, Ouyang Yue's face was ugly, but she was also unwilling to be such a sitting duck. However, right at this moment, the mist in the middle of the space suddenly burned violently, and then quickly spread towards the surroundings. Immediately afterward a giant bird of red flame burning with flames appeared in her sight. This red flame giant bird was emitting a terrifying temperature, and even the ice dragon she had condensed was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. A dimming moon-level imperial beast? Ouyang Yue was a bit dazed, not expecting that a dimming moon-level imperial beast would appear in the middle of an alien space. However, she quickly reacted that the only person who could save her was the powerful imperial beast in front of her, so she had to hold on to the lifesaver in front of her.
Please also ask Senior to come to the rescue.
I will be grateful. At this moment, Ruan Yuan was letting out a jagged cold laugh. It just so happens that I still wanted to come back to you after I finished with her, but I didn't expect to run into you here, so it's a good time to send you all on your way together.
He was in a state of soul, and normal attacks were basically incapable of causing damage to him. Even if it was the red flame giant bird of the dimming moon level imperial beast, its flames couldn't harm itself in the slightest. Hearing this, Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows, remembering the feeling of being spied on earlier. Spinning around, he used the Eye of True Vision to check this person's information. Under the probing of the Eye of Truth, there will be no place to hide. Name, Ruan Yuan, soul state. Occupation, necromancer. Level, 6 turns, 210 levels. Power, 171,200. Body mass, 240,600. Agility, 151,400. Spirit, 331,000. Battle strength, 390. 000. Zhang Feng directly had the red sky-burning falcon launch an attack. Its wings lifted and countless dense flames smashed towards Ruan Yuan like meteorites. Boom boom boom. Countless meteorite flames fell down, causing the entire space to shake.
Ruan Yuan, however,
directly gave up his physical body and attacked towards Zhang Feng in his soul state. The soul state Ruan Yuan ignored the attack of the meteorite fire and let out a piercing strange laughter from his mouth as he rampantly said,
Griffin, tremble. In front of my strength, you can only be obediently devoured.
At the moment he was in a pleasant mood. He just loved to watch others struggling in front of him with fearful expressions on their faces. The feeling gave him a great sense of satisfaction inside.
This feeling of having control over the life and death of others was very cool. Zhao Zhengrui, who was standing beside Zhang Feng, looked trembling and lost his voice. He actually turned himself into an immortal soul.
To deal with this kind of existence, unless one was a holy priest of 5 turns or more,
one would be able to purify it. Otherwise, no matter what attack was unleashed against him, it would just be futile.
Zhang Feng's face maintained a subdued,
bland color, and his lips lightly opened. Calling me a mole cricket?
Then I'd like to see what strength you actually have that can stand up to such arrogant words from you.
In the next moment,
Ruan Yuan's face instantly changed abruptly. It was because Zhang Feng had already summoned the underworld three-headed dog. The underworld three-headed dog had absolute restraint over undead creatures.
What? Damn it, it's actually a returning great underworld three-headed dog.
Ruan Yuan looked shocked and incredulous as he looked at the pouncing underworld three-headed dog.
His body was even trembling crazily as if he was electrocuted.
This kid looked no more than 20 years old, and not only did he have a dimming moon-grade red sky-burning falcon,
and a rejuvenated Stygian three-headed dog? This is just off the charts. Has the world changed because I haven't been out there for so long? Nowadays, the Imperial Beast Masters are already strong enough to be this perverted? Your Excellency, forgive me, it was me who rushed you just now. I apologize. No, I'm willing to work for you as a cow, and please keep my cheap life.
But Zhang Feng didn't have the slightest intention of letting him go.
In a single glance, the underworld three-headed dog bit Ruan Yuan,
who was in his soul state, in his mouth.
Spare my life? If your Excellency is willing to spare me, I can take you to the inheritance land in the other dimension. Hearing this,
Zhang Feng's heart moved slightly, and he just conveyed the order to the underworld three-headed dog in his mind. The underworld three-headed dog immediately stopped attacking Ruan Yuan, although there was still some reluctance in his eyes.
In its eyes, this soul state Ruan Yuan was a tonic-like existence to it. With just one bite, he was able to absorb that full soul power. It's just like humans eating dumplings, feeling the thin skin and thick filling. If you lie to me, then you should know what the consequences will be. After Zhang Feng faintly opened his mouth, the underworld three-headed dog immediately showed its teeth and bit down, causing Ruan Yuan to howl in pain. With a terrified look on his face, he tried his best to explain. I would never dare to deceive your Excellency. Truth be told, I've been in the middle of this foreign space for decades, and I know everything in here. Chapter 41, Floating Immortal Boat, Holy Rank Grade. Good, then lead the way. Zhang Feng nodded slightly. In the midst of this foreign space, if there was no one to lead the way, it would not be easy to search for the inheritance of a 10-turn powerhouse. Although he let Ruan Yuan lead the way, Zhang Feng didn't let the Stygian prison three-headed dog release it from his mouth. After all, although Zhang Feng possessed the Eye of True Sight, he didn't have mind-reading skills. There was no guarantee that this guy would introduce himself into the middle of some dangerous forbidden place. Thank you for your help. I am Ouyang Yue of the Ouyang family in Tianjing. I will have my family treat me with a generous gift for this life-saving favor. Ouyang Yue bowed and curtsied to say thank you. Although he was surprised at Zhang Feng's young appearance, but more than anything, she was still in awe of its terrifying strength in her heart. A dimming moon grade as well as a returning ancestor grade imperial beast. Such a terrifying imperial beast master. Even in the entire Great Yen, there were definitely only a handful of them, so she didn't dare show any disrespect to Jiang Feng. No harm done, just a show of hands.
Jiang Feng sized her up. This woman was rather extremely beautiful, and her body was also of the highest quality, especially the long white legs that were hidden under the wide mage robe. However, Jiang Feng wasn't interested in women yet, so he immediately asked Ruan Yuan to lead the way. Seeing Jiang Feng leave so dryly, Ouyang Yue was still a bit unable to react for a while. After all, with her looks, no matter which man saw her, he would be stunned by it. Originally, she would have thought that Jiang Feng would draw closer to her or something like that, but she didn't realize that he didn't have such thoughts. Thinking of this, Ouyang Yue couldn't help but laugh at herself a little. How could her charms be compared to the legacy of a 10-turn powerhouse? However, seeing the direction in which the red flame giant bird left, Ouyang Yue's gaze pondered for a moment before she still chose to follow with all her might. Not to mention the possibility of exploring the inheritance of a 10-turn powerhouse, as well as finding a chance to personally solve Lin Bo's murderer. With Ruan Yuan leading the way, a vast palace was revealing itself from the midst of the mist in front of the eyes of several people. On the outskirts of the palace, there were still quite a few professionals who had already been around for a long time. It was rumored that the legacy of that 10-turn powerhouse was in the middle of a magnificent palace, and every time an alien space opens, the location of the palace appears randomly. Even if the professional who found the palace last time plotted down the map, by the time he entered the alien space again, the palace was nowhere to be seen. So if one wanted to come across the inheritance palace, his or her own fortune would take up a large part of the factor. My lord, we're here. This is the inheritance place of that 10-turn powerhouse. Ruan Yuan pointed at the palace in front of him with a look of sincerity. Jiang Feng overlooked the entire palace, utilizing the eye of true vision to check it out. Faustus Immortal Boat, Grade, Holy, Available Level, LV 100, Skills, Void Shuttle, Void Annihilation Cannon, HM. This palace is actually a saint-level magic treasure. Jiang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Worthy of being a 10-turn powerhouse, even this palace was a saint-level magic treasure. If one possessed this floating immortal boat, wouldn't he or she be able to travel recklessly through the stars in the future? Zhao Zhengrui, after seeing this inheritance palace, had a flushed face and a look of excitement. Right now, it was a legacy palace left behind by a 10-turn powerhouse. If one could obtain its inheritance, one would definitely be able to look out of the corner of one's eye. Quite a few of the professionals who gathered around the inheritance palace were startled after seeing the red flame giant bird in the sky, as well as the underworld three-headed dogs, and put on an appearance as if they were facing a great enemy, a returning ancestor-class imperial beast and a dimming moon-class imperial beast. Such a hand was enough to be called terrifying, and it also highlighted that these two people came from a lot of places. But at this time, there were some sharp-eyed powerhouses who recognized Zhao Zhengrui beside Jiang Feng. Isn't that Zhao Zhengrui, the vice president of the Tianshui City Imperial Beast Master Association? Since when did the Tianshui City Imperial Beast Master Association have such depth? In any case, we should instruct our underlings not to mess with the people of the Imperial Beast Master Association in the future. Hearing the various voices of discussion below, Zhao Zhengrui's face had a look of enjoyment on it, and even his waist straightened up a bit. However, Jiang Feng didn't care about other people's gazes, but inquired towards Ruan Yuan. You've been in here for so long, do you know how to obtain the inheritance in it? Upon hearing this, Ruan Yuan hurriedly said, My lord, if you want to obtain the inheritance of that powerful person, you need to undergo a test before you can do so. A test? What test? Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows. Ruan Yuan explained, In the middle of the palace, there is a spirit sword. That spirit sword has been born with a spirit and has become the guardian of this inheritance palace. The first thing you need to do to obtain the inheritance is to be recognized by the sword spirit. But I think that with your lordship's strength, it will inevitably be an easy task to obtain the spirit sword's recognition. Speaking of this, an undetectable, sinister smile surfaced under Ruan Yuan's eyes. The sentence just now was nothing more than a boast for Jiang Feng. It was important to know that the sword spirit of that spirit sword was extremely powerful, and even an 8th turn powerhouse would not be able to do any good in its hands, even if he had two terribly powerful imperial beasts. However, imperial beasts as well as summoned objects were unable to take half a step into the inheritance palace. An imperial beast master who couldn't summon an imperial beast wanted to enter the palace to gain the recognition of the sword spirit? It's a fool's errand. I'm just afraid I'm going to be seconded by the sword spirit as soon as I go in. Once the master of the imperial beast died, then the imperial beast would also suffer heavy damage along with it. That would then be the perfect time for him to backfire. Boo! Just then, a violent crash sounded. A man of the 5th turn warrior profession was violently blasted out. Put! That 5th turn warrior was spitting blood from his mouth, and his body was even carrying multiple bloodstains. Damn, that was close. He forcibly stood up to stabilize himself and hurriedly took out a recovery potion from among his facial ring. The professional outside immediately walked up to him with a curious face and inquired, "Almost what? Is it almost as if you'll be able to get the recognition of the sword spirit?" "No." The fifth-turned warrior sighed with a heartfelt shake of his head. "Almost I died." Hearing this, the onlooker professional's mouths twitched. "In my early years, I knew that the world was hard, but I was still allowed to fly between the clouds. Just let me try." A 6th Revolution rock mage put a dozen high-level defensive shields on himself one after the other. Then he stepped on the void and flew towards the middle of the palace. Everyone was looking at this rock mage with anticipation and attention, guessing your mind if he will make it. It was said that as long as one could hold out for 5 minutes under the sword spirit's onslaught, one would be able to gain its approval. The reason for this rumor, it was because no one had been able to hold out under the sword spirit for more than 5 minutes until now. However, in less than a minute, this 6th turn rock mage was blown away. The dozen or so high-level shields he had put over his body also shattered as much as they could. The whole person even fainted directly, only hanging on to his breath. Compared to the previous 5th turn warrior, his situation seemed even more miserable. Seeing him in this miserable state, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. At this time, the crowd couldn't help but place their gazes on the two people standing on the feathered back of the red sky-burning falcon. Chapter 42, Forced Contract. 9 Extremes Mixed Sword Spirit. Zhang Feng directly ordered the underworld three-headed dog to move forward towards the middle of the palace. But unexpectedly, the underworld three-headed dog dodged and was bounced off by the inheritance palace's prohibitions. "Can't the imperial beasts enter it?" Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The onlooker professionals could not help but carry a sigh in their eyes after seeing this scene. If the imperial beast cannot enter it, then it was simply impossible for the imperial beast master to be recognized by the sword spirit, even if this imperial beast powerhouse's 2 imperial beasts were powerful. However, it was an indisputable fact that the imperial beast masters themselves were weak. At this time, Zhang Feng looked at the professionals below and spoke out. "Is there anyone willing to enter the inheritance palace with me? I can give some treasures as a reward." This intention was made because Zhang Feng needed a front row to attract a bit of attention and withstand damage. So he can try out his special skill, Edict Rego, in the back. But the words were said in a way that kept the crowd silent for a while. The reason was also very simple. There was a great risk for them to enter the middle of the inheritance palace themselves. And let's not even talk about having to carry a liability in there. In case this young imperial beast master accidentally died inside, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get away with it. Although they weren't sure of Zhang Feng's origin, they knew that the background wasn't small just by looking at the stance. "I'm willing to go into it with you." A clear female voice rang out, causing everyone to turn their gazes to meet the sound. The one who spoke was none other than Ouyang Yue, who had come riding an ice dragon from the rear. Seeing Ouyang Yue appear, a few high-level professionals were still quite surprised. After all, they had more or less known about the Tianjing Ouyang family's heavenly pride. Zhang Feng had a smile on his lips. "Good." Following Ouyang Yue into the middle of the inheritance palace, Zhang Feng saw a long sword suspended in midair. This long sword was uniquely shaped, its body not only blooming with green light, but also engraved with complex and complicated inscriptions. The 9 poles mixed sword spirit. Grade, special. Level, LV 280. Skills, 9 extreme sword slash. Mixed Aoi slash. Status, masterless. Seeing this 280 level sword spirit, the corner of Zhang Feng's eyes involuntarily twitched slightly for a moment. Thinking back to the 2 people who were able to get out alive just now, it seems that it was still this sword spirit that showed mercy. The moment she saw this long green-on sword, Ouyang Yue's body tensed up. She pursed her lips tightly, her heart thumping uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down her face. The sense of oppression brought about by this green-colored long sword in front of her was stronger than any great power she had ever seen. Even Zhang Feng's rejuvenated imperial beast was going to look insignificant in front of it. At the entrance of the palace there was a sword mark. As soon as one stepped over it, the 9 extreme hybrid sword spirit would then see it as a challenge and attack. At this time, Ouyang Yue clenched her silver teeth and stepped into it with 1 foot. The moment she took a step, she cast her strongest skill, Ice Dragon Storm. She had already learned before she came that although the sword spirit was strong, it would not exert its full strength in the face of the test person who had come. Otherwise, those who entered the middle of the inheritance palace would have no chance of survival. The sword spirit is more of a test of one's inner will. Only by having a resolute and fearless heart might the sword spirit be able to recognize it. That was why she had already held the battle intent of fighting to the death when she faced the powerful sword spirit. However, before the blink of an eye, the Ice Dragon Storm cast by Ouyang Yue instantly collapsed. The green-colored sword blade pierced through the void with a terrifying aura towards her brow. At this moment, among the pupils, the green-colored sword continued to enlarge. It only took even a split second for the sword to pierce her brow. Ouyang Yue's heart was flooded with fear. a fear that originated from her instincts. Also for the fear of not being able to be recognized by the sword spirit. This fear is diverse and complex. She came to the other dimension with her family's expectations, and her own desires. Even Limbaugh got killed halfway through this. As a result, she also carries Lambert's sacrifice for herself. You failed. The sword spirit let out a slightly raw word. At those words, Yang Yue's face turned white as paper and her body trembled. Immediately after that, the sword spirit's mighty light increased greatly, to give Yang Yue a heavy blow. Self-destruction it is. Zhang Feng drank lowly under his breath and used the skill, living spirit control. The words were like a divine whisper. Before the words fell, not only did the 9 extremes mixed sword spirit stop attacking, even the entire body of the sword trembled violently. Its aura became incomparably disorganized, and there were also bursts of explosive sounds coming from above the sword.
What's going on here? Yang Yue, who saw this scene,
immediately stared with wide eyes and fell into extreme shock. Just one sentence caused such a terrifying sword spirit to begin self-destruction.
What kind of terrifying existence was the teenager in front of him? At this moment, in Yang Yue's heart, there was only deep awe. The 9 extremes mixed sword spirit was struggling violently. It wanted to resist, but it was like it was being manipulated by the laws of heaven and earth. It could only self-destruct as Zhang Feng ordered. This kind of greatness, which could be called divine, was not possessed even by its original owner. Then, Zhang Feng's finger drew something in the air in vain. A bright handwriting appeared in front of Yang Yue's eyes. It was the word Imperial in a dragon's flight. Above this word Imperial, there was an endless flow of majestic aura. It was the special skill, Edict Spirit Royal, that Zhang Feng had obtained after his career progression. After all, the sword spirit was born with spiritual intelligence, and in a sense could be considered a part of the living spirit. Of course, it had to be admitted that there was also an element of Zhang Feng's gambling. However, he did not immediately use the edict on the 9 extreme mixed sword spirit. After all, the weaker the state of the living being, the success rate would increase drastically. It was basically pinched at the last second to cast towards the 9 extreme mixed sword spirit. The word Imperial in the middle of the void instantly enlarged dozens of times and pressed towards the sword spirit. With the striking of this edict, the spirit of the sword, which was about to regain control of itself, before he could take a shot at Zhang Feng, just once again, he was bound by a force similar to the power of the laws of heaven and earth, and to force himself to recognize himself to this human. The 9 extremes hybrid sword spirit was still struggling violently, like a beast unwilling to be arrested. Do me a favor first. Zhang Feng laughed towards Yang Yue, who was caught in a stupor on the side. Oh, good. Yang Yue quickly reacted with a look of gravity on her face as she once again cast Ice Dragon Storm. This time, there was no longer fear in the middle of her eyes, but an unrelenting battle intent. Roar! With the ice dragons pounding down one after another, the 9 extremes mixed sword spirit's struggles grew weaker and weaker, and finally returned to calm. And new information appeared on Zhang Feng's information panel. Has forcibly contracted the 9-pole hybrid sword spirit. You have obtained a new imperial beast, the 9 extreme mixed sword spirit. Chapter 43, Sacred Lord Lan Yun. 9 extremes hybrid sword spirit. Grade, Special. Level, LV 280. Power, 165,000. Body mass, 1,200,000. Agility, 150,000. Spirit, 1,100,000. Combat power, 190,000. Skills, 9 extreme sword slash. Mixed Aoi slash. I didn't think it would work. Zhang Feng's eyes were slightly narrowed, and there was a glint in his eyes. Seeing this sword spirit's exaggerated information panel, his heart couldn't help but surge. With a combat power of over 1,000,000. I'm actually afraid that it's enough to be comparable to an ancient great imperial beast after the transition. According to the current undercard, even if he faced a 9th Revolution's powerhouse, he would still have room to maneuver. Since under the 9 turns, an 8th turn professional who could last 3 minutes under his own hands could already be called a powerhouse with a fluke of strength. Invincible is this lonely as snow. As Zhang Feng raised his fingertips and moved his mind, the 9 extremes hybrid sword was as flexible as an arm. This scene looked at Yang Yue in shock. That exquisitely beautiful face had shock written all over it. This teenager had actually contracted the sword spirit in the middle of the inheritance hall? Gosh, is this really something a human being can do? What a terrible means. What the hell is he? Is he an incarnation of a god? Yang Yue's mind raced, constantly speculating on the possibilities. She came from one of the top families in Tianjing and had seen a lot since she was a child, but it was the first time that someone with such great power had ever encountered one. At one time she thought that as a transcendent gifted person, she would be able to look down on everyone, but he didn't expect to look so small in front of Zhang Feng. At this moment, a light smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth. Thanks for your hand. You've passed the first level of this inheritance hall. Ha! Yang Yue was a bit dumbfounded, then shook her head with a bitter smile. There's no need to comfort me. Just now the sword spirit has already said that I'm not qualified. Really? Zhang Feng asked as he lifted his finger and called the sword spirit over, carefully sizing it up. Sword, did you just say that? Hearing this, the sword spirit hurriedly shook the sword and faced Yang Yue. You, qualified. Hearing this, Yang Yue's heart's eyes were shining with a color of surprise, but it was quickly responded to. Now that this sword spirit is under his control, then who can pass this first test? It's not all a matter of his word whether he's qualified or not. Zhang Feng looked at the sword spirit. Since the first level has been passed, what about the second level? The 9 Extremes mixed sword spirit immediately replied. The second level of the trial is called the Star Abyss in Severance. As soon as the words fell, the sword's body was flooded with a chaotic halo of light, drawing a galactic trajectory in the void. When Sacred Lord Lan Yun traveled through the vast sea of stars, he sealed the 3 extraterrestrial star beasts he killed in the illusory light spirit realm. Before the words fell, the entire inheritance hall suddenly trembled violently. The dome transformed into a bright star map, and countless stars began to flow in the opposite direction. Yang Yue only felt that the ground under her feet became transparent, and when she looked down, she saw a vast sea of stars rushing under her feet. Sacred Lord Lan Yun? Zhang Feng's face showed curiosity. Was it your previous master? The name alone sounds uncomplicated. It was just true that he hadn't heard of the title, and its related rumors. That's right, Sage Lord Lan Yun was once a 10-turn sword cultivator, and I was created due to his profound understanding of the Tao of the sword. The sword spirit replied. Hearing its words, Zhang Feng slowly nodded thoughtfully. Being able to create something that has a spirit, this person's strength had definitely reached an extremely transcendent and terrifying realm. Roar! A deafening roar came from the void rift. A giant claw covered in dark purple crystalline armor tore through space and the tips of the claws alone were thicker than the palace pillars. When the huge object fully appeared, Yang Yue couldn't help but soften her legs and a color of fear emerged amongst a pair of beautiful eyes. It was a 1,000-meter-long starry sky beast, with hundreds of ghostly blue bone spines growing on its spine. The tip of each bone spur shimmered with black hole swirls that devoured the stars. This is the starry sky beast? Yang Yue subconsciously retreated behind Zhang Feng. Compared to the ferocious beasts in the various replica secret realms, the starry sky beast in front of him was too much of a shock. She simply didn't think she was capable of defeating this starry sky beast. Star-devouring Devil Kuan. Back then, he had devoured 7 cultivation planets. The sword spirit let out a clear sword sound. Although the projection is only 30% of the strength of the main body, its strength is still terrifying. Faced with this star-devouring Devil Kuan, Zhang Feng's eyes did not show any fear, but instead vaguely showed a color of excitement and thrill. Just a mere projection was able to release such a terrifying abyss-like aura. If the real body descended, how exaggerated it would be. Especially when he heard that the star-devouring demon Koan had devoured 7 planets, he was even more shaken. If one could contract a few starry sky giants as imperial beasts, then, in the middle of this vast galaxy, he must be the one to be honored. The sword spirit on the side felt even more incomprehensible after observing and sensing the emotions radiating from Zhang Feng. After all, if you were a normal professional after seeing a real star beast, both reveal fear and heaviness. But this master of his own, on the contrary, was feeling elated. Right, speaking of which, what's the meaning of planet cultivation? Zhang Feng inquired towards the sword spirit. He had a guess in his head, but he wasn't quite sure if it was. The sword spirit replied, as the name suggests, a cultivation planet is the birth of intelligent creatures capable of cultivation. Each planet has different cultivation laws and cultivation realms. Some use magic, some use aura, and other various power systems. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up and he secretly guessed in his heart, I just don't know if I can run into one of those metaphysical continent cultivation planets. However, he guessed that in the middle of this vast sea of stars, the stars were counted in the trillions. That kind of metaphysical planet must exist. Retracting his thoughts, Zhang Feng asked again, can you fix this star-devouring Devil Kuan? Of course, when Saint Lord Lan Yun encountered this severely injured star-devouring demon Kuan, he used me to decapitate it. The sword spirit shifted its form and seemed to act a little self-satisfied. I'll leave it to you then. Zhang Feng laughed lightly. Why did it feel like this sword spirit was getting more and more humanized? 9 Extremes, Hybrid Annihilation. The sword spirit instantly transformed into 9 rainbow lights, each containing a very different aura of law. The golden rainbow was sharp and peerless, the green mango was full of vitality, and the purple electricity broke all laws. 9 colors of light intertwined in the void to form a chaotic millstone. Even space began to collapse wherever it passed. That Devil Koan was just about to spit out star core spit when the 9-colored grinding disc had already penetrated the devouring core between its forehead. Ka-ching! A crisp shattering sound resounded through the sea of stars. the Devil Kuan's huge body suddenly stiffened, and his dark purple crystal armor peeled off like a rock that had weathered for 10,000 years. Ouyang Yue didn't even see what happened. He saw a sky full of starlight bursting out from the giant beast's body, turning into galactic ribbons that wrapped around Zhang Feng's body. Has the second head appeared as well? Zhang Feng stood with his arms folded, looking at the silver-white tentacles poking out of the void crack. It was a giant beast shaped like an octopus, each tentacle covered in dimensional rifts. This is Void Rift Beast. Clang! The sword spirit suddenly split into 10,000. Each sword shadow stabbed precisely into the spatial nodes on the tentacles. When the sword spirit being chopped out the 9 extreme sword slash, the entire trial space suddenly fell into an eerie silence, and all the dimensional rifts solidified at the same time. Immediately afterward it exploded like a shattered mirror. The rift beast let out a mournful whine, but it dissipated along with the spatial debris. The 9-headed star-swallowing python that appeared at the end has yet to show its ferocious power. It was then penetrated through the 9 heads by the 9 rivers of stars transformed by the mixed Upanishad chop. The sword spirit hovered in the star dust where the behemoth had collapsed. After the 3 starry sky giants were broken, a roiling starburst emanated from them. A faint shadow of Saint Lord Lan Yun holding a sword to cut down the star's back then emerged. It was a man with lofty tentacles on his head, and he was dressed in white, his clothes flowing. He turned and raised his eyes to Zhang Feng. In an instant, it was as if countless stars and rivers had been crossed between the two, completing their gaze at this moment. Chapter 44, I'll take over this heavy responsibility. At this time, Ouyang Yue had long been too shocked to speak. The oppression brought to her by this shadowy man in front of her was very strong. Ouyang Yue, who's always been the star of the show. The heart couldn't help but give rise to a feeling of finitude that had never been felt before. Lord of the Imperial Spirit. Sacred Lord Lan Yun's voice was mellow and hoarse, and he saw through Jiang Feng's occupation with a single glance. However, there was still a slight look of doubt amongst his eyes. Even the Lord of the Royal Spirit could not possess such extraordinary means. Moreover, he could see that Jiang Feng hadn't even reached even the 4th turn in level right now. To be able to subdue even my original sword spirit, it seems that this era has given birth to an extraordinary existence. Sacred Lord Lan Yun couldn't help but let out an emotional sigh. Senior is too kind. Jiang Feng smiled bashfully. At the same time, he was also utilizing the Eye of True Vision to check his information. Name, Mo Lan Yun. Photo. Profession, swordsman. Level, LV 433. Spirit, battle strength, unknown. Over 400 levels? Jiang Feng hadn't expected his rank to be so high. Sacred Lord Lan Yun looked at Jiang Feng, his eyes filled with admiration for his juniors. Only then could not help but a few regretful colors emerge. After all, this teenager's profession had nothing to do with swordsmanship and could not accept his inheritance. I'm sure you've already seen the power of the starry sky beast just now. Sacred Lord Lan Yun then spoke. There are countless such star giants in the boundless starry sky, and they grow in strength by devouring planets and all energy bodies. If they reached the blue planet, then the entire blue planet would be in jeopardy, if not cease to exist. And beyond the blue star, there were top-tier powerhouses that built a great wall of stars in order to defend against foreign enemies. Sacred Lord Lan Yun was also one of them, but after fighting a powerful and bizarre star beast, he was ultimately defeated. Finally, on his deathbed, he created an alien space to host his legacy. Although you are not a swordsman professional, your strength is exceptional, and if you are willing to take on the burden of manning the starry Great Wall, I can give you all the treasures I have acquired in my life. As for the Sword Dao inheritance, it will be up to you to find a suitable candidate for me, but if you don't have the guts to face the Star Beast, then I will forcibly erase your existence and wait for the next challenger. Holy Lord Lan Yun's tone gradually seemed grave. Manning the Great Wall of Stars is an extremely important matter, because the Great Wall of Stars counted as one of the most important lines of defense in the entire Blue Planet. The safety of all living things in the entire Blue Planet is at stake. This burden can only be given to the fearless. Even in the face of an incomparably terrifying starry sky beast, he still dared to raise his sword to meet the attack, not fearing life or death. Don't worry, senior. I'll take this heavy responsibility. Jiang Feng nodded. He was quite interested in the star beast, especially to the more powerful star beasts. Good. Sacred Lord Lan Yun nodded in satisfaction. After having seen the star beast, it was still able to answer so decisively. It's also a testament to its guts and bravado. Saint Lord Lan Yun raised his hand and several treasures fell in front of Jiang Feng. He pointed to an ancient token and said, "This is the Starry Sky Order. When the Starry Sky Great Wall encounters a crisis, the Starry Sky Order will light up, and you only need to exert your spiritual power on it to transmit to the Starry Sky." Speaking here, Sacred Lord Lan Yun paused for a moment. Of course, even if you don't take the initiative to teleport, it will still forcefully bring you to the stars. Hearing that, Jiang Feng just secretly thought how embarrassing it would be if he were to pass himself off to the stars when he was bathing, or flipping off the clouds. However, The second treasure was something that Zhang Feng couldn't help but see. Hourglass of life tracks. Type, prop. Grade, quasi-sacred. Description, the hourglass is flowing with chaotic star sand, which can briefly distort the flow of time, reversing it by 1 minute. Available level, LV90. A life track hourglass that reverses time by 1 minute? Zhang Feng felt his breath catch a little. I didn't realize that there was a treasure that reversed time. While a minute isn't a long time, it can come in handy when it counts. This thing is much more powerful compared to the backtracking talisman. If one is in danger and cannot escape, even if one returns to one's peak state, one still cannot break the game. However, if you reverse time, you are able to choose to avoid going into harm's way. It is also able to circumvent some certain death damage as well as attacks like curses. Vientian occupational mask. Type, prop. Grade, quasi-sacred. Introduction, after wearing it, you can disguise as any occupation every day and gain the basic skills of that occupation. Available level, LV90. Oh, to be able to disguise yourself as any occupation? That's a bit interesting. Zhang Feng picked up the Wanxiang profession mask and carefully surveyed the appearance and information. The utility of this thing is not as powerful as the hourglass of life tracks though, but in some special scenes can play unexpected effect. 10,000 years of cold ice marrow. Type, prop. Grade, epic. Introduction, enables ice professionals to improve their control over the power of ice. Available level, LV90. It is of little use to me. Zhang Feng thought about it for a moment and then gave it to Ouyang Yue as a token of appreciation. Ouyang Yue's beautiful eyes lit up as she hurriedly thanked him. This could definitely be considered a strength-boosting treasure for her. Posterity. The matter of stationing the Great Wall of Starry Sky is entrusted to you. Holy Lord Lan Yun raised his hand and pointed, sending an inheritance mark into Zhang Feng's brow. This is my true inheritance, capable of unlocking all the treasures I have survived in the Flux Ancient Star. After saying that, his virtual shadow gradually dissipated. Along with him, the scene around him dissipated. At the same time, the entire alien space began to gradually collapse, as if it was about to disintegrate. The professionals within all had shocked looks on their faces. Could it be that the legacy has been taken down? The occupiers outside the inheritance hall were also shocked. Just now, that beast master as well as the Ouyang family's heavenly pride had entered the hall, so it must be one of them who had obtained the inheritance. But after thinking about it, they all agreed that it was Ouyang Yue who had a greater chance of obtaining the inheritance. After all, an imperial beast master could be said to be unable to do anything without an imperial beast. Ruan Yuan, who was bitten by the underworld three-headed dog, however, had a face that was hard to see. He hadn't expected that the beast master had survived. But how can one escape now? As the inheritance hall gradually collapsed, Zhang Feng and Ouyang Yue walked out from it. Everyone stared at the two with curious faces. The heart was even more agitated. After all, the lure of the inheritance of a 10-turn powerhouse was just too great. Wait, open our eyes to the treasures inside. A 6th-turn berserker warrior suddenly spoke out, his giant axe coalescing into a blood-colored dragon scroll in his hand. As long as he used the profession skill Blood Rage Berserker ritual, his strength would skyrocket to the peak strength of the 7th turn. The rest of the professionals were moved to chime in with thoughts they shouldn't have. That's right, the treasures of a 10-turn powerhouse are definitely extraordinary. If you two know the rules, you should share some of your treasures out. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yue stood up and said with a cold face, if you all don't want to look for trouble, it's better for each of you to retreat, so as not to ask for trouble. This was a complete provocation in the eyes of the others. Although this Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast was strong, it would inevitably be a bit of a struggle to deal with so many of them, and there's no way to know what's going on in the middle of a foreign space. Even if those two Imperial Beasts were powerful, there were so many of them, yet they might not be without a chance. I'm sorry, I don't know any rules, I just know that I am the rules. As soon as Zhang Feng's words fell, the powerful aura of the sword spirit instantly rose to the sky. In just the blink of an eye, it pierced through the berserker, leaving him headless. Chapter 45 Evolution, Jinyu Xianwu. This is the spirit sword amongst the inheritance hall. You actually contracted all of these spirit swords. How is this possible? The professionals present were all extremely shaken as they looked towards the sword spirit. They should know that they couldn't even last 3 minutes in the hands of this sword spirit. And this kid actually did it. This kid is a monster, isn't he? Anyone else who wants me to share? Step forward. Zhang Feng swept his gaze toward the crowd and said without the slightest bit of emotion. The people who heard this, their bodies trembled and they took half a step back. Some of the professionals who froze in place were almost scared out of their wits when they realized that they were somehow standing right in front of them. Hurriedly, he took several sharp steps backward. I'm afraid if I'm late, I'll get hiccups on the spot. For a while, a group of people fled and retreated backwards. Ouyang Yue, who saw the scene, was also moved inwardly. Just one sentence scared the hell out of the crowd. I'm afraid only the teenager in front of me can do it. The alien space continued to collapse, and the people inside began to crush the teleportation stones, preparing to leave the place. Before leaving, Ouyang Yue looked at Zhang Feng and sincerely thanked him. Thanks for your help in the 10,000-year-old cold ice marrow that was gifted to me. I will remember this favor, and I also hope that you can come to the Tianjing Ouyang family as a guest. I will thank you properly. Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. Fine, if I'm free I'll go over and have a seat. He then looked at Zhao Zhenrui who was on the side and said, Chairman Zhao, let's go back as well. Good. Zhao Zhenrui nodded repeatedly. At the same time the heart was very shaken. Zhang Feng was even able to contract a sword spirit. Is this really something a beast master can do? Why does it feel as if it's not the same profession as him? This time, following Jiang Feng's side, even if it was just a mere dip, it was still a big show. Although it is standing on the shoulders of giants, it is still able to look down on people not. As for that Ruan Yuan, Zhang Feng directly let the underworld three-headed dog eat it as a snack. Back at the Imperial Beast Master Association, Zhang Feng naturally distributed some treasures to them. After seeing these things, Zhao Zhenrui's eyes went straight. Zhang Feng had leveled himself up to level 120 in the third turn after brushing a few copies outside one after another. Counting on it, he already had 5 Imperial Beasts, and level 120 just happened to be able to contract 6 of them. After that, he went to the Imperial Beast incubation room and saw the Xian turtle that had already hatched. The young Xian turtle was only the size of Zhang Feng's palm, and its shell was a rocky gray color. Zhang Feng briefly checked its information. Gen 2 turtle, rare, grade, gold, level, LV1, power, 2472, body mass, 3284, agility, 1400, spirit, 1637, battle strength, 2792. Skills, Genjutsu, Genjutsu Shock, Genjutsu Shield. Required evolution points, 10,000. The base value of the gold level rank is really good. Zhang Feng secretly nodded, then used the contract technique to contract him. Su Wanru, who was on the side, saw Zhang Feng's focused appearance, and her gaze looked like she couldn't take it off. It is said that men are most handsome when they are serious and focused, but Zhang Feng was handsome in his own right, and with his serious appearance, he was even more impeccable. With the Xian turtle's contract successful, Zhang Feng summoned it into the royal beast space. Many thanks for taking care of you for this period of time. Zhang Feng raised his eyes towards her and smiled faintly. No, it's nothing, this is all what I should do. Su Wanru's face burned slightly as she hurriedly waved her hand. Zhang Feng nodded, then probed his consciousness into the Imperial Beast space. Taking out a few experience pills that contained 50 million experience points, he gave them to the Xian turtle. This allows you to quickly upgrade your turtle without having to go into the middle of a copy and slowly brush the monsters to upgrade. Although Zhang Feng's speed of brushing copies was fast, it couldn't withstand the Xian turtle's exponential experience demand. This 150,000,000 experience pill was worth more than $100 million. However, Zhang Feng didn't feel any physical pain at all. After all, money is just a number to him, and he just happens to have a long list of just such numbers. Zhang Feng didn't even blink as he directly gave several experience pills to the Xian turtle to swallow in a row. Under the support of the experienced Dan, the Xian turtle's aura continued to climb. Its size also continued to skyrocket, resembling a small mountain. The level directly soared from LV1 to LV92. It even evolved by 1 rank in the level spike. It turned into a diamond grade Xian Bing AO. Xian Bing AO, rare, grade, diamond, level, LV92, power, 145,000. Body mass, 195,000. Agility, 104,000. Spirit, 110,000. Battle strength, 180,000. Skills, Xian Ice Water Armor, 100 miles of ice. Required evolution points, 500,000 points. Do the evolution points also increase when you go up in rank or grade? Zhang Feng frowned slightly and muttered in his heart, but he had more evolution points than he could use, and all he was missing was just the evolution remnants. Start evolving. Then without hesitation, he added some evolution points to the Xian Bing AO. 500,000 evolution points consumed. Xian Bing AO begins to evolve. Ka-chow. A sound like the breaking of an ancient glacier exploded in the void. The fur of the underworld three-headed dog instantly condensed out of ice prisms, and the exhaled white mist solidified into ice crystals that fell before it could dissipate. Even the red sky-burning falcon was hovering in the air at extreme speeds before flying towards the distance. The Xian Bing AO raised its head covered in ice spikes, and its ghostly blue pupils transformed into 2 rounds of cold moons. It opened its mouth to devour the frosty chi in the sky, and the clouds within the entire Imperial Beast space suddenly began to rotate,
forming inverted ice crystal vortexes. Boom, boom, boom. 3 ice pillars with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters sprang out from the sea and surrounded the Xianbing Ao in the center in a triangular shape. The Abyssal Dragon King, who was originally sleeping with his eyes closed within the sea, was all startled at this moment. A pair of huge dragon eyes stared straight at the ever-changing Xianbing Ao in front of him. It was like seeing a powerful being that was about to come out of nowhere. As the icicles continued to shatter and pour madly towards its body, the Xianbing Ao's body continued to expand and grow. Its body skyrocketed, turning from a small mountain into a towering giant like Tarzan. Evolution complete. Xianbing Ao evolves to Xinyu Xianwu. Current beast, Xinyu Xuanwu. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 92. Life value, 430W. Defense, 160W. Did Blitz evolve into an ancient grade imperial beast? Zhang Feng was secretly happy in his heart. Now he had 3 ancient grade imperial beasts, and when he saw the Xinyu Xuanwu's life value and defense, that could be called terrifying. The heart couldn't help but start beating violently. I didn't realize it had such an unbelievable value. With a defensive power of 1,600,000, it was only feared that a 7th turn professional wouldn't even be able to break it, and a life value of over 4 million was even too much, plus the effect of his own symbiosis skill. Facing the attacks of a 7th turn professional was nothing more than a scrape in front of himself. Chapter 46, The Fortune of Great Yen is in your hands now. Great Yen Palace. The golden and brilliant halls glistened in the sunlight. Suddenly, the dome of the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and a pitch-black gap appeared abruptly. Several figures stepped out from the crack, and the powerful aura emanating from them brought about a heavy sense of oppression. The person in the lead, blonde hair and blue eyes, tall in stature, surrounded by a golden flame of light if anything. Where is the Yen Emperor? His gaze was like a torch as he scanned the bottom, and the voice that opened his mouth was like muffled thunder rolling through the entire Tianjing city. This voice, with undisguised arrogance and provocation, instantly ignited the fury of all the professionals within Tianjing city. Where's the gringo from that dares to sow his wild oats in our Great Yen's territory? You're tired of living. Do you really think we have no one in Great Yen? Within the Great Yen territory, how can outsiders be allowed to act recklessly? At this moment, a voice with majesty in its vicissitudes came out from within the Great Yen Palace. You all have trespassed into my Great Yen's territory and are being so reckless. Have you not come to give my Great Yen a letter of war? A white-haired old man slowly walked out from within the Great Yen Palace, his feet stepping on the void towards them step by step. With every step he took, a ripple would ripple in the void beneath his feet. Although he was one person, his terrifying aura was not inferior to several of them. The appearance of the old man caused all the professionals in Tianjing city to be shaken. It was because this old man, named Shi Daoming, the Grand Elder of the Great Yen Kingdom, was second only to the Yen Emperor in terms of status and strength. In the event that Emperor Yen had something to do and was unable to deal with matters of government, his words would be able to represent the entire Great Yen. Elder Qi, long time no see. Beside the blonde man, a lanky man with reddish whiskers and hair greeted him with a strange smile on his face. Rumor has it that Emperor Yan's lifespan is nearing, and now that several emissaries from several countries such as ours have arrived and he is unwilling to show his face, could it be that he has already passed away? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the few people beside him surfaced with what appeared to be a snicker. Unbridled, Shi Daoming raised his hand in the air with an empty palm as he raised his eyebrows in a cold manner. Above the red-haired man, a palm of energy stretched out in the void and slammed him downward. The red-haired man's face suddenly changed abruptly, and the muscles in his arms rippled as he tried to parry the blow. Yet his strength was insignificant under this palm. Boom! The red-haired man directly smashed a huge crater in the ground. Even the entire Tianjing city trembled for a few moments. All the professionals in the city sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this the strength of Elder Qi? If all of you are really here to provoke my Great Yen, then let's fight together. Although I, Qi, am not as strong as the Yen Emperor, but if you want to fight, then let's fight. Shi Daoming's aura instantly flared out, and his abyss-like terror erupted without reservation. After the blonde man's few people had seen that palm just now, their attitudes were obviously much more restrained than before, but there wasn't much fear in his eyes. If he really started to fight, although Shi Daoming was a 9-turn sacred lawgiver, but wanting to take all 7 of the 9 turns alone with one person, that would be a real fool's errand. However, they didn't know whether Emperor Yen was in the Great Yen Palace or not. That's what really scares them. After all, Great Yen relied on just one Yen Emperor to be able to fight a fierce battle with a 10th turn powerhouse. Without the existence of Emperor Yen, the territory of Great Yen would have long been eaten up and divided up by their countries. The blonde man spoke faintly, slightly raising his hand, and a heavenly book appeared above the void. At the same time, he spoke. According to the information coming from above the stars, the starry Great Wall is now about to face an invasion by a foreign enemy. The Great Wall of Stars continues to have enough up-and-coming guards, and since there have been no divine sons born in the Great Yin territory for so long, they have decided to open the Great Yin Celestial Pride Tower to all nations this time ahead of schedule. If Great Yin still has no one able to pass the Heaven's Pride Tower, then the Heaven's Pride Tower within Great Yin will be handed over to the Cuckoo Kingdom. Hearing these words, the professionals within Tianjin City were immediately enraged. It was important to know that the Great Yin Heaven's Pride Tower was self-evidently important to Great Yin. The successive generations of Yin emperors as well as the core powerhouses of Great Yin were all born through the Great Yin Celestial Pride Tower. If the Tower of Celestial Pride were to be handed over to another country, wouldn't it cut off the path to the birth of Great Yin powerhouses? If there is no strong person born in Great Yin, then the country will decline and suffer from the more naked oppression of the countries. How could they agree to such excessive conditions? Listen to me, you foreigners, the Great Yin Tianjia Tower will never be handed over to another country. That's right, the people are in the tower. If you want to seize our heaven's remarkable tower, step over our corpses and bones. Who in this world doesn't know that the Cuckoo Country is one of your foreign devil's dogs? So if the Great Yin Celestial Pride Pagoda is handed over to the Cuckoo Country, isn't it tantamount to giving it to you for nothing? If the Great Yin Country is no more, and we all become slaves of the fallen country, then what's the point of having this starry sky Great Wall? We might as well destroy it together. All the Great Yin professionals were filled with anger at the moment, and the group shouted angrily towards the emissaries of the 7 countries. However, that blonde-haired man ignored the angry curses of these Great Yin professionals, because in his eyes, these people were like ants. Who, may I ask, cares about the anger of a mole cricket? The blonde man's eyes looked indifferently at Qi Daoming and coldly said, Elder Qi, this is the result of the Starry Sky Powerhouse's deliberation. If you disobey the order, you should know very well what will happen. Right now we're just conveying their orders, but if you're as stubborn and obstinate as they are, I'm afraid that it will only lead to unimaginable disasters for your Great Yin Kingdom. Also, one more thing, until the opening of the Heaven's Remarkable Tower comes to an end, none of us will leave Great Yin. They stayed at Great Yin to prevent Great Yin from breaking the fish and opening the Protectorate formation. At that time, even if all the countries together wanted to break through, it would take at least a year and a half. Thus they were stationed here in order to take Dian by surprise. After the blonde man had expected Qi Daoming's face to be extremely ugly after saying these words. Instead, an inscrutable smile appeared on Qi Daoming's face. Since this is the result of the deliberations of the powerhouses above the Great Wall of the Starry Sky, then I, Great Yin, naturally have nothing to say. Perhaps I, Great Yin, have been silent for too long, giving you guys the illusion that you're so easy to pin down. So let's see the results of this Heaven's Pride Tower. As he said these words, Zhang Feng's figure appeared in his mind. He was very confident that Zhang Feng would definitely be able to pass the Heaven's Pride Tower trial, because Zhang Feng's appearance also represented the rise of the Great Yin country's national fortunes, and would once again rise to the top of the nations. The blonde man also seemed to see where Qi Daoming's bottom line was. It must be the powerful Imperial Beast Master that suddenly appeared out of nowhere within the Great Yin territory. However, since they had come, they had naturally prepared for everything. This man must die. Never leave any spark of hope for Dian. The blonde man smiled indifferently. Elder Qi seems to be very confident, but I'll borrow an ancient Great Yin saying to advise you that the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Qi Daoming naturally heard out the voice outside of his words and said with a leathery smile, since all of you have come to my Great Yin on the orders of a star powerhouse, then I should do my best as a landlord on behalf of Great Yin. So please head to the guest star palace to settle down. Inside the guest star palace, their every move would be monitored, and if any movement could be detected in the first instance. When the meeting was over, Qi Daoming immediately gave a secret order to send a group of strong men to protect Zhang Feng. Before the Great Yin Tianjia Tower opened, it was necessary to make sure that Zhang Feng was safe and sound. When the matter had been completed, Qi Daoming let out a heavy sigh towards the interior of the Great Yin Palace. Zhang Feng, the fate of Great Yin's nation is about to be delivered into your hands. Chapter 47 Evolution. Eclipsing Falcon. The Calamities. Ping Chang, Mountain Villa. Zhang Feng was lying on the big soft bed, checking out the things among the Great Yin treasure trove. Instead, he was now less anxious to find items for the evolution of the Imperial Beasts. Instead, he began to look for props that would allow the Imperial Beast to cross the threshold. Only after the tribulation would the strength truly skyrocket. I remember seeing a piece of obsidian essence spirit that was able to allow the red sky burning falcon to pass through the tribulation in the Great Yin treasure trove. But now he didn't have quite enough merit points, rather have to find a way to earn merit points. However, soon Zhang Feng's eyes lit up as he realized that among the Great Yin treasure trove, not only were they able to exchange merit points, there is also a way to turn in treasures and gain merit points. Rather, it's kind of disguised as a similar trading platform. Hey, then I'm welcome. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted. Spinning around, He directly took out a bunch of treasures from amongst the space ring, and then uploaded them according to the instructions above. He didn't know how many he had uploaded. Zhang Feng only felt that the merit value had risen after each upload. Merit points, 687,000. As he refreshed the Great Yen treasure trove afterward, he also accidentally found the Heart of Lava shelved in it. This was an evolutionary material for the Red Sky Burning Falcon. I didn't realize that there was such a good thing. It was really a double blessing. Zhang Feng then directly chose to purchase Obsidian Essence as well as Lava Heart. Soon, in front of Zhang Feng, an astrolabe appeared. A fist-sized, reddish, lava-like sphere emerged from the astrolabe. The moment it appeared, it sent the temperature of the entire room soaring. It was possible to feel what a huge amount of energy was contained inside. Immediately following the astrolabe, another reddish-golden diamond-shaped crystal slowly appeared. It is surrounded by a ring of sunburst-like energy. With these two items, the Red Sky Burning Falcon will be able to both evolve and cross the threshold. Zhang Feng's eyes blossomed with joy, and he put them into the royal beast space, taking them all to the Red Sky Burning Falcon. Inside the Imperial Beast space, feeling the scent of the Obsidian Essence and the Heart of Lava, the Red Sky Burning Falcon looked unusually excited. It circled around the sky for a while. Start evolving. Zhang Feng clicked the panel evolution button. Immediately after that, hundreds of thousands of evolution points turned into white light and intermingled with the Heart of Lava. An arcane force was formed to surge towards the Red Sky Burning Falcon. As the white light coalesced, wrapping the Red Sky Burning Falcon into a huge ball of light. Immediately after that, the light mass continued to solidify, like a cocoon. Not a moment later, several cracks appeared in the light mass that were scorched by the flames. Boo! The ball of light turned into a raging flame, forming in the sky like a round of obsidian. An ear-splitting cry rang out. Obsidian exploded like a nova exploding. A gigantic bird with a majestic physique and a body burning with dark flames emerged. In its tail plume trailed 100 miles of streaming fire, which was spectacular. Evolution complete. Red Sky Burning Falcon, Eclipse Falcon. Current Imperial Animal, Eclipse Falcon. Grade, Dimming Moon. Level, LV-115. Power, 466,000. Body mass, 385,000. Agility, 405,000. Spirit, 280,000. Battle Strength, 570,000. Skills, Flame Weaving, Eclipse Dance, Eternal Eclipse. Evolution value required for next evolution, Coronal Essence plus 1 million evolution points. Well, it's not bad, but it's still a lot worse than an ancient great imperial beast. Zhang Feng nodded slightly, intending to start giving it the calamity to raise its strength once again. Spinning around, he gave it the Obsidian Essence Spirit to take. The eclipsing pale falcon swallowed it in one gulp, and its wings set off a burning hurricane. Molten golden blood oozed from the corners of its eyes, and each plume was bursting with blinding flames of light. Buzz! The dome of the Imperial Beast space suddenly tore apart, and the red golden robber clouds churned like a boil. 9 chains containing the obsidian laws hung down from among the cloud vortex, turning the ground into lava. The magma merged into a red river and poured into the sky, emitting a high temperature of nearly 10,000 degrees, and the air was twisted into a glazed shape. It violently erupted towards the Eclipse Falcon. The eclipsing pale falcon raised its head to the sky and even took the initiative to rush towards the terrorizing Red River. It opened its sharp beak and swallowed the entire Red River into its stomach. After swallowing as much as it could, the Eclipse Falcon's chest suddenly burst into a blinding glare. Zhang Feng could even feel the pain that the Eclipse Pale Falcon was enduring at this moment. After all, there was a special connection between the Imperial Beast Master and the Imperial Beast, although the pain conveyed to Zhang Feng was less than a millionth of that of the eclipsing Pale Falcon. However, this pain caused Zhang Feng to clench his teeth secretly as well. Come on, I believe in you. Just hang in there. Zhang Feng conveyed his conviction towards the Eclipse Falcon. After all, no matter how serious an injury was suffered in the middle of one's Imperial Beast space, one would recover quickly. In the midst of this Imperial Beast space, the eclipsed Pale Falcon only needed to be firm in its will. If one were to experience the calamity outside, then the success rate would only be less than 70% within the Imperial Beast space. If the Imperial Beast failed to cross the threshold, not only would it suffer severe backlash, it might even die violently on the spot, and the strength of the Imperial Beast Master would likewise suffer a heavy blow. Of course, Zhang Feng possessed the symbiosis skill, which could automatically transfer the damage taken to Jinyu Xianwu. However, Zhang Feng wasn't concerned that it would implicate himself if it failed to cross the threshold. After all, it was cultivated by himself. It was also his first royal beast. Zhang Feng had no small attachment to it. Sensing Jiang Feng's encouragement, the Eclipse Falcon's wings shook violently and once again erupted with a sharp cry.
Its eyes burned with unyielding flames as it hovered and flew toward the sky. At this moment, several peculiar obsidian divine patterns flowed across its surface. This was the obsidian essence reshaping the core of its power, and with each divine pattern that lit up, the flames around it deepened. Its circumference was even breathing hundreds of red lotus karmic fires. The terrifying heat caused the seawater below to evaporate. Boom! A loud ringing sound like a meteorite exploding erupted from within the body of the echidna pale falcon. A huge amount of energy swept wildly in all directions with it at the center. The snow-silver fox's body trembled as it hurriedly ran towards the back of the underworld three-headed dog. An explosion of this magnitude, even the aftermath was not something it could withstand. Just get a little bit of it on it and it'll be dust in a flash. The current one was one of the weakest existences amongst this imperial beast space. As the eclipsed pale falcon managed to pass through the one heavy tribulation, its body underwent a considerable change. The size skyrocketed more than 3 times, and the wingspan covered the sky. Although there was still a huge gap between its size and the abyssal dragon king and the Jinyu Xianwu, but it had a little more sharpness in its aura. Current imperial beast, Eclipse Falcon, 1-jacking. Grade, Dimming Moon. Level, LV-115. Power, 566,000. Body mass, 485,000. Agility, 505,000. Spirit, 380,000. Battle strength, 670,000. Skills, Flame Weaving, Eclipse Dance, Eternal Eclipse. Did the basic values of the various items go up by 100,000 points after just one calamity? Zhang Feng was in a good mood as he looked at the rising values of its attribute panel. This first calendar is still the easiest. The farther back you go, the more dangerous the apocalypse becomes. Of course, the more terrifying the strength that can be raised. A 9th Tribulation Ancient Great Imperial Beast was only slightly more powerful than a Saint King Great Imperial Beast. Chapter 48, The 6 Heavenly Flame Royalty, Dumbfounded. Well, after resting for 2 days, it's time to go find Bai Lingyue to explore the legendary Great Secret Realm. Zhang Feng stretched after getting up from the bed. In the legendary Secret Realm, there was a probability of obtaining artifact fragments. Zhang Feng came to the roof of the villa and looked out over Ping City. After the last beast-tide invasion, the current Ping City had been quick to repair the broken tall buildings as well as the buildings that had been ripped apart by the battle. Just as Zhang Feng was about to summon the Eclipse Falcon and head to the Bai clan, in the distant sky, 6 powerful auras were sweeping rapidly towards their position. In just a few blinks, 6 figures landed in front of Zhang Feng from the sky. They exuded an unearthly aura that was intimidating. The 6 were men and women of various ages. The oldest looked to be in his 60s and the youngest looked to be about his own age. But there was no hostility perceived on their part. "You are Zhang Feng, right?" a kind-looking old man said with a smile as he looked at Zhang Feng. The remaining 5 people were also sizing up Zhang Feng with curious gazes. "It's me." Zhang Feng nodded lightly. He, there's no need to be nervous, little friend. We are the 6 Heavenly Flame Imperials, and we have been ordered by the Grand Elder to stay close to protect you." The kindly old man laughed softly as he revealed the identities of several people. The 6 Heavenly Flame Imperials were the 6 top powerhouses under the seat of Emperor Flame, after passing through the layers of selection. "So it's Lord Roku? Disrespectful." Zhang Feng smiled and gave a polite reply, but he had actually already used the Eye of True Vision to see their identity information. Then he waved his hand and said, "But you guys should go back. I don't need anyone's protection right now." "Ha, what a big mouth. Do you realize you're in a dangerous situation?" A young girl with a double ponytail on her head and a tight leather jacket spoke up. She was one of the 6 Imperial Shadow Imperial Guards, a 7th-turned shadow assassin named Luo Yuni. "I don't know." Zhang Feng shook his head truthfully, his eyes subconsciously sizing up her concave and convex hot body. Bigger where it should be, skinny where it should be. It's true that a fine branch produces a fruit. The nutrition is all in the fruit. That said, in accordance with his current strength, he wanted to encounter danger. Unless one encountered several 9 revolutions powerhouses striking at the same time and also set up heavy traps in advance. Otherwise, even if Zhang Feng couldn't beat them, they couldn't stop them if they wanted to leave. So even if the 6 Heavenly Flame royalty in front of him wanted to injure Zhang Feng, I'm afraid it wouldn't be an easy task. Under the gaze of Zhang Feng, Luo Yuni didn't look shy, and even vaguely stretched her breasts with a bit of pride. After all, Zhang Feng looked like a big handsome guy who was pleasing to the eyes as well. The more she was watched by him in this way, the more attractive she proved herself to be. As long as she didn't say anything, who would know that her age of 28 was actually 28? Luo Yuni spoke. The emissaries of the 7 countries went to the heavenly capital and requested that this time, the Great Yen Celestial Pride Pagoda be open to the countries. If none of the Great Yen professionals are still able to pass the Heaven's Pride Tower this time, then it is requested that the Great Yin Kingdom's Heaven's Pride Tower will be handed over to the Cuckoo Kingdom. If Great Yin loses the Tower of Heaven's Pride, then in the future, Great Yin will not have strong people who can support Great Yin's national fortune, and you are the person that the Grand Elder looks up to, and the trialist that he thinks is most expected to break through the last level of the Heaven's Pride Tower. The 7 kingdoms have coveted Great Yin for a long time. How could they pass up such an opportunity? Now the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms must have noticed your existence as well, and they must be thinking of ways to erase you now. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's brows furrowed and his eyes began to stare. If it was according to her, then one's current situation was indeed not very good. If the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms were to strike at him at the same time, then he would only be afraid that he would run out of cards. As for the 6 imperials in front of him, Zhang Feng didn't even think about them being able to protect him. After all, with his current strength, it wasn't a tricky thing to tackle the 6th royalty. If they were really in danger, I was afraid that I would have to free myself to protect them. Only when she saw Zhang Feng fall into deep thought did a slightly self-satisfied smile appear on Luo Yuni's face. It seems like this guy is just now finally realizing what he's in for. On her way here, she had already read Zhang Feng's message. Although he was a 3rd-turn Imperial Beast Master at a young age, he even possessed 2 ancient great Imperial Beasts. This kind of strength greatly shocked even her. After all, it was just too unbelievable. It was no wonder that the Grand Elder had ordered them, the 6 Heavenly Flame Imperials, to protect this brat's safety at all costs. Only the first contact just now made Luo Yuni feel that Zhang Feng was still permeated with a sense of arrogance. It hadn't even placed their Heavenly Flame 6 royalty in their eyes. But you don't have to worry too much. With our 6 Imperials around, it's no use at all for the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms to try to make any small moves. Luo Yuni stepped forward and patted Zhang Feng's shoulder in relief. Those words just now were meant to make Zhang Feng put away his arrogance. Just being honestly protected by them is enough. Don't add any extra workload to her. However, Zhang Feng's eyes steeply lit up when he heard these words. Are you saying that the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms won't openly strike at me? Or even privately strike at me personally? At those words, Luo Yuni sweated a little, not expecting Zhang Feng to think so deeply. It seemed that what he had just said had really scared him. She rolled her eyes helplessly. Well, at least this is still Great Yin territory. If their 7 country emissaries dare to openly strike at you, or at any Great Yin professional, then they will definitely have to be prepared to stay in Great Yin forever. After all, the Great Yin's heritage wasn't something a few exotic emissaries could shake anymore. If they really dared to make a move, then they really didn't intend to leave alive. In that case, I'm relieved. Zhang Feng secretly let out a sigh of relief. If they didn't dare to make a move personally, then it would be a fool's errand to try to move themselves. Alright, from now on you will honestly stay inside your room until the Heaven's Pride Tower officially opens. With us, the 6 Heavenly Flame royalty, even a mosquito won't be able to fly in, Luo Yuni said with a confident expression. Thank you. It would be hard for you guys to watch my house. After all, living inside the mountains mosquitoes are quite a lot. Zhang Feng let out a light laugh and said that he was ready to leave. Wait, where are you going? Luo Yuni frowned slightly. Didn't I tell you to stay honestly inside the room and not go anywhere? Little friend, we're doing this for your own good. The kind-looking old man from earlier instantly released his breath and said to Zhang Feng. The remaining few people also released their breaths at the same time, and the intermingling of several breaths made the air extremely heavy. If necessary, they would step in to forcefully restrict Zhang Feng's travel. After all, the Great Elder had given them a death order. Even if it would make Zhang Feng feel disgusted, they had to carry it out. Has this been sent to protect me, or has it been sent to fight me? Zhang Feng shook his head and spat it out somewhat breathlessly. Spinning around, he summoned his Imperial Beast. Roar! A deafening dragon roar resounded through the sky. A huge dragon of unknown number of feet hovered in the sky behind Zhang Feng, emitting brilliant dragon authority. Nubi! The eclipsing pale falcon spread its wings for thousands of miles, its body burning with raging dark flames and hundreds of red lotus karma flames around it. Immediately after that, there was the Jinyu Xianwu, the 9 extremes mixed sword spirit, and the 3-headed dog of the underworld, as well as the snow silver fox, who was hiding at Zhang Feng's heels, trembling with fear and the least amount of cards. Seeing the several great imperial beasts, the 6 heavenly flame imperials looked directly dumbfounded. Does the elder really want us to protect such a terrifying beast master? Chapter 49 Going to buy group. They knew that Zhang Feng's strength was perverted, but they didn't expect it to be so heaven-defying. Ancient great imperial beasts that were normally extremely rare to encounter were actually 3 in his hands. The most amazing thing was that he could even contract a sword spirit. As the 6 heavenly flame royalty, they were knowledgeable enough to be called knowledgeable. But is this really what the ING Beastmaster profession can do? Do it! Zhang Feng spoke with a light smile. Hearing these words, the heavenly flame's 6th royalty also directly froze in place. Hands? Move what? Facing such a strong lineup, even the battle-hardened ones were at a loss at the moment. The old man who had previously looked kindly couldn't help but raise his hand and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. If you rank this battle among the thousands of battles he's experienced, big and small, that the most serious ones encountered in the past were only S-ranked, and now they could be called SSS ranked. How's this for a fight? It's turned into a hellish escape level. Cough cough. Little friend, don't be impulsive. We have no ill intentions. Hurry up and retrieve your imperial beast, making such a big commotion. Not good. The old man's wrinkled face forced out a smile. So you guys aren't stopping me? Zhang Feng asked with a smile on his face. Don't dare. Don't dare. The old man shook his head repeatedly, having broken out into a cold sweat. At this moment, Luo Yuni was even more stiff and frozen as she recalled what Zhang Feng had just said. Originally, he thought that Zhang Feng was thinking too much afterward. I didn't realize it was my own presumption to speculate on his thoughts. According to his strength, it was true that if several emissaries hadn't joined forces to deal with Zhang Feng, I was afraid that he really couldn't take him down. But this Zhang Feng had so many imperial beasts of terrifying strength at such a young age. This is completely beyond human perception. Okay? Seeing that they no longer had any objections, Zhang Feng recalled the imperial beasts back into the imperial beast space. Now you guys stay and think for yourselves. If you still want to stay with me, by the way, I'll watch the house and clean up some mosquitoes. Clean up and stuff. Zhang Feng smiled and said, alright, I still have things to do, so I won't keep you company. At those words, the corners of the eyes of the Heavenly Flame's sixth royalty twitched. At least they were ranked among the great yin powerhouses, but they ran over to help with housekeeping, cleaning, and catching mosquitoes like this. If it had been uttered in the mouths of other people, they would have thought it was humiliating to them. But when these words came out of Zhang Feng's mouth, they didn't have anything to say other than spitting inside. After all, the strength of others far exceeded that of their Heavenly Flame's 6 royal guards. After a few people briefly discussed the matter for a moment, they decided to inform the Grand Elder of this information first. One more person would follow Zhang Feng so that he could report the situation in time. As for the rest of the 5, they were ready to lie down inside Zhang Feng's villa and have a good rest. In one way, the mission was pretty comfortable. Not only were they able to rest and feel the fish, but they also had such a powerful imperial beast big brother to cover them when things went wrong. As for protecting Zhang Feng, they didn't dare to think about it. With this level of strength, it was only almost as if the Grand Elder himself had stepped in to protect it. But now that the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms were still in Tianjing, the Grand Elder was bound to keep a cautious eye on their whereabouts, and was simply too distracted to do anything about it. Lord Zhang Feng, let Shadow Imperial Guard Luo Yuni follow you around, so if there's any movement it's good to convey it to us in time. Of course, if there is anything you wish to order, feel free to do so and we will do our best to fulfill it, the old man said with a respectful face. After seeing Zhang Feng's imperial beast strength, his attitude became respectful. At the same time, the idea was also changing very quickly, from protecting Zhang Feng to following Zhang Feng's command. Alright then, you guys just stay here and get some rest. I'll call you if anything happens. Zhang Feng laughed lightly and directly summoned the 9 extreme hybrid sword spirit, preparing to fly with his sword. At the same time, he also brought Luo Yuni towards the Bai clan. Old Young, are we really going to rest in this villa for a while? Behind him, a man in his early 30s with a tall stature couldn't help but frown and inquire. The old man known as Old Yang's mouth twitched when he saw his costume. You've changed into your ING swim trunks and you're asking me this? Hey, I was expecting an exceptionally dangerous mission, but I didn't expect it to turn out to be this easy. After saying that, the man drilled headlong into the villa courtyard inside the wide pool, swimming recklessly. The 9 Extremes hybrid sword spirit passed through the layers of clouds and swept sharply through the high altitude, pulling out a long cloud trail in the sky. Although flying with a sword was not as majestic as riding other imperial beasts, the feeling was very good. After all, he had fantasized about flying with a sword quite a few times in his childhood. Now it's a dream come true. Since the sword spirit was flying too fast, Luo Yuni behind Zhang Feng almost couldn't stand up. She could only hug Zhang Feng tightly, and her twin ponytails even flew straight across. Feeling the softness behind him, although Zhang Feng's face was as usual, the corners of his mouth were about to curl up to the sky. It was only a minute or two later that they reached the roof of the White Group. Not long after, Bai Lingyue brought Mu Lao and the executives of the Bai Group up to greet them. After seeing Zhang Feng, Bai Lingyue walked towards Zhang Feng with an excited face. Zhang Feng, we've already arranged the manpower this time. We're just waiting for you to join us in raiding this legendary level secret realm. Good. Zhang Feng nodded. Bai Lingyue inquired with some nervousness in her heart after seeing the tight leather-clad woman behind Zhang Feng. And this is? After all, this woman was far superior to herself in both appearance and figure. Compared to her, Bai Lingyue rather felt that she had to dim quite a bit in front of her. Oh, this is sort of my friend. Her name is Luo Yuni. After hearing the word friend, the tension in Bai Lingyue's heart loosened a bit. I think they should also be the helpers that Zhang Feng had invited over to raid the epic mystery realm together. She smiled and extended her hand, introducing herself towards Luo Yuni. Hello, I'm Bai Lingyue, the head of the Bai group. Luo Yuni, on the other hand, stretched out her hand with a bland face. One of the 6 Imperials of Tianyin, Shadow Imperial Guard Luo Yuni, the 6 royalties of Heavenly Flame? After hearing her identity, Bai Lingyue as well as the Bai clan executives behind her couldn't help but show a few shocked looks. These were the 6 Imperial Guards under Emperor Yan's seat, and it was said that each of their strengths were extremely terrifying. I didn't expect such a big shot to follow Zhang Feng. Come inside the White Group's parlor hall. A number of professionals who had come to be invited to participate in the crusade against the legendary level secret realm had already gathered here. Most of them were from guilds, mercenary groups, and various forces. Bai Lingyue stood on the stage with a microphone in her hand, and after scanning the crowd, she spoke out. I welcome you all to the legendary grade mystic realm auctioned off by the Bai clan, and on behalf of the Bai clan, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. In the midst of the legendary tier secret realm, obtaining equipment that exceeds the gold tier or higher requires a 30% share of the White Group's fee. If you all have any objections to this composition, you may consult with me later. Chapter 50, Entering the Legendary Secret Realm. After saying that, Bai Lingyue once again swept a glance at the people in the hall and, take in their expressions. Most of these professionals had little objection. After all, the entry qualifications for this legendary secret realm were issued by them. As long as you enter it, you may have a chance to get all kinds of valuable equipment props. With a mere 30% share of the benefits, they were also able to make a painfully large profit. At this moment, inside the Bai group, inside a high-level office, Bai Yueza was personally serving tea to several people. A few worried looks hung in his eyes. Senior, dare I ask if you're really going to make a move against that Zhang Feng? Bai Yueza asked with a hesitant expression as he sat on the sofa. After all, he had seen Zhang Feng's strength, which could be described as unfathomable. Until now, when his mind recalled Zhang Feng's impression, he had palpitations and couldn't help but shiver. Don't worry, Bai Cultivator, since we came prepared, then Zhang Feng is naturally bound to die. The one who spoke was a monk wearing a blood-colored robe, and he was twirling black skeletal Buddha beads in his hands. That's right, as long as you plant us among the team that's raiding the legend-level secret realm this time, then this secret realm is where Zhang Feng will be buried. Another flirtatious woman spoke up, her voice fluffy, her face was delicate, her arched eyebrows contained a seductive flavor, and the corners of her eyes were slightly upturned. But, if Zhang Feng didn't die, once he comes out, then I'll be the one to die. Bai Yueza's brows were furrowed and his heart was beating fast, but he still couldn't make up his mind. I've heard that originally you were the one at the helm of the Bai group, but your sister is now replacing you because of Zhang Feng's support. If you allow her to continue on like this, I'm afraid that your position will become more and more difficult. As long as you can get rid of Zhang Feng, then the huge Bai clan will be back in your hands once again. Wouldn't that be a godsend for you? The charming woman reached out and gently stroked Bai Yueza's chest, blowing a hot breath lightly in his ear. It immediately evoked a surge of arousal in his heart. At those words, Bai Yueza's eyes also gradually became gloomy. That's right, it's all because of this damn Zhang Feng. If he hadn't shown up, how could he have lost his grip on the White Group? He is in charge of the rationale for the White Group. Fine, I promise you guys, but you must promise to get rid of Zhang Feng to stop any future troubles. Bai Yueza said through clenched teeth, with a touch of ruthlessness in his eyes. As long as Zhang Feng died, he could just kick Bai Lingyue out of the Bai family and regain power. That's right, a man should kill and dare to let go to get more. The flirtatious woman gave a light smile of appreciation. Then when do you plan to enter the secret realm? Bai Yueza inquired out loud. At that moment, a man in a black robe said in a deep voice, this is naturally after Zhang Feng enters the legendary secret realm. According to intelligence analysis, he seems to possess the ability to see through all illusions. Even if we hide our identities and follow the team into it, then it's very likely that he'll find out. Good, after they enter, I will arrange for you to enter them. Bai Yueza nodded with a solemn expression. Although the large and small affairs of the Bai group are now basically held by Bai Yueling, the single hand, but if he wanted to plant a few people in the back to enter the secret realm, he was still able to do it with his status. Then thank you, Xiao Bai. The flirtatious woman laughed lightly. Bai Yueza nodded. You guys rest here for a while, I'll arrange for you to go in later. With that, he left inside the office. Coming outside, Bai Yueza called Tai He over. How is it going with what you were told to do? Tai He slightly lowered his head, brought his mouth to Bai Yueza's ear, and whispered, Xiao Bai, the stuff cost a lot, but we managed to get it. Upon hearing this, Bai Yueza nodded in satisfaction, a fierce color appearing in his eyes. Good,
This time I'll let them all die in the middle of this legendary secret realm. A few of the people in the office earlier had not looked like good people at first glance, and had come from an unknown background, but since they were so confident in obliterating Zhang Feng, then he would borrow their hands and get rid of Zhang Feng before trapping them in the secret realm as well. By then no one would know that this matter had anything to do with them. At that time, it will be publicized to the outside world that something went wrong in the secret realm, resulting in no one surviving. After that, he would be able to regain the power of the Bai group, and then imprisoned by Yueling. At this moment, the man in black robe said in a slightly dissatisfied tone towards the flirtatious woman, "Why do you need to scratch your head at that brat? It's not easy to get him to listen when he's just a mole?" The charming woman suddenly smiled. "What? Jealous? Didn't you say just now that Zhang Feng can see through any falsehoods? If we make a move on that kid, wouldn't our plan fall through if we were seen?" Hearing this, the black-robed man did not say anything else. Instead, it was the blood-colored robed monk sitting on the side that had a bloodthirsty red light floating in his eyes. This time amongst the legendary mysteries, the strength of the professionals who have entered are not low. If Lao Di were to draw out and absorb all of their blood, he might even be able to break through to the 9th turn in one fell swoop. As he said that, the corners of his mouth grinned up to his ears, revealing an extremely morose smile. Wait until Bai Lingyue finished explaining all the rules. It was only then that he led a group of professionals to a hall where a teleportation array had already been set up. The first thing that caught his eyes was the huge and complicated teleportation formation on the ground. The formation consisted of countless mysterious runes and lines intertwined together, and the runes emitted a faint ethereal blue light. And the legendary great entry credentials of the ember-mangled sacred perch was placed in the center of the formation. As Bai Lingyue commanded to open the formation, the energy in the formation instantly coalesced towards the ember-mango sacred perch. Immediately afterward a door of emptiness slowly opened. Excitement flickered in the eyes of a group of professionals as they scrambled towards the void gate. Zhang Feng. Just as Zhang Feng was about to enter the void gate, Bai Lingyue suddenly called out to him. Zhang Feng stopped in his tracks and asked with curiosity in his eyes, "What's wrong?" "Nope. You must be safe inside. I'll wait for you outside," Bai Lingyue reminded with slight worry. Although there were all kinds of top-notch props inside the legendary grade secret realm, it was riddled with dangers. The first wave of people who entered the secret raiders often encountered all sorts of dangers because they didn't have enough information about the secret raiders. "Don't worry, I'm confident." Zhang Feng laughed lightly, then took a step into the void door. Chapter 51, Chaotic Source Gold, Epic Material, Tian Yuan Secret Realm. When Zhang Feng opened his eyes, it was as if he found himself in the middle of a world of emerald green. The sun was high in the sky, shining warmly on the body, but it was refreshing. However, Luo Yuni was the only one beside Zhang Feng. Everyone else should have been randomly teleported somewhere else. Looking around at your surroundings, as far as the eye could see, there were some low-ranked Chui Ling grasses all over the place, as if they were flourishing like weeds. The green spirit grass was able to be used to refine some cheap restorative potions, although the price wasn't high. With so many Chui Ling grasses, the stacked price was quite astonishing. However, Zhang Feng didn't have the heart to mow the grass here. These things couldn't catch his eye yet. His gaze went to some strange flowers and fruits growing amongst the Chui Ling grass. These exotic flowers and fruits exuded a unique aroma, and some of them were even of great use to 4th turn professionals. Flame fruit, quality, rare, effect, enhances the power of fire attribute skills. Bellflower, quality, rare, effect, increases movement speed and agility. Moon spirit grass, quality, rare, effect, enhances vision and perception in the darkness of the night. It's hard to imagine all this growing randomly on the ground. Worthy of being a legendary grade secret realm, there seemed to be quite a lot of good things inside. Not a moment later, Zhang Feng's footsteps stopped, because a half-man tall, strange-looking plant caught his attention. A dark purple fruit from that plant to be exact. Soul fruit, quality, precious, efficacy, after taking it, it can directly nourish the cultivator's spiritual power and enhance the strength and toughness of the spiritual power. There's also the soul-embracing spirit fruit. Zhang Feng was slightly surprised, and then joy appeared in his eyes. I didn't realize that there were fruits here that could boost spiritual power. The growing environment of this soul-embracing spirit fruit was extremely harsh. It's basically only cultivated in major growing sites, and it's not very productive and has a long growing cycle. And there are basically thousands of soul-embracing spirit fruits here. This thing was considered to be of no small use to Zhang Feng. This was because spiritual power was not considered too important for pre-existing Imperial Beast Masters. But once there are more Imperial Beasts, if you have to summon so many of them out to fight at the same time, call it an extremely mentally draining thing to do. Although there are also props and equipment that can grow your mental strength, but it can't grow in perpetuity. After all, iron sharpens iron. If we were to take all of these soul-embracing spirit fruits, his spiritual power was at least able to skyrocket by more than a few tens of thousands. Although Zhang Feng couldn't eat so much, collecting it would be enough to feed the imperial beasts. I remember your profession is shadow assassin, right? Zhang Feng looked at Luo Yuni beside him with a smile. How do you know my occupation? Luo Yuni frowned, secretly surprised in her heart. You should know that she had used a prop that could hide her profession. Even an 8th-turn professional would have trouble seeing through it, but it was still seen through by Zhang Feng. Guess so. Now I'll trouble you to help me collect all these soul-impregnated spirit fruits. Zhang Feng said smilingly. Anyway, there is a free hand-down, do not use it for nothing. Of course Zhang Feng wouldn't whore out her labor for nothing. It's only natural that you'll be paid something later. It had to be said that a 7th-turn level shadow assassin was still fast at harvesting. It was at this moment that Zhang Feng suddenly saw a group of half-human tall humanoid-shaped monsters walking over not far away. Their heads are large and misshapen, and their ears are pointed and long, and slightly curved at the tips. Beneath the collapsed nose was a wide and sharp-toothed mouth, always with disgusting drool hanging from the corners. Goblin Warrior. Level, LV 110. Skills, swinging, stabbing, whistling, jamming. Goblin Shooter. Level, LV 107. Skills, hardened shot, berserk shot, scattered arrow rain. After seeing their information panels, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This kind of existence that was low-leveled among the copies in the outside world, however, was surprisingly able to rise to more than 100 levels here. However, a level 100 plus goblin was no different than a mole cricket in Zhang Feng's eyes. However, when Zhang Feng's eyes landed on the stone axes in their hands, they snapped to attention. Even his heartbeat had sped up quite a bit. Chaos Source Gold. Type, Material. Quality, Epic. Introduction. Chaos Source Gold is a very high-density solid stone from the beginning of the birth of chaos, which can be used to create extremely sharp weapons, as well as the hardest armor and defense, with ultra-high defensive capabilities. Zhang Feng counted about a dozen of these kobolds, and the Chaos Source Gold in their hands should add up to 1 to 20 pounds. Guess I'll be able to build myself an epic defense set. Although Zhang Feng possessed the symbiosis skill, which could transfer the damage value to the imperial beasts, but his own defense was not high. If he encountered any extinction-level forbidden spells, I'm afraid that his imperial beast's blood would be almost depleted. But if you're wearing epic defensive armor, there's a lot more room for error in comparison. Have to pop gold pinches hard on them. At this moment, a burly kobold with a head close to 1 meter 6, after seeing Luo Yuni beside Zhang Feng, almost drooling with excitement. It is said that kobolds have only one gender. They reproduce their race entirely by preying on the females of other races to impregnate them. There appears to be no reproductive isolation. Gah! It excitedly raised the weapon in its hand, not knowing what it was ghosting. As it did, a bunch of green-skinned brats started to get excited and, excitedly, he swung his axe towards the two men. Do you ever feel like they're looking at you? Zhang Feng smiled and flirted towards Luo Yuni. Luo Yuni had a cold look on her face. That's not funny. After saying that, her figure flickered and turned into a black residual shadow. In a flash of lightning, the limbs of these kobolds instantly disintegrated into the sky. Just as she was about to kill the last kobold, Zhang Feng, however, summoned his sword spirit and turned into a stream of light, fending off her attack. Rubbing, Luo Yuni did a magnificent backflip in midair before landing firmly on the ground. Leave it alive. I'm still waiting for it to take me to the treasure chest. Zhang Feng walked towards her with a smile on his lips. When the kobolds returned to their lair, they would surely be able to discover more Chaos Source Gold. Wouldn't it be great to give all of your imperial beasts a set of epic ranked gauntlets when the time comes as well? Luo Yuni shook off the blood that stained the shadow blade and whirled it back. The movement is smooth and even carries a bit of beauty. She was born without any good feelings towards disgusting creatures like kobolds. Little one, you are saved. Hurry away. Zhang Feng smiled amiably at it. The only remaining kobold's legs were weak and his eyes were filled with fear, especially underneath Zhang Feng's smile. It was as if it saw something even more terrifying. Directly after dropping his axe, he made a desperate escape towards the back. After seeing it run for a while, Zhang Feng asked the sword spirit to follow it to see where its lair was. When the time comes, we'll just take it all in one pot. Chapter 52, Eclipsing Earth Dragon. TSK, this weight is going to be heavier than I thought. Zhang Feng half squatted on the ground and picked up an axe, weighing it in his hand for a while, simply loving it. What's there to see in these broken axes? Luo Yuni couldn't help but wonder when she saw the delighted expression on Zhang Feng's face. Zhang Feng raised his head to look at Luo Yuni, from the long, round and straight thighs, then over the peak, looking into her eyes. Can't you see what this axe is made of? Luo Yuni shook her head. I only found it to be of unknown quality when I used my detection technique, but when we exchanged blows just now, I did find it to be very sharp. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng instantly realized that her discerning inspection technique was far inferior to his own eyes of true vision, so he smiled and explained, "Don't look at these axes as rough. It's made of chaos source gold." "What? You're saying this axe is made of chaos source gold?" Luo Yuni was directly shocked. That was an epic material, and when placed in an auction, it was sold by the gram. 1 gram was worth tens of millions, and if you wanted a piece of defense or a weapon, it would be at least a few billion to hit the bottom. Once she had seen an exquisite knife made of chaos source gold at an auction. It was auctioned off for nearly $10 billion, and with so many axes added up, I'm afraid I'll be able to build a few knives. However, due to the toughness of chaos source gold, the processing fee was considered a huge expense. It was just that Jiang Feng was here, and although she wanted to take an axe as well, she was worried that Jiang Feng wouldn't want to. All you can do is watch from the sidelines with red eyes. After all, it was so precious that anyone else would have been eyeballing it. She didn't want to start an argument with Jiang Feng. Taking another step back, she didn't have the strength to beat Jiang Feng. Could tell she wanted it badly. Jiang Feng directly took 2 axes and gave them to her. After all, he wasn't exactly a cheapskate. "Thank you." Luo Yuni also immediately put it into her spatial ring. Not a moment later, the sword spirit flew back. Jiang Feng let out a light laugh. Let's go see where the goblin's lair is. Be a kobold killer today." The forest, the kobold lair. At the entrance to the tribe stood several simple arches built from the bones of huge beasts. On it hung some air-dried animal skins and the odd skeleton. In the midst of the camp was a patchwork of crude shacks built from branches and vines. "Just please go down and take care of it," Jiang Feng voiced out towards Luo Yuni. Luo Yuni nodded, drew her shadow blade, and plummeted straight down towards the goblin nest below. Boo! In just 2 blinks of an eye, she crashed in the center of the camp, sending up a cloud of smoke. What followed was the shrieking and hissing of the kobolds. Jiang Feng, who stood high in the sky with his imperial sword lingering on, already using the eye of true sight to roughly check out the kobold levels in them. The goblin king among them was only level 163. For Luo Yuni, who had turned 7, it wasn't expected to be tricky. Jiang Feng was checking out the situation below this from above, and Luo Yuni was striking out extremely swiftly and harshly. With a flash of the blade, several kobolds were killed on the spot, and it hasn't damaged the items in the middle of the lair too much. If Jiang Feng released the imperial beasts, I'm afraid that in just 1 shot, the goblin lair below will be leveled. He raised a hand and rubbed his chin, feeling pretty good about having someone he could call on. Imagine yourself as the Lord of the Sentinel, a special advanced profession. It also seems to be able to contract people into their own imperial beasts, and still 100% loyal to himself. Well, next time ask her if she's up for it, Jiang Feng said darkly with a thoughtful gaze. But if you contract someone to be your royal beast, so is he or she able to evolve her? Just as Jiang Feng was rambling, a loud crash sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Boom boom boom. A great shaking occurs beneath the kobold lair, like something horrible is about to break out of the ground. The entire forest shook violently as a huge tremor began. Owie owie. The taller brother Bring King, who stood over 2 meters tall, raised the tail crystal core of the long chain in his hand high in the air. Luo Yuni's brows tightened as her body transformed into a black residual shadow, holding her sword towards it. However, before she could swing her shadow blade at that goblin king, a huge bolt of energy broke through the ground and shot violently towards her. Despite her extremely quick reaction, her body was still injured by this energy shock. Her tight leather jacket was torn, revealing large swaths of white skin and shocking wounds. Knock, knock, knock. A 400-meter-long geoduck crawled out, its back bearing towering spiny spines of rocky spines. The huge body exuded a palpitatingly terrifying aura. There were also heavy chains over its body, also made of chaos source gold. Owie owie. The goblin king roared, then leapt up onto its back in a single leap, holding the chains that bound the earth dragon by its hands. Seeing this, Luo Yuni's face couldn't help but reveal a look of gravity. Trying to decapitate such a titanic beast was definitely an extremely difficult thing to do. Echidna. Level, LV 267. Life value, 221,0000. Defense, 1, 200, 000. Battle strength, 480, 000. Skills, Eclipsing Breath, Earth Shock, Spine Raid. Ha, you got a ING ride? Jiang Feng looked quite surprised when he saw this scene. A level 100 kobold. How could you ride on the head of a 200 level eclipsed earth dragon? You go and meet it. Jiang Feng instructed the sword spirit at his feet. Next moment, the sword spirit transformed into a streaming sword shadow, like a silver lightning bolt, stabbing straight at the head of the eclipsing earth dragon. Wherever the sword shadow passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound, and Jiang Feng summoned the eclipse pale falcon as he descended. Sensing a great threat, the eclipsing earth dragon's huge body violently twisted and the red light on his back suddenly erupted. forming a blazing barrier in an attempt to ward off the sword spirit's attack. However, the sword spirit was incredibly fast and the streaming sword shadow left a deep crack in the red light barrier and then penetrated through. A dozens of meters long, shocking sword wound was left under its rock-like skin. It seems that wanting to kill a million force defense ferocious beast in seconds is still not as easy as I thought it would be. Zhang Feng couldn't help but let out a light sigh. But he didn't know that if these words reached Luo Yuni's ears, it would only cause the corners of her eyes to twitch. Come on, a million defenses is already at an extremely scary level. Even if a ninth turn warrior powerhouse came, it would be impossible to do so. Roar! The eclipsing earth dragon let out an earth-shattering roar that. The eclipsing spit that erupted from his mouth was like a black torrent, carrying an almost destructive force as it swept towards the sword spirit. Wherever the eclipsing spit passed, the void seemed to be corroded and space distorted, emitting a heart-pounding tremor. Chapter 53, Beheading. Eclipsing Earth Dragon. At this moment, after quite a few professionals sensed the great commotion here, all of them came at great speed to find out what was going on. After all, causing such a big commotion in the middle of the secret realm, things were definitely not simple. Maybe there's a chance you'll come across some great treasure out of this world. When they approached from afar, the first thing that caught their eyes was an earth dragon that was several hundred meters long. After seeing the information about this terrifying earth dragon, they subconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air. This earth dragon actually possessed a super high defense of over 1,000,000. It was simply terrifying. However, this eclipsing earth dragon's dragon blood as well as the dragon marrow, dragon bone, and dragon armor, those were all good things. If they were able to kill them in a combined effort, the harvest would definitely not be expensive. But then they saw the eclipse falcon with thousands of miles of wings spread above the sky, covering the sky. What's going on here? Could it be two powerful ferocious beasts fighting? It's possible. They must be fighting over some treasure. No, look guys, on the backs of the two ferocious beasts it looks like there are people standing. Could it be that the two great beast masters are fighting over the treasures? Not sure. Look closer. Use the hybrid Upanishad / Zhang Feng communicated with the sword spirit in his mind. The sword spirit's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. In the next moment, it transformed into a huge sword shadow and chopped towards the eclipsing earth dragon. The two forces collided fiercely in the air, erupting into a deafening roar. The light from the shock of the mighty wave was even centered on the two, spreading violently in all directions. The void trembled violently under the impact of this force, as if it would collapse at any moment. Those professionals who intended to approach stopped their stance and didn't dare to advance any further under such a fierce battle scene, to avoid unnecessary repercussions. Under this hybrid Upanishad / the eclipsing earth dragon's spitting breath instantly collapsed. A flash of panic flashed through its huge pupils. Frantic flailing ensued, trying to burrow into the ground to escape the area. The pupils of the Goblin King on the back of the eclipsed earth dragon suddenly shrunk, similarly feeling an unprecedented fear. Hurriedly, he urged the end crystals of the long chain in his hand once again. Let the eclipsed earth dragon parry the chop. Boom! Under the annihilation of the swordlight, the massive body of the eclipsing earth dragon was split in two by the swordlight, and blood gushed out like a waterfall. The rocks on the ground were shattered by the energy aftermath, turning into pieces and floating in the sky. Zhang Feng stood on top of the eclipse falcon's feathered back, his robes being blown by the gusty winds, and his face was filled with a bemused look. At that moment a prompt sounded in his head as well. Congratulations, you have slain the level 267 eclipsing earth dragon and have gained 0 experience points. Congratulations, you have killed a level 163 poison horned lizard and gained 0 experience points. Warning, your level has increased to 120. You have reached the maximum number of 3 turns and cannot gain experience. Please complete the 4th turn as soon as possible. Zhang Feng looked at the panel in front of him. Current task, 4th turning. Requirements, possession of a stellar level royal beast or possession of a calendar 4 royal beast. Time frame of the mandate, unlimited. Having a stellar grade imperial beast? Zhang Feng was slightly stunned, and at the same time, his heart was a bit on fire. It was just that the materials needed to evolve the imperial beasts into the ancient grade compared to the stellar grade were simply one in the sky and one in the earth. For the time being, it still seems much easier to put the imperial beasts through 4 more robberies. At the bottom Luo Yuni's pupils quaked violently. A sword. With just one sword, he killed the 200+ level, million defense ecliptic earth dragon. Such strength was simply terrifying. Even for a swordsman profession that had mastered sword intent, it was simply impossible to do so. What was the origin of the spirit sword that Zhang Feng had conjured up? Eclipsed dragon scale armor. Type, armor. Grade, dark gold. Applicable occupations, any occupation. Available level, LV 100. Attributes, agility plus 60, 000. Defense plus 32, 000. Resistance plus 140, 000.
Incidental effect, eclipsing resistance.
Reduces darkness damage and has a certain probability of triggering eclipsing counterattack.
Earth Dragon's Fury Tomahawk. Type, weapon, quality, dark gold. Applicable occupation, warrior. Attributes, agility plus 70. 000. Strength plus 260. 000. Attachment, high attack power. With armor break effect. Ignoring part of the target's defense. Probability of triggering Earth Dragon's Fury when attacking,
causing additional damage to enemies within the range and adding a stun effect.
Dark gold level equipment. It's kind of a windfall.
Zhang Feng lifted his hand and moved his hand, putting the weapons and defense equipment that had exploded into his spatial ring.
I just don't know what to do with this huge corpse of the eclipsed Earth Dragon yet. After all,
the eclipsing Earth Dragon could be considered to be covered in treasure.
However, the spatial ring could not store this big guy in the middle of it.
If it is not preserved in time, then its body will dissipate quickly. It was important to realize that the eclipsed Earth Dragon was also considered a subspecies of dragon, although the bloodline was much worse compared to a true dragon.
If its essence blood was extracted,
it was something that could be given to some imperial beasts or professionals to use to enhance their strength.
Only speaking of true dragons, Zhang Feng already possessed an Abyssal Dragon King. The Abyssal Dragon King's essence blood could be 1,000 times stronger than the ecliptic Earth Dragon's effect.
Senior, can you sell me the corpse of this eclipsing Earth Dragon?
At this time,
a man on a flying motorcycle arrived at great speed. He was dressed in brown and wore a pair of mechanical glasses on his forehead.
Zhang Feng looked at this person's information. Name, Zhou Jingxiao. Occupation, mechanic. Level, 4 turns, 146. Country, Dian. Power, 91. 200. Body mass, 103. 600. Agility, 84. 200. Spirit, 63. 000. Combat strength, 121. 000. At this moment,
Zhou Jingxiao's eyes were filled with desire for the corpse of this eclipsed Earth Dragon. Zhang Feng dropped down from the feathered back of the eclipsing sun-pale falcon and looked at him as he said indifferently,
"How much are you bidding? Provided it's got chains on it. I can't sell it to you. Supposedly mechanics are pretty rich." "Yes, that. How about $12 billion? In fact,
Zhou Jingxiao did not expect this powerful imperial beast master to be so young, and then said with a smile, "I'll pay you the money through Day One Group's account."
"Deal."
The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth rose slightly as he extended his hand towards him.
"Many thanks, senior."
Zhou Jingxiao politely extended his hand.
After the two shook hands, Zhou Jingxiao took out a sci-fi-looking Rubik's Cube. As he tapped a few times on the Rubik's Cube, the cube instantly dispersed into 4 small cubes and began to fly towards the eclipsed Earth Dragon's corpse while scanning it. Not a moment later, as the tesseract scanned, the corpse of the eclipsed Earth Dragon began to fade away. After collecting it, Zhou Jingxiao once again said gratefully, "Thanks to senior. This time I'll be able to go back to building the mechanical Earth Dragon." Mechanical Earth Dragon? Zhang Feng was a bit curious. How much combat power can it have? Zhou Jingxiao's expression was slightly agitated.
With the modification, it should be able to reach 150% of its original fighting ability.
Hearing this,
Zhang Feng felt that a profession like a mechanic was also a bit heaven-defying.
Spinning around, he asked curiously, "So do you hand-rub Gundam or Optimus Prime?" Chapter 54, Strange Change. Boundary. It's also very cool if you turn on your armor when fighting, and it's just as second to enter a copy. It was originally just a joke from Zhang Feng, but Zhou Jingxiao replied with a serious face, "It can. It's just that it's been suffering from not having the right energy source as a driver. In that case, I'll bring it to you for research next time I come across something suitable." Zhang Feng laughed lightly. At those words, Zhou Jingxiao's eyes lit up. "Many thanks, senior." He knew that according to the strength of this powerful imperial beast master in front of him, he would definitely be able to access more things that he could not. Without the corpse of the eclipsed Earth Dragon, it all became empty before his eyes. Zhang Feng also began to collect all of the Chaos Source Gold. Seeing Zhang Feng picking up these unimpressive axes and chains, Zhou Jingxiao couldn't help but see a flash of curiosity in his eyes. Out loud, he inquired, "Senior, what is the purpose of you collecting these things?" "It's nothing much. I just want to make them into protective gear for my imperial beasts," Zhang Feng replied. Hearing this, Zhou Jingxiao's eyes lit up. "Leave this kind of thing to me. I'll help you forge it." Zhang Feng's gaze turned. "First of all, this is Chaos Source Gold. It's not easy to create. If you can really do it, I can and will give you that eclipsed Earth Dragon corpse for free. Chaos Source Gold cannot be good to refine to build." Zhang Feng also just hold a trial mentality joked. "Chaos Source Gold." Zhou Jingxiao looked startled. "That's the hardest epic material known to mankind." He approached the chain and took out his detector and examined it carefully for half a day. The face looked incredibly excited. Surprisingly, it was really Chaos Source Gold. "Elder, the testing instrument shows that there is more chaotic red gold down there." Immediately after that,
Zhou Jingxiao took out another square box emitting a steel luster from amongst his spatial ring.
After placing it on the ground, the box parts began to shift and then turned into an excavator.
Zhang Feng, who saw the scene, silently gave him a thumbs up.
Mechanics, utility is just great.
Just then, a group of professionals also arrived. Only the appearance of these professionals looked very wrong, and they had black lines spreading across their faces.
Luo Yuni's expression suddenly changed,
and the shadow blade in her hand was already erected in front of her.
Help! Help me!
These professionals were like manipulated puppets as they lunged towards them. Their faces wore expressions of agonizing struggle, but they struck out to unleash extremely powerful attacks.
Luo Yuni's shadow blade was extremely fast.
Already the light of the blade flashed between their necks only to move away in an instant.
As one of the 6 royalty of the heavenly flame,
she would not easily lay her hands on a professional who was a great flame, but she was reluctant to kill,
and those manipulated professionals, under her command, were deadly.
Zhang Feng saw her concern and reminded,
let's use this chain to tie them up first.
Luo Yuni looked at the chain that had originally bound the eclipsed Earth Dragon first, then with a flash of her figure,
she picked up the chain and bound them.
These professionals were still trying to struggle,
but realized that they couldn't break free.
Immediately afterward they let out hysterical screams as if they had sensed the strange changes happening to their bodies.
No, don't! As soon as the words fell, their bodies exploded themselves.
These were all 5th to 7th turn professionals,
and their simultaneous self-detonation set off a huge energy fluctuation. Boom! As their bodies exploded, a powerful energy swept towards the surroundings.
Zhang Feng summoned his sword spirit and resisted in front of him,
and all of a sudden,
energy surged with the gale.
His gaze sank slightly, exuding a few chills. This kind of tactic wanted to kill himself, but it was still 100,000 miles away. Obviously,
the other party was not using this method to kill himself, but was simply disgusting himself. When the smoke and dust had mostly cleared, Zhang Feng suddenly realized that the 3 of them were in another space at some point.
Not good. We've been forcefully pulled into the middle of the boundary. Luo Yuni's face was covered in gravity.
Zhou Jingxiao was also stunned and furrowed his brows. It seems like those manipulated professionals just now were just smoke bombs.
Jia, this is where your bones will be buried. 3 figures landed high in the sky, looking down at Zhang Feng and the others. You guys are the ones who messed up?
Zhang Feng's voice carried a bit of coldness in it as he stared at the 3 people in the sky across the room.
You're Zhang Feng, aren't you? That's really good.
Having such terrifying strength at such a young age.
No wonder someone would pay a big price for your life.
The one who spoke was the flirtatious-looking woman. Before her words fell, Zhang Feng summoned the sword spirit and shot towards it violently.
The sword spirit's lightning-fast speed instantly split the flirtatious woman in 2. Oh boy, your temper is really annoying.
The 2 halves of the flirtatious woman's body floated out of the thick black liquid before sticking her body back together.
Seeing her body heal again, Zhang Feng's expression was bemused. These 3 were all 8th turn powerhouses, and they weren't even great yen professionals. Their information naturally couldn't escape Zhang Feng's true vision eye probe. I don't care who you are. Self-termination will be the easiest way for you to die now. Hearing this, the monk holding the skeleton Buddha bead stared at Zhang Feng with a leathery smile. Young monks, it's not good to have too much killing intent. Let the poor monk purify the killing intent in your heart. Saying that, he threw out the Buddha beads in his hand, and these skeletal Buddha beads instantly ignited with a ghostly blue light, enlarging more than 1,000 times. Dozens of skeletons instantly surrounded Zhang Feng's trio, and terrifying blue flames erupted from the skeletons' mouths. Luo Yuni's shadow saber flashed in her hand, and the saber came out like a shadow, fiercely chopping at these skeletons. However, these skeletons were extremely flexible in their dodging, and there were too many of them, counter-trapping Luo Yuni in them. Zhang Feng didn't have much heart to tangle with these 3 people. So what if you're a powerful 8th turner? In front of their own imperial beasts, they were nothing more than ants. With a thought, the Abyssal Dragon King, the Underworld 3-headed dog, and the Jinyu Xuanwu instantly appeared. A terrifying aura instantly filled the entire field, and the aura between the 2 sides instantly reversed. Seeing the 3 ancient great imperial beasts appear, Zhou Jingxiao's eyes rounded and he was shocked beyond words. Those 3 were also greatly shocked when they saw these 3 ancient great imperial beasts appear. But soon, greed surfaced in the eyes of the fat monk. If one were to draw on the essence blood of these ancient great imperial beasts, then one would most likely be able to ascend to the peak of the 9th turn. Kid, although your imperial beast is terrifying, according to your spiritual power, I'm afraid you won't be able to maneuver it for too long. And in the middle of this boundary, not only are we able to recover our strength quickly, but we are also able to resurrect indefinitely. The black-robed man let out a sardonic laugh, already seeing Zhang Feng as something in his palm. With that said, his aura changed abruptly, and from amongst behind him appeared several passages, from which hundreds of mute-looking people of Pingcheng came out. These can all be your great yen people. If you don't care about their lives and deaths, you can let your imperial beasts attack at will.